2.5. Would you give me 2.5 anywhere else? 225, 2.5, and 275. 275 and 300, Ethan. 300, minimum on the 3 and 3. 275. 275 is good. And now 300, minimum on the 3 and 3. Minimum on the 275, and now 3. 275, number 173. Is that right? 173. You bet. Give all these buyers a round of applause. Keep the momentum going, folks. And we're so glad to have a nice big crowd to start the day. Stay all day. Plan to stay till we're done, folks. It's fun all the way to the end. Number 193, it's called Husker Red Log Cabin. It's from Pearl Curtis. It's machine done. It's 77 by 100. Here you are, sir. All right, that's a nice quilt here and a $200 bid to go. 200, now 2 1/4. 200, now 2 1/4. Number on the 2 1/4. Number on the 225. Number 225 and 250. 250 and 275. 275 and 300. Number on the 3 and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2. Thank you, sir. 3 1/4 in the second row and 3 1/2 high. Number on the 3 1/2. Number on the 350. 350. Did I see another hand? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 high. Number on the 3 1/2. Just look at that. Got 3 1/2 and 375. And now 400. 400 now 4 1/4. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2. Would you get a 4 1/2? Help her out. 4 1/2. 4 1/2 here. Number on the 4 1/2. And now 475. 475 and 500. 475. 480. 480. We'll go up any way we have to. And 490. And now 500. We're here. 500. Number on the 5 high. Number on the just another $10. 500. Number on the 5. And now 510 and 520. 520. Thank you, ma'am. Give her a round of applause. 510 and 520. 510 and 520. Give her on the 510 520. So 510 to number 90. We get to pop another balloon. All right. Make those balloons go away. Advent wreath is coming up next. Number 194 from Pat Paris. It's machine done. It's 30 by 23 and it's pieced. It's Advent wreath is the design. Number 194, Trevor. All right, look at that. That's going to take, but they'll bring it right out to you, folks. $50 and now 60, 50 now and $60 number on the 60. And now 70, 70 here and $80 number 80 now 90, 90 number on the 90, we do 90 now $100 number on the 100. Thank you, ma'am. I'm bid 90 with Bob's first bidder, and now $100 number on the month number. I'm bid 100 now 110, 110 a brand new bidder and 120 now 130, 130 here and 130, 30, 130. Thank you, ma'am. 120 is in the middle of the crowd now. 130, 30 number on the 130, number on the 120, 130. Sold 120. Number 8, bidder number 8. All right. Early in the day, and I know your number. That's a good sign for us. That's right. Right in the premium seats. Yes, ma'am. Christmas Wishes is coming up next. Number 195 from Barbara Fife. It's machine done. It's 98 by 86, and it's pieced. Here you go, Trevor. Look at that one there, folks. And would you give me a $200 bid to go? $200 to go. I'm bid 2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, $300 now 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 375, 375 and 400 now 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2 and 475, 475 and 500 now 5 1/4. We're popping another balloon at 5 1/4 and 5 1/2 and a 575, 575 and $600 and now 6 1/2, 6 7. Well, excuse me, 575, 600, 6 1/4, 6 1/4, 6 1/2, and now 675, 675 and now $700, 7 1/4. 7 1/4 here, number on the 7 1/4, number on the 725, and now the 800, 725, 750, 775, 775, number on the 775, number on the 775, $800, 8 1/4, 8 1/4 here, number on 8 1/4, 8 1/4 here, number on 8 1/4. Don't drop it. 8 1/4, number on 8 1/4, 8 1/4, 8 1/2, 8 1/2, 875, and now 900, 900 here, 900, 9 1/4, 9 1/4, 9 1/2. New fire now 975, and now $1,000 bill. $1,000. Would you give me 1,000 1/4? 1,000 1/4. Number on 1,000 1/4. $1,000 here in the second row. And 1,000 1/4. Number on 1,000 1/4. Number on 1,000 1/4. She just let you two get tired and then jumped in at the end. $1,000. 1,000 1/4. Number on 1,000 1/4. Sold. $1,000 even money. Number 90. Number 90. Trevor, go pop a balloon. Top 2. Pop, top, pop 2. That away. Thank you to all our bidders. Bring those other 2 just like it out. We'll sell them next. How about that? Number 196. It's called Natural Magic coming up next. It's from Pat Paris. It's 76 by 76. A nice square quilt. Number 196 in your catalog. Really nice mellow colors here, ladies and gentlemen. Mellow. Trying to end my vocabulary here for you. Mellow and plush are my new words of the day. A lot easier than crotcheted. All right. And would you give me 75? 75 behind number one, 75 behind number one. Everybody ought to jump in at that at 75 and now 80. 75 and now $80 number one, 80. 80 number one, $80 number one, 80. Would you go to 80? Would you say 80 anywhere? 80 now 90. $90 here, 90 now $100 bill, 110 number one, 110, 10, 110. Would you go to 110? 110 and 120, 120, 130, 30, 130. Would you go to 130? Thank you, ma'am. 120's here and 130. Number one, 120, 130, 140, 140 here and 140 now and 50 bob. 150 with 150, 160, 160. 170, 170 here, and 170, 180, 80, 180, 190, 90, 190, we get 190, 200, give it 100, 200, 210, 210, 210, 10, 220, 20, give it 100, 220, 220, 230, 230 and 40, 40, 240, when you get 240, 250, 250 here, when you go to 250, when you get to 250, 250, 240, 250, 260, 260 here, thank you, ma'am. 250's in the middle now, 260, give it 100, 250, 260. Sold $250 to number 30, number 30. All right, I'm ready for the next card. Number 198 is called Quilt Around the World, coming up next from St. Paul's Lutheran and Lutheran Church of the Good Shepherd, Lutheran Church at Hastings. It's 112 by 112. Look at this big quilt that's coming up. 112 by 112, folks. That's a big square, absolutely. And got 2.5. I'm mid 250 and now 275 and now 300, 300 and 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and now 375 and $400 number on the 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, 4 1/2 and 4 1/2, 475 and 500, 500 now 5 1/4 and 5 1/2, 5 1/2 and 575 and $600 number on the 6 1/4 and 6 1/2, 6 1/2 and 675 and $700 number on the 7, 7 1/4, 7 1/2. 775 and $800 number on the 8 1/4 and 8 1/2, 8 1/2 and now 870. 8.5, 875, 900, 9 1/4, 9 1/2, 9 1/2 and 975 and now $1,000 bill, 1,050 and 1,100 now 11 1/2, 11 1/2 here number 11 1/2. Thank you. I'm bid 1,050 now and 11 1/2 number 1100 now 11 1/2 number 1100 11 1/2 number 11 1/2, 11 1/2. Would you like to bid or you 11 1/2? $1,200, 1,200, 12 1/2 and now 1,300 now 13 1/2, 13 1/2. Thank you, sir. 1,300 and 13 1/2 number 1,300 and 13 1/2, 13 1/2. Sold $1,300 at the picnic table. 173, right? 170. Almost got 3 balloons, Trevor. Almost got to 3 balloons. Get 2, buddy. The next one's called Birdhouse Hop. It's number 100. Nebraska Christ Community Church at 63 by 48 1/2. Birdhouse Hop. Look at the birdhouses there. That's a really cute quilt. Would you give me 75 to go? 75 to go, now 80. 70, 80, now 90. 90, now $100. Number 100, 100, number 100. Would you give 100? 100, 110. 110, 120. 120, would you get 120? 20, would you get 120? 120, thank you. 110 is square. 120, 130. 130, 140 large. 140, your bidder's down. Number 140, would you get 140? 140 and 150 in the red. 150, now 160. 160, would you get? You're out, Lars. 160. My 160, 170, my bidder. 170, 180. 180, Lars, your bidder's out at 180. 180 and now 190. 190 and now 200 in the seat and now 210. 210 and 220. 220, thank you. 210 is over here with me and now 220, 20, give me the one at 220, give me the one at 210, 220, 220. And now 230. And now 230 and 240, Bob. 240 to your bidder, number 1 at 240 and 250, ma'am. 250 and now 260. 260, your bidder, now 270. 270 and 280, number 1 at 280 and 290, number 1 at 290, now $300, number 1 at 3 and 310. 310, would you go to 310, feed the birds, and now 320. 320, number 1 at 320, thank you. 310 and now 320, 20, give it 1 at 310, 320. Out of way. Sold 310 right out back, and I think that's 129 if I remember right. 129. Give her a round of applause. Good job. Oh, here comes a favorite, ladies and gentlemen. Our first Lone Star quilt of the day. It's number 200. It's from First Lutheran Quilters at First Lutheran at Kearney. It's hand done. It's 88 by 88. Look at this big square quilt. Number 200 in your catalog. Beautiful blue colors here and the big Lone Star. That's a striking quilt here. How about a $200 bill to get me going? And now 2.5. 200 and 2 1/4. 200, now 2 1/4, number 1 2 1/4, 2.5. 2.5 and 275 and 300. Minimum on the three and now 3.25. 3.25 now 3.5. 3.5. 3.25 right down here. And now 3.5. And minimum on the 3.5 to your other bidder. My 3.25. Ethan, would you go stand beside her? And now 3.5. And now 375. 375 and now 400 to our other bidder. 400 and now 4.25. 4.25 here. And minimum on the 4.25. Would you go to 425? 425. Help them out, folks. 425. 425. Let's pop another balloon at 425 and 450. 450. Would you get a 450? And now 475. 475 and $500 bill. Minimum on the 500. Minimum on the 500. 500 now 5.25. 5.25 here. Minimum on the 5.25. Would you get a 5.25? 5.25 here. Minimum on the 5.25. The star shines bright. 5.25. 5.25. Thank you. Give them a round of applause. 500. 5.25. 500. 5.25. Minimum on the 5.25. So 500. I'm sorry. I sold $500 out there, and your number. 135 to 135 is going to Kansas City, Missouri. Balloon time. Ethan's arms are going to be worked out by the end of the day. Next up is number 201. It's a Route 66 lap quilt from Grace Luther and Walton Quilters at Grace Luther at Walton, Nebraska. It's 45 by 36. It's feast, and it's ready to go home with you. All right, folks, look at that one. Cars. Look at all the cars for the car lover in your life. And what do we say to go? How about a $50 bill to get me going? $50 here, number on the 50, 50, give them on the $50, move to get a 50, which 50 now and 60. 50 now and $60, number on the 60, would you get a $60, number on the, who else likes cars? 60 now and 70, Ethan. $70 to your bidder, number on the 70. Wherever you were, I didn't see you. 70 now and 80. $80 here, number on the 80. 80, number on 80, would you get 80? Thank you. 70s with Ethan, and now $80, number on the $80, number on the 70 now and 80. Would you give me 70 now and 80, and now 90. 90. Oh, that was a bad fly. $90, number on a 90. Didn't taste good at all. I'm in with 80, and now 90 to your other bidder. $90 here, 90. Now $100 bill out back. $100 bill, 100. Now you're both out. 110. 110, would you get a 110, 10, number on a 110, either one of you, 110. Bob's in at $100 here, and 110, would you get a 110, 10, 110, 120, Bob. 120 over here, number on a 120, now 130. 130 here, would you get a 130, would you say 130, thank you. 120's over here with Robert Bagel's bidder, now 130, 30, number on a 130, would you get a 120, 130? Sold your way at $120. 50, 50, he's right out there, you betcha, we got you. All right, number 202, it's called, it's a butterfly applique. Butterflies. From Christ Lutheran Church at Pickerel, Nebraska, it's 80 by 60. Applique is another word that I'm working on. Number 202. But look at the butterflies. All right, would you give a $100 bill to go? $100 where? Give it on the 100. Would you give me 75 on the butterflies? 75, and you get the whole flock. And now 80, and now 90. Would you go to 90? 90, give it on a 90. I'm a $100 bill. Now 110, 110. Would you get a 110 and 120, 120, and now 130. 130 here and 140, 40, 140. Would you get a 140? Would you say 140, 150? 150 and 160. 160. Would you get a 160? Thank you. 150's here and 160. Give it on the 160. Give it on the 150, 160, 160. Sold Ethan's bidder, 150, number 70, 74, 74. Yes, sir. Okay. They go to the door. Okay. Okay, all right. All right, I've just been told to announce that lunch is ready. Now, don't everybody leave at once, but what you want to do is go over to the door here that you can see at the Swanson Center. Just if you half turn to the right, there's a bunch of green shirted individuals over there that are going to give you your lunch. You can come back and sit down and eat, and we'll take your bids from the lunch line, just like regular. If you want to bid on a quilt, make sure you keep listening, but go over there and have lunch. It's ready, and it's always fantastic, folks. So get over there and eat lunch. They're ready to serve. All right, number 203 is up next. It's called Christmas Chandelier from Grace Lutheran at Walton. It's 80 by 62, and look at that. Here you go, Lars. It's very, very soft, very, very soft. Christmas chandelier. And would you give me 75 to go? 75 to go here, and 75. And I got it here ahead of you, Bob. And now 80. $80, number 80, now 90. 90, now 100, number 100, 110, 110, 110. Would you get a 120 to your first one? 120, now 130. 130, would you get a 130, 130, 130? Thank you. 120's at the picnic table. Are you two not together? Oh, perfect. 130, 140. 140 by the tree, now 150, now 160. That sounded wrong. 160, give it on a 160. 160 here, would you get a 160? No harm intended. 160, you're out, man, by the tree. 160, 170 at the table. 180, 180 and 190. 190, now 200, now 210, 210 and 220. 220 and now 230, now 240. 240, we do 240 and 250 and now 260, 260 and 270, now 280, 280 and 290, now $300. Would you go three? Would you go 3.25? Would you go 3.25, 3.5, and now 375, and now 400, 400, now 4.25, 4.25, number on the 4.25. Thank you. I'm at 400 by the tree, and now 4.25, number on the 4.25, 400, 4.25, 4.25. Sold $400 to you, ma'am. 410. 410's the number. Give her a round of applause right there. Yep. Oh, you bet.
All right, got a few announcements for you. You all are doing fantastic. Keep it up. Okay, just a few quick things. Are you ready for a total, first and foremost? Where we're at? Okay. What were we just at? Quote number 204 is up next. So we have got a long ways to go yet. We are at $25,000 so far in your generosity. Nice job. So just a couple of quick reminders. If you went through the check-in process and didn't pre-swipe, but would like to do it now, you can just take your quilt and go at the end. You can see the clerk cashier tent back there. You need to purchase a quilt auction, a lunch ticket or a quilt book. Please do. Remember, we're taking quilts for Lutheran World Relief. You can do those at the information desk. If you want to buy a quilt, donate to Lutheran World Relief. I've also had a lot of people ask about buying a quilt to give to our summer staff. So we're collecting a bunch of those, and we are hoping to have a quilt for every one of our summer staff at the end of the day, or after they leave tomorrow. And so if you want to do that, you can tell the welcome booth back there also about that. Please remember to wear a mask if you're going inside if you're unvaccinated. Silent auction will end at 1:30, so keep getting on your phones, hitting those max bids, and buying those quilts. That's your Chicago. All of the other items will be paid in the gift bag.
Page 2.
Thanks, Lance. Proved an excellent job. And just want to acknowledge we are missing one of Lance's crew, Daryl Taylor, who's been on here with us for a number of years. Daryl went to the good Lord last April. And just wanted to acknowledge Daryl for all of his efforts here. Share condolences with Lance. These are the 1:30 announcements. You'll hear from me again. Thank you very much. Enjoy your auction.
I still got one, thank you. They do it. Give Heather and Jason a big round of applause. They're running this thing going like a Swiss watch. A broken Swiss watch, but it's going just fine. Bidder number 388 to go to the silent auction tent. You're not in big trouble, but they need to talk to you. Number 388, go to the silent auction tent, please. All right. Triangle Tango is coming up next. It's number 204 from Helen Worthman at Hosanna Lutheran at Plattsmouth. It's 112 by 96, and there you go, Trevor. Look at this big quilt. 112 by 96, folks. There's the one side, and there's the other one. All right, look at that. Would you give me a $200 to go now? $200 to go. Number on the 2 and now 2.25, 2.25, 2.5, 2.5 and 275 and 300. Now I'm 3.25, 3.25 and 3.5 and 375 and $400. Number on the 4.25 and 4.5 and 475 and 500. And now 5.25. I love this. And now 5.5. Keep that up. 5.5. 5.25 here and 5.5. 5.25 and 5.5. Number on the 5.5 and you get a 5.5. 5.25 to my right. And now 5.5 and 5.5. Are you all in and all done? 5.50. Sold. 5.25. Number 61. Number 61. Pop that balloon. Pop that balloon, sir. That a way to come off a break. We've got number 205 next. Flowered wall hanging from St. Mark's Sewers and Quilters at St. Mark's at Bloomfield, Nebraska. It's 41 by 33, and it's number 205 in your catalog. Look at here, a nice little one here, and would you give me a $50 bill? Remember to get in that lunch line, and you can pre-swipe if you want to. All right, would you give me a $50 bill to go? $50 here. Number one, 50, 50, number one, 50 on this nice little quilt we've got in the air. $50. You got it, Lars? Nope. 25. Would you give me 25? And now 30. 25 and now $30. Number one, 30 now. 40, now 50, 50. Number one, $50. Number one, 50. Would you go 50 and now 60. $60 here, minimum on the $60. Would you get a 60 now and 70? 70 here, would you give me $70 now? 80, 80, minimum 80. Thank you. Would you go to 80 back here? 70s are right here under the tree. And now $80, minimum on the 80, 80, minimum on $80, minimum on the 70 now and 80. Sold. $70 to you, ma'am. Number 38. Thank you. Number 38. All right, the next quilt up is number 206. It's called Star Imagination from St. Mark's Sewers and Quilters in Bloomfield, Nebraska. It's 93 by 74. Star Imagination, right up there in Bloomfield. All right, here. Would you give me a $100 bill? $100 where? Minimum on the one. Would you give me 100? Would you say 100? Would you bid 100? Would you give me 75? 75. I got it ahead of you, Ethan. You got to be 80. $80. Would you give me 80? 80 now 90. 90 here. Would you go to 90, Kathy? Minimum on 90. Would you go to 90? Would you give me 90? 80's over here with Ethan. Now 90. Now $100. Minimum on 100. 110. We got them too close together. Now 120. 120. Now 130. 130. Would you get a 130? Large again. 130. 140. We got like 3 people back there. If you want to be able to run back there. 140. 130 and 140. 40. Minimum on 140. I've been with the gentleman in the back at 130. The 2 ladies are out. 140, 150, sir. 150, sir. Would you get a 150? Now 160. 160, would you get a 160? Go to work him out, Ethan. 160, would you get a 160, ma'am? Would you get a 160? 160. 150's with the gentleman. 160, 170. 170, everybody's out. Well, everybody's out at 170 with Ethan. 170, 180, and now 190. 190, would you get a 190? Would you get a 190? Now $200, minimum on the 2 and 210, minimum on the 210. That's what they happen when they plant a tree in my way. And now 220. 220 here and 220, thank you. 210, Ethan, you're in a 210 with somebody. And now 220. 210 and 220, there's all of them in a big cluster back there. 210 and 220, give them on the 220, 210, 220. Ethan, pick the winner out at 210, number 9. 5959. Give him a round of applause. That's a lot of bidders right there. All right, another big colorful quilt here. It's called My Consolation from Linda Boatwright at Emmanuel Lutheran at Omaha. It's 101 by 88. It's 212 in your catalog. My Consolation. It's a hard hat zone now. I'm bid 2.5 and now 275. I'm at 2.5, 275 and $300. Minimum on the 3 and 3, minimum on the 300, minimum on the 300. 275 is Bob's bidder. Now 300, minimum on the 3 and 3, minimum on the who else wants in at 300. $300 here. 300 now 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/2 Ethan and 3 1/2 and 375 and now $400 minimum on the 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. 4 1/2, but you get a 4 1/2, minimum on the 4 1/2, but you get a 4 1/2 Ethan. 4 1/2. 4 1/4, Bob. 4 1/2. 4 1/4, you're in at 4 1/2, minimum on the 4 1/2 when anybody. 425, 450, 475, $500 here. 5 and now 5 1/4 and 5 1/2. 5 1/2 here, minimum on the 5 1/2, and you get a 5 1/2. Thank you very much. 5 1/4 here and 5 1/2. We get to pop another balloon. 5 1/4, 5 1/2, minimum on the 5 1/2. Sold. 525 right up front. Number 61. Pop that balloon, Trevor. 61 for 5 1/4. And a spring checkerboard is coming up from Faith Sullivan. It's 84 by 65. It's number 2 in your catalog. And here you go, Trevor. Here's another job. All right, spring checkerboard. Look at those nice colors. And would you give a $100 bill to go? $100 to go. Would you give me 75 to start it? 75 on the spring checkerboard. 75. Way in the back in the blue, guys. And okay, you got to be 80, sir. $80 and now 90. 90 now $100. Minimum on the 100. 100. Minimum on the 100. Would you give me 100, sir? And 110. 110, 120. 120. Would you get 120 now? 130. 130 and 140. 140. Thank you. 130 is in the second row. And $140. Minimum on the 140. Give me 140. New bidder 150. And now 160. 160 and 170. 170. Would you get 170? 190. 190 now $200. Minimum on the 2 and 220, 220, 220 in the second row, 220 in the second row, thank you. 210 is in the first row, 220, I'm on the 220, my bidder's in at 210 and 220, 20, 220. Sold 210 right up front, number 26, number 26. It gets quieter when everybody's eating, and then Bob. It smells excellent, all right. Next one up is called Charming Frolic. It's number 214 from Faith Sullivan. It's 43 by 40. Charming Frolic, Trevor. All right, here we go. And would you give me a $50 bill? $50 to go. Minimum on the 50, minimum on the $50, 50 now and 60. $50 down, $60 minimum on a 60 down, 70 now 80. $80, yeah, 70 way in the back, and now $80 you're both out. $80 minimum on 80, 80 minimum on 80. Just wave at me again for my 70. Yep, 80. Now 90, you're out. $90 minimum on a 90. Would you go to 90? You're out this time. $90 minimum on a 90. Thank you, ma'am. Bob, you're in at 80 somewhere. $90 on the other bidders. 80 now, $90 minimum on a 90. Would you go to 90? Anybody else want in? 80's over here, $90. Sold $80 your way, Mr. Pagel. 184, 184. All right, diamonds, and more diamonds coming up next from Mary Paulson at Bethel Lutheran at Holdridge, Nebraska. It's 74 by 64. It's number 215 in your catalog. Diamonds. And $100 bill to go. $100 wire. Minimum on the 100. Minimum on the, would you give 100? Would you give me 75? 75 on bid. And now $80 minimum on 80. 80 minimum on $80 minimum on 80. Would you go to 80? Would you give me 80 on the diamonds? 80 down 90. $90 minimum on the 90. Would you go to 90? Now $100 bill. $100 here. Minimum on 100. Would you give me 100? Would you say 100? Now 100 and a quarter. 100 and a quarter. Minimum on 100 and a quarter. 100 and a quarter. 100 and a half. 100 and a half. 100 and a half. And 175. 175. Keep smiling. Keep smiling. 175. 175. Would you get 175? Thank you. 150's right here under the tree. 175, 175, 175 again, 175, 175, 200, 200, minimum on the 200, minimum on the 200. Nope, I'm right over here, 200. I'm right up here in the second row, 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, not 2 and a half, 2 and a half, bomb, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and 275, 275, and 275, and 300, the Grateful Thread, 300, minimum on the 300, minimum on the 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, minimum on the 3 and a quarter, minimum on the 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, thank you, 3 and a quarter to you. Would you like in 3 and a quarter? Thank you, 300, 3 and a quarter, minimum on the 3 and a quarter. So $300 way out there in the back, number 63, right? 63. Good job. Good bidding. Hey, folks, give a round of applause to our clerks. They're keeping up with this fast pace, and they're doing a good job. They haven't had to stop me once. Old-fashioned, while they're bidding, you betcha. Old-fashioned applique is coming up next. It's number 218 from Roxana Duncan. It's 100 by 81. It's all hand done. It's very, very nice. 2 appliques in one day, you betcha, before dinner. And would you give me a $200 bid to go? $200 to go, and the minimum on a 2, would you give a $200 bid? Would you give that $100 bid to send me out? $100, thank you. Now 100 and a quarter. 100 and a quarter. I took 100 right out here in the middle, and 100 and a quarter to you, and 100 and a half. 100 and a half, would you get 100 and a half? 100 and a half, 175. 175, and now $200, minimum on the 2, minimum on the 200, now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. 2 and a half, and minimum on the 2 and a half, and you give me 2 and a half, and now 275. 275, and 275, 275 to you, ma'am, up front, closer. 275, took it behind you. 2 and a half, 275, 300, 300 back here. 300, 3 and a quarter, up a little closer, 3 and a quarter, thank you. 300's in the back a little farther, and 3 and a quarter, thank you to all our bidders. 300, now 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, you're out. 3 and a half, thank you. 3 larges in it, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, and then 3 and a half, minimum on the 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. Sold your way at 325. 89, give her number 89. All right, pinwheel design is coming up next. It's number 219 from Roxana Duncan. It's hand done again. It's 100 by 81. And we'll see that in just a minute. Pinwheel design. For once, that's not my problem. I didn't do anything wrong. But we might want to could you both, one of the two of you both go up to the office so we can make sure they get your bidding number straightened out? 289s. Okay, while they're gone, everybody use 89. Just bid crazy, all right? All right. Pinwheel is coming up from Roxana Duncan, number 219. It's hand done. It's 100 by 81. Look at the pinwheel quilt. Here you go, Marcy. Look at that pinwheel quilt. And a $200 bid to get easy. 200, not 2 and a quarter. 200, not 2 and a quarter. And minimum on the 2 and a quarter. Quarter, and minimum on the 2 and a quarter. I'm at $200 way in the back now. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275. 275 and 300, not 3 and a quarter. And minimum on the 3 and a quarter. Quarter, and minimum on the 3 and a quarter. Would you go to 325? Help her out, folks. 325, 325, 350. 350 and 375. 375 and you go to 375. I'm on the pinwheels. 375 and 400. Now 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter here. Minimum on the 4 and a quarter. Quarter, and minimum on the 4 and a quarter. Thank you. I'm at 400 at the picnic table. Ethan, you're out. 420, 4 and a quarter. 400, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 475, 475, and you get a 475. Let's do it. 475 and 500. Now 5 and a quarter. 5 and a quarter. We're popping another balloon. 5 and a quarter. 5 1/4 here, number 1 1/4. Would you get a 5 1/4? Number 5 1/4, 5 1/2, 5 1/2, and 5.75. 5.75. Would you get a 5.75? I'm trying to read lips. She said yes again. I'm sure 5.75. 5 1/2, 5.75. Thank you, folks. 5.50 and now 5.75. Number 1 5.50, 5.75. Sold. 5.50. Number 17. Give him a round of applause. Number 17. And somebody else is going to pop a balloon because Trevor took a lunch break. Simply, there we go. Atta boy. Oh my, don't hurt yourself. All right, Simply Stellar is next. It's Karen Gilbreth from Zion Lutheran at Pickerel, Nebraska. It's 77 by 62. It's piece. It's number 221 in your catalog. All right, Daryl would have liked that one. All right, look at that pretty quilt, folks. Get right in and bid on this one here. Would you give me $200 to go? $200 to go here. Number 1 200, now 2 1/4. 200, now 225 high. Number 1 225 high. Number 225 and 250, and that's 275, Bob. 275. Number 1 275 and 300. Number 1 3. Number 1 300. Would you go to 3 and now 3 1/4 here in the premium seats. Number 1 3 1/4, 1/4 3 1/2 high. Number 1 1/2 and 375. Number 1 375 and 400. Number 1 4. Thank you. 375 is right smack dab in the middle of the crowd. Now $400. Number 1 400. Number 1 400. Number 1 400 anywhere. 4 sold. 375. Bidder number 8. I do believe number 8. Is that right? Okay, good job. Number 8. All right, next one up is alphabet panel A through Z. It's number 222 in your catalog from Betty Dassenbrock at United Lutheran Church at Lincoln. It's 62 by 34. ABCs all the way through. We'll see if they get this one right side up or sideways. How about that? And would you give me a $100 bill to go on the ABCs? $100 where? Give me $75 on the ABCs. 75 to go. Number 1 75. 5 on bid 75 and now 80. 75 is at the table and now $80. Number 1 80. 80. Number 1 $80. Number 1 80 now 90. $90 now 100. Number 1 100 Ethan. Number 1 100. Would you go to 100 now 110 Bob? 110 you're out. 110 anywhere. 110 you're out too. 110. Would you go to 110? Thank you, ma'am. Ethan, you're in at 100. Now 110 on the ABCs. 100 now 110. Now 120. 120. Would you go to 120? 20 on the second bidder. Now 130. 130 here, sir, and 140 Ethan. 140 in the back and now 150. 150 and 160. 160. Would you go to 160? Now 160. Thank you. 150's here. Now 160. 150. 160. Sold to your bidder at $150. 74. Give him a round of applause. 74. Next is Diamonds, number 223 from United Lutheran Church at Lincoln, from their quilt makers there. It's 80 by 60, and it's piece. All right, I'm going to give me a $50 bill and let you all in. $50 here, where to go? Number 1 50, 50, and 50, now 60, now 70. $70, my two auctioneer friends are going at 80, 70, now 80. 80, now 90. 90 here, number 1 90, but you go to $90, 90, now $100, even money, 100, 110, number 1 110, thank you. I bid $100 to Ethan, to your bidder in the blue shirt, now 110, number 1 110, 10, number 1 110. I'm at 10, and now 120, sir. 120, now 130. 130 and 140. 140, would you get to 140, now 150, 50, 150, with 150, 160, now 160, thank you. 150s with Lars's bidder. 160. Are you guys on the same person? You're by Grant at 150 and now 160. 150 and 160. Give them on the 150, 160. Sold to your bidder out there. 150. Just raise your number. 142. 142. 142. Give her a round of applause. Good job. And great sign language. Very, very good. All right, this is called Fat Quarter Frenzy. It's number 224. It's right up my line. Yeah, that's right. It's from Beautiful Savior Lutheran Church at La Vista, Nebraska. It's 56 by 72. Fat Quarter Frenzy. And would you give me a $100 bill? $100 bill. Look at these bright colors here. Would you give a $100 to go? $100 where? Would you give me 75? 75 and now 80. Now 80. Now 80. Now. Oops, just a waving. I got 75 at the table sitting down. $80. Okay, and now 90. And now $100, Bob. I'm sorry. $100, now 110. 110. Would you get a 110, man? Would you get a 110? 10, thank you. I bid $100 with number 50, and now 110. Number 110, 10. Number 110, 110, 110, 120. A new bidder. 120, 130, 130, and now 140. 140. Would you get 140? 150, 150, and 160. 160. Would you get 160 again? Number 160 and a 170. 170 here. Would you get a 170? 70. Give it 170 now. 180, 80. Give it 180, 190. 190. Would you get a 190? Thank you. 180 is in the back row, and 190. Would you get a 190? Sold. $180, number 50. 50. Give him a round of applause back there. Good job. We've got a Christmas Advent Calendar wall hanging. Christmas Advent Calendar wall hanging, number 225 from Kathy Lineman at Beautiful Savior at La Vista, Nebraska. It's 23 by 21, and it's piece. Look at that cute little wall hanging here. Would you give me a $50 bill? $50 now, 60 now, 7. There's 3 bidders in a triangle. I have 50 with the gentleman, 60 at the comfortable chair, 70 to you, ma'am. And now 80, sir. And now 90. Now $100 bill. $100, Kathy. Give them on the 100. Give them on the 100. 100. 100. 110. 10. 120. 130. 130. 140. 140. 150. Now 160. 160 and 170. Now 180. Give them on the 180. 80. Give them on the 180. 190. And now 200. 200. Now 2 1/4. Would you go? And now 2 1/2. 2 1/2 hand, number 2 1/2, and now 275, and now $300, number 1 to 3, 3. Take a deep breath, and now 3 1/4, 3 1/4. Don't quit now. 300, now 3 1/4, number 1 to 3 1/4. Kathy, would you like in at 3 1/4? 300 is in the comfortable chairs, and 3 1/4. Would you like in right behind her? 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4, number 1 to 3 1/4. Sold. 300, bidder number 8. Bidder number 8. Good bidding. Good job. Oh, somebody's water fell off the tree. Was that one of you guys'? There we go. Keeping Tabs is up next from Redeemer Lutheran Willing Workers, Redeemer Lutheran at Hooper. It's 93 by 87. It's number 226 in your catalog. Look at these purples. Look at that. You know somebody that needs this one, ladies and gentlemen. Would you give it $200? Number on the 2 and 2. Number on the 200. Number 200. Now 2 1/4. I'm at 200 sitting down at the table. Now 2 1/4. Number on the 2. 2 1/2. 2 1/2, thank you. 2 1/4 with Ethan's bidder. Now 2 1/2, number 1 to 2 1/2 with Ethan. 2 1/2, and now 275, Ethan. They're out. 275, and now $300, number 1 to 3. Did you see him, Bob? Number 1 to 300 here. 275 with Ethan, and now 280. 280, we want you to bid anytime. 280, 290, 290, 300, 310, 310 and 320, 320, 320, and now 320 and 330. 330, where'd we go? 330, 330 right here, and 340. 340, Ethan, is she out? 340, give it on the 340 and 350, and now 360. 360, give it on the 360 and 370. 370, thank you. 370 out here. 370 anywhere else on the 370. 360s with Ethan's bidder right over here. 370 anywhere else. 370, 370, 380. 380 a new bidder. 380 here, number on the 380. Oh, don't quit now. You've owned it a long time. 380, 370 and 380. Give on the 380. We'll let you drive at 380. Give on the 380. So 370 right down the aisle. What's your number, ma'am? Number 211. 211. Give a round of applause there. Hey, how about the lunch? Let's give a hand to the cooks out here, folks. I'm sure it's great. You're all being really quiet, all of those that you're eating, so I know it must be good. All right, Triangles is coming up next. Number 227 from Redeemer Lutheran at Hooper. It's 51.5 by 50.5. On all the triangles, would you get a $50 bill? $50, 50, and now 60. $60 number on the 60, 60 number on the $60 number on the 60. Would you get a 60, 60 now 70 now 80. $80 here, 90, 90. Give it on the 90. Would you get a 90 now $100, 110, 120, 120, 130. I got 3 bidders here. About 130 to your bidder. 130. You're all right. Yeah, that's all right. We'll get you all in. 130, 140, 140, 150, 150 here, 150. On my 140's back in the back, and that 150 you're out, Lars. 150 over here, 140, 150, 150, you're out, sir. 150, thank you, 150 over here. 140 is right back there in about the 4th row, Bob. 140 and 150, 50, 150, would you get 150 and 160? 160, ma'am, would you get a 160 one more time? 160 and 170, 170 and 180, 180 here and 180, 170 is way back there standing up, and now 180, 170 and 180, give them on the 170, 180. Sold, 170, way out back, number 93, 93, thank you. Good bidding, good bidding. Next one up is called Shadow Tiles from Ann Sprick, Redeemer Lutheran Willing Workers. Redeemer Lutheran at Hooper. It's 102 by 88. It's 232. 232. Look at these blue colors here and that great big quilt, folks. And a $200 bid to go for the cause. 200. I got it headed that way up back. 2 1/4. 200 and 2 1/4, number on the 2 1/4, quarter, number on the 225, and then 250 and 275, Ethan. 275 and 300, now 3 1/4. 3 1/4 here and 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, and now 375 behind the tree. 375, number on the 375, and go to 375. 350 is my bidder at the table. Now 375 and $400, now 4 1/4, Ethan, you're out. 4 1/4, number on the 4 1/4, quarter to 4 1/4, 4 1/2, sir. Now 475. 475, let's pop another balloon, and now 500, now 5 1/4. 5 1/4 here and 5 1/4, thank you. I'm at 500 here, now 5 1/4. I don't believe that. 500, now 5 1/4. Number on the 5 1/4. Is that a bid? 5 1/4, 5 1/4, 5 1/4. And now 5 1/2. And now 575. 575 again, and 575 and $600, and now 6 1/4. 6 1/4 here, number on the 6 1/4. Keep it up. 6 1/4 here and 6 1/4 here. 6 1/4, 6 1/2, and now 675. 675, would you go to 675? Behind him on a $675. Would you go to 675? 675 here, just another $25 at 675, and now $700 at 7 1/4. 7 1/4 here, number on the 7 1/4. Thank you. 700 here and 7 1/4. Number on the 7 1/4. 700, 7 1/4. Sold 700 right back there. Number 173, right? 173. Good bidding. And we get a pop up balloon. Who's going to hold up somebody? There we go. Uncle Lars said no. All right. Polka Dotted Bright Scrappy Stars is up next from Evelyn Brightsman. It's machine done. It's 63 by 52, and it's number 233 in the catalog. Look at those bright colors. 233. And what do we say to go? Would you give me 75 to start it out? 75 here with 75, and now 80, now 90. 90, now $100. 100, 110, 110, 120. I'm at 110 at the table. Now 120, and now 130, 130, 140, 150, 150, now 160 and 170, 170 and 180, 180, 180, 180 at the table, 190, 190, thank you. 180 is at the table, and now 190. Would you go to 190? Are you sure? 190, 190 here, thank you, ma'am. 180 and 190, 90, give it on the 190. Would you go to 190? Would you go to 180, 190, 190, 190, new bidder, not 200, and now 210. 210 and 220, 220 and now 230, 230 and 240 and 250, 250 and now 260 and 270, 270, thank you. 260 here and 270, give them on the 270, give them on the 260, 270, 270, 280, and now 290, 290 here, now $300, and now 310 and 320, 320 and 330, 330 and 340, 40, now 350, with now 360, and now 370, 370 and 380, 380 and 390, 390, would you get a 399 and give them on the 390, now $400 and 410. 10, thank you. 400, now 410, 10, number one, 410. Sold $400, number 19. Number 19. Scrappy Squares is coming up next. Number 234 from Evelyn Brightsman. It's 65 by 53, and it's very nice. Number 234 in your catalog. Look at this bright colored quilt right here. All right, the $100 bill to start it. $100 where? Would you give me 75 to go? 75 to go, and now 80. 75 and now 80, now 90. To 90, now $100, number 100, 110, number 110 and 120. 120 year bidder at 120, 130. 130 and 40, 140, 150, 50, 160, would you get a 160, would you get a 160 and 170, 170 here and 180, 180, would you get a 180, would you get a 180, one more time, 180, thank you, 180, 190, a new bidder, now $200, number one, two, number one, two, would you go 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, hand, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, thank you, 2 1/4 right here with the gentleman, now 2 1/2, hand, number one, 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, sold 225, number 167, 167, good job, good bidding. One coming up is called Pastel Daisies from James and Alice Dam at Redeemer Lutheran at Hooper. It's 85 by 74. It's number 235 in your catalog. Nice yellow. All right, would you give a $100 bill to go on this one? $100 where? Number one, I bid 100 and 100 1/4. 100 1/4 to see another hand. Number one, I bid 100 over here and 100 1/4. Would you give me 110? $100, 110, number one, 110, 10, number one, 110, 10, 120, 130, now 140, 150, 150 here, 150, 150, 160, now 170, 170 and 180, 180 and now 190, now $200, number one, 210, 210, 210 over here and 220, 220, would you get a 220 at the table by the tree? 220, thank you. 210 is with the gentleman at the other table, and now 220, 20, give it one to 20, and now 230, and now 240, 240, give it one to 240, 40, give it one to 240, would you get a 240? Don't listen to her, mom. 240, 240 here. Don't listen to her, mom. 240, would you get a do what you want? 240, 240 here, number one to 240, thank you. 230 is with the gentleman, and now 240, give it one to 230, 240. I can read lips that far back. Sold $230, number 18. Give him a round of applause. All our bidders right there. Number 18. All right. It says, hey, my... Where you been? We popped 2 balloons while you were eating. All right, look at this little wall hanging here, folks. Dinner. Good? Good stuff. All right. And would you give me a $50 bill and go on the little wall hanging? 50 and now 60. 50 now, $60, number on the 60, 60, number on the $60, number on the 60, would you go to 60 anywhere? I'm at 50 way in the back, and now 60, hey, like, nice, cute little quilt. Who else wants in on this one at $60? I'm bid the 50 and now 60. Whoops, so she was just waving. 50 now and $60 minimum on the 60. Would you go to 60 anywhere? 50, 60, and now 70. 70 at the table, minimum on the 70. Would you go to 70? Thank you. 60's here in the third. You're in at 60 if that's all right. Now $70 minimum on the 70. 60 now and 70. Sold. $60. Third row back. She's looking for her number, Madam Clerk. There it is, 34. Numbers, you're trying to scam right here, aren't you? Number 89 or something like that. I don't know. No, you got the number. Lilacs in the Round is coming up. It's number 237 from St. Timothy Lutheran at Fremont. It's 79 by 90. Here you go, Trevor. 79 by 90. Look at this. And would you give a $100 bill to go? $100 to go, and about 100 and a quarter. 100 and a quarter, number on 125 pine, number on 125, give it on 125, would you give me 110? 110, 110, 120, 120, would you get a 120, 20, give it on 120, 120, would you get a 120, thank you. Large, I'm in under the tree at 110 and 120. 120, I'm under the tree. 110 and 120, 20, give it a 120, now 130, back at the table. Now 140, setting down. 140, thank you. 130's against the tree, and now 140, 40, give it a 140, would you get a 140, 140, and now 150, 150, thank you. 140's with Bob's bidder, now 150, he's in at 140, 150, 50, 150, would you get a 150? Sold, $140, sir. 82's the number, 82's the bidder. Next up is number 238. It's called God Bless the USA from the sew-in at St. Timothy Lutheran at Fremont. It's 79 by 75. Here you go. Number 238 in your catalog. A nice patriotic quilt and a $100 bill. $100 to go. Limit on 100. Would you give me 100, 100, 110? I'm at 100. Would you give me 110? Limit on 110. Limit on 10 and 120. 120. Thank you. Ethan, you're in at 110 now. 120. 20. Give it on 120. Would you get a 120 anywhere? 110. Would you get a 120? Would you get 120? 130. 30. 130. Would you 130? 140. 40. 140. Would you get 140? 150. 150. The other one now 160. 160 here now 160 and 170. I think he did it. 170, didn't you? 170 with 60. 170. 170 now 180. 180, thank you. Whoever's behind the tree is in at 170 and now 180. 170 and 180, give it on 180, give it on 170, 180. Sold you your bidder at $170. 171, thank you, 171. Got another Christmas quilt coming up. It's called Christmas Stitches from Valerie Haynes. It's 84 by 81. It's number 241 in your catalog. And here you go, Trevor. All right, on the nice Christmas quilt here, would you give a $100 bill to start it? $100 way in the back. I got you. Now 100 and a quarter. 100, 100 and a quarter, minimum on 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half. 100 and a half, would you get 100 and a half and 175? And now $200 minimum on the 2 and 2, and now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter here and 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275. 275, thank you. I'm at 250 at the table, and now 275 behind minimum on the 275, would you go to 275? $250 way out there at the table in the straw hat, and now 275. 250 and now 275 on the Christmas quilt. Anywhere else? 275, 275, 300 at the table. 300 at the table in the straw hat, and on the 300, and on the 300, thank you. 75 is down closer to us, and now 300, and on the 3. Sold to 75, and it's number 129. 129 is the number. Thank you. You bet. Keep up that enthusiasm, folks. The bidding is going tremendous. This is one that's from Gloria Breithout. It's Fun with Flowers, number 242, Sinai Lutheran at Fremont, 76 by 75, number 242 in your catalog. Really nice aqua colors right here. All right, here, there's the back and there's the front. Would you give a $100 bill to go? $100 where? Keep it on my 100 and 110. I got it ahead of you, Bob. You got to be 110. She's at the table, right? Okay, I got you. 100, 110, 110, 110, 120. 120, 120. Would you get a 120? Would you get a 120? Thank you. 110 is here with you, Bob. 120, 130. 130, now we got a new bidder. On 130, would you get a 130? 120 is with Bob, and now 130, 30, 130, now 140. 140 and 150. 150, would you get a 150, and now 160. 160, and now 170. Now 180. 180 here, on 180, would you get a 180? Would you get 180 and 190? 190, now $200, on the 2, and now 210, on the 210, 220, do the other one. 220, 220 over here. Sorry, I didn't know we had two. And 230, 230 way in the back, and now 240, 240 here to the right side, 240 here, minimum on the 240, 40, 240, and now 250, and now 260, 260 and 270, 270. Would you give me 270, 70 minimum on the 270, 270 here, number 270 and 280, 280, 280. Thank you very much, sir. 270s here with Ethan's bidder. Now 280 minimum on the 270, 280. Sold your way, $270, 47. 47 is the bidder number. Husker Trapezoid is coming up next. It's from Lindsay Wilson, and it's machine done. It's 74 by 57, number 243 in your catalog. Husker Trapezoid. And what do we say to go? Green shirt in the back row behind the tree. Oh, soft one again. Very soft, just like those other two before. And today, would you give $100 bill to go? Nice to cuddle in. $100 here, minimum on a bid, 100, 110. 100, 110, minimum on 110, 10, minimum on 110. Would you get 110? Would you say 110? I bid 110 and 120. 120, would you 120? Thank you. 110's in the second row. 120, 130. 130 and 40, 40 now 150. Would you get 150, 160, 170, 170, 180. 180 here and 190, 90, 190. That's $200 minimum on the 200. Thank you, sir. 190's in the second row, and $200 minimum on the 2, minimum on the 200, minimum on the 2. Did I hear another yell? 200 minimum on the 200, 190 now 2. And now 210. 210, he scared me. 210, minimum on the 210, 200 there, 210. Are you sure? 210, thank you, ma'am. 200, not 210, 10, minimum on the 210, 200, 210. Sold to your bidder at $200, number 110. 110. Absolutely. Good job. There's that deal. Husker Squares and Rectangles from Lindsay Wilson. It's 60 by 78, number 244 in your catalog. And there they are. Oh, this one has an accessory. First accessory of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Nice red and black and white right here with a pillowcase, Husker pillowcase, and it's yours to bid on now. Would you get that $100 bid? 100, now 100 and a quarter. 100, now 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half. 100 and a half and 175. 175 and now $200 minimum on the 2 and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter, just about got the pillowcase paid for. 2 and a quarter, minimum on the 2 and a quarter. I'm bid 200 up the aisle now. 225, minimum on the 225. I'm bid 200 and 210. 210 here we are. We're here to go up. 200 up 210, 210, 220. 220, would you get 220 and 230? 230 here and 230, 30, give it on the 230, would you go to 230? I don't know where your other bidder was. Ethan, 230, would you give me 230? 220, 230, 240, 240, 240, down 250, 250 here and 250, and now 260, 260, give it on 260 and 270, 270 here and 270, 70 and 280, 280, would you give me 280, 88, 280, would you go 280 one more time? 280, would you give me 280, thank you, 290, 290, 290, thank you, 280, 290. So $280 on the edge, number 5. Number 5. Give her a round of applause, number 5. I worked her over pretty hard on that bid there, right there, so she did a good job. Palmyra in the Round is what's next. Number 247 from Diane Cook at St. Timothy's Lutheran at Fremont. It's 43 by 43, a nice big square quilt. Number 247 in your catalog. There he goes. All right, would you give me 75 to go? 75 to go here. Number on the 75. 75 at the table. Now 80. 75 and now 80 down. And number on 80. 80. Number on 80 now 90. 90 now $100. I like this. And now 110. 100. Don't look at each other. 110 now 120. 110. 120. 130. 140. 140. Would you get a 140, ma'am? 140 now 150. Now 160. 160 here. 160. Thank you. 150's with the gentleman. Now 160. Would you get a 160? Give it on the 150. 160. 160. So $150. Number 20. Number 20. All right, we've got number 248. It's called Stash Busters, Slash Your Stash. I have a feeling it was made out of a lot of pieces here. From Charlene Schroeder from the Salem Lutheran at Wakefield. It's 96 by 70. And there's... All right, look at this big quilt here. Very nicely done. $100, 100, 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half, 100 and a half. 150, would you get a 150? 150 now, 175. 175, would you get a 175? Would you get a 175 anywhere? 150 to my right. Now 175 behind number 175. Would you get a 175? And now $200 number on the 2. Thank you. 175 is here. Now 200 at the table. Ethan, you're behind the tree. 200. 200, would you give me 200? But we're up front here. 175. 200 anywhere else. 200, 175, and now 200. Number on the 2, 175, and now 2. 2 and a quarter, Ethan. 2 and a quarter. Did you go 2 and a quarter? 200, now 2 and a quarter, quarter, number on the 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter. Sold to your bidder at 200, number 165, I think. Hey, we had two bidders. I'm sorry, we were both pointing the same direction. We'll open it up between you, two of you. It's okay? All right, 165. Sorry about that, folks. I should have checked with him. We were both looking the same direction. All right, number 249 is coming up next. A Day with Animals Toddler Quilt, Eunice Johnson at Salem Lutheran at Wakefield. It's 39 to 38, number 249 in your catalog. Look at that animal quilt there. And would you give me $75 bid to go? She's right there in front of this tree, right there on the aisle. Would you give me a $50 bill to start the little one in the air? $50 to go. Number 150, 50, number 150 down, 60 down, 70. $70, 70 now, 80. Way in the back, and now 99. Give me $90 now, $100. Number 100. Would you give money? You need it today. 100, 110, 110, 120, 120. Thank you. 110's over here with Ethan. Now 120, 20. Give me the 120. Would you get a 120? 110 and 120. Give me the 120. Would you get a 120? Give me the 110, 120 anywhere. 120. Sold your way at 110, sir. 167. 167 is the bidder. And 6x6 squares on point is from Kathy Mueller, donation from the Salem Lutheran Church at Wakefield. It's 90 by 72. It's number 250 in your catalog. Number 250. Oh, nice colors here. And a $200 bid to go. Would you give me a $200 number on the two? Would you give me a $100 bid to start it? $100 where? 100 now, 100 and a quarter. 100 now, 100 and a quarter. Number 100 and a quarter. Number 100 and a quarter. Would you give me 125? My 100 is against the tree, and now 125, number 125, and now 125, 150. 150, thank you. 125 is right here beside me, and now 150, would you get a 1.5? I'm bid 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half, number 100 and a half, would you get 150, now 175. 175, 175, and now 200, Ethan. 200, number 122, number 200, number 122, and now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter, thank you. 200, now 2 and a quarter, number 1, 2 and a quarter. 200 is Ethan's bidder. 2 and a quarter, anywhere else. 200, 2 and a quarter. Sold your way at $200. 74. Thank you. 74. All right. Announcement. Hey, we have 38 items on the silent auction that have 0 bids. That's far too many with 0 bids. Get over there and take a look. Get on Qtigo. Put your max bid in there. Just win it right away. But 38 items with 0 bids, and Heather's nervous. She's nervous enough to talk to me to make an announcement. So make sure those things get a bid and make Heather happy. She wants to come back here and say, we got bids on everything. Diamonds and Squares coming up next from the Monday Night Quilters at St. Paul's Lutheran at Omaha. It's 88 by 94, number 251, Trevor, in your catalog. Is that soft? All right. All right, would you give a $100 bill to go? Big quilt, 100, 100 a quarter. $100 right up front, 100 a quarter, number 125 behind, number 125 and 150. Now 175, 175 and 200, number 1, 2 and 2 and a quarter, number 1, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half and 275. $300 number 1 to 3 and 3. Here we go, folks. $300 number 1 to 3 and 3, and now 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter, thank you. I'm at 300 in the second row with Larson. Now 3 and a quarter, number 1 to 3 and a quarter anywhere else. Look at this big quilt, 3.5, 3.5, 3.5, either one of you, 3.5. And now 375, Lars, you bidder, 375, number 1 to 375. 3.5 is over here to my left. 375, you're out over here too. 375, 375, and now $400 here in 4 and 4, number 1 to 4. 3 in the second row, and now $400 number 1 to 4 and 4. Lars, would you other like bidder like 400 number 1 to 4 and 4, number 1 to 400, number 1 to you're in 375, 400. I don't want to raise your own, but I will if we get to it. 375 and 400, number 1 to 4. So 375, give you bidder number 64. Give him a round of applause. Good job. Good job. All right, we've got the next one coming up. It's called Pocket Full of Posies. It's number 252 from the Monday Night Quilters at St. Paul's Lutheran in Omaha. It's 54 by 63, and it's machine done. Here you go, Trevor. Pocket full of posies, and the posies are growing well. Would you give me a $100 bill to start it? $100 to go. Number 1, number 100, number 1, would you give a $100 bill? Bid 100 at the table, now 100 and a quarter. 100 now, 100 and a quarter, number 110 then. 110, 10, would you get a 110? Would you give 110 and 120? 120, thank you. 110 is right back here in the middle now. 120, 20, give it a 120, would you get a 120 anywhere? I'm bid 110, 120, 130. 130 sitting down, 130 now, 140 by the tree. 140, 140, 150, 50, 150 now, 160, would you get a 160? 160 and 170. 170, thank you, ma'am. 160 is Ethan's by the tree, and now 170, give it a 170, give it a 160, 170, give it a 160, 170. So $160, number 165. 165. All right, another nice colorful quilt coming up here. It's called Kaleidoscope, and it should be colorful. From the Zion Lutheran Quilters in Creighton, Nebraska. It's 74 by 96, number 253 in your catalog. All right, on Kaleidoscope from Creighton, Nebraska. And would you give me a $100 bill to go? $100 to go would give me 75. 75 to start it all on 75. And now we got her at the table. Larsa headed to now 80. 75 and now $80, number 80, 80, give them $80, number 80, now 90. 90, here we go to 90, 90, give them on the 90, your bidders out, and 80, now 90. I'm bid 80, now 90, now $100 bill, and 110, would you get a 110, give them on the 110 and 120, 120, 130, 130, would you get a 130 large, she's out, 130, would you get a 130, 30, 130, 140, 140, 140, now Ethan, 150, now 160, we got three bidders. 160, would you get a 160, would you get a 160 and 170, 170 and 180, 180 here, would you get a 180, 80, now 190, would you get 190, 190 to you, sir, 190, would you get a 190, would you get a 190, that's $200, 200 even, that's 210, 10, 210, 220, 220, give it on the 220, would you get a 220, thank you, 210 is up to our left here, and 220 on the flowers, give it on the 210, 220, 220, 220, 230, she did it, 240, 240, 250, 250 and 260, 260 again, and on the $260, and on the 260 with you, 260 and 270 and 280. 280, thank you, ma'am. 270's here and 280, give them on the 270, 280. So 270, number 420. Give them a round of applause. Great price. Great price, good bidding right here. Thank you. Thank you, Tegan. That's my granddaughter Tegan bringing me some junk or some drink is what I meant to say. I didn't mean to say junk. You know what? She turns 3 tomorrow. She's just working into this family. It's her birthday tomorrow. Tegan, they're singing to you. Hey, good job. Thank you. She's shy like her grandpa. Oopsie Daisy is coming up next. It's number 254 in your catalog from Zion Lutheran at Creighton. It's 77 by 76. It's a piece quilt. And Oopsie Daisy, all the daisies are up there. All right, I'm going to give a $100 bill. $100 to go. I'm going to bid 100 and 110. My hundreds at the picnic table in the back, and now 110, 110, 110, and 120. 120, would you get a 120, 120, thank you. 110's in the second row, Ethan, and now 120, 120, 120, 130, 130 and 40, now 150, 150 and 160 and 170, 170 and 180, 180, 190, 90, 190, would you get a 190, 190, now $200, number on the 2 and 210. 210 here, thank you, ma'am. 200 to my right side, and 210, 10 on the daisies. 200, now 210, number on the 210, 10, number on the 210, you all in and all done. 200, 210. Sold. 200 to the gentleman right out here. 82. Thank you, sir. 82. Yes, sir. The pool is now open, or the pool is open from noon to 2, so it's now open noon to 2. If you want to go swimming, don't all go at once. We can't quite see the pool from here, so. But Jason said it's open and ready for business. All right, we've got one from the Red Hat ladies here, from the women of the ELCA at St. John's Lutheran at Skylar. It's 80 by 60. It's number 257 in your catalog, and I lost by Trevor, didn't I? Swimming pool open, and bing, he's gone. All right, here we go. Would you give a $100 bill to go from the Red Hat? $100, would you give me 75? 75 and now 80. 75 and now 80. Give them on $80. Give them on 80. 80. Give them on $80. Give them on 80 anywhere. And now 90. Now $100 even. $100. Give them 100. Now 110. 110. Would you get a 110? Thank you. $100 with the gentleman in the blue, right, Ethan? $100 now 110. 100 now 110. 110. Do better. Now 120, sir. 120 now 130. 130, ma'am. Give them on 130. Would you get 130 and 140? 140 and 150. 150 here and 150. Thank you. 140's in the back row. And $150 down and give them on the 150. Give them on the 140. 150. Sold. $140 and 75. Is that your number? 75. Thank you. Thank you. We've got Squares and Stripes. It's from the Alma Chat and Sew of an Alma Lutheran Church at Meade, Nebraska. It's 80 by 60. It's pieced. It's number 258 in your catalog. Here you go, Trevor. Thought you went swimming. 10 more minutes. Okay. Got to wait 30 minutes after he eats. That's right. That's what his mom said. Look at this quilt, folks. What a pretty quilt. All right, would you give me 75 to go? 75 to go. Number on the 75, number on the 75 on the quilt that we've got in the air. $75. Hey, $50 who start me out here. 50, 50 and now 60. 50's in the second row and now 60 now. $70 now 80 large. I'm on 80, 80 now 90, 90, 90 now $100 bill. $100, 110 and 110 and 120 large and 120. Would you get a 120? 120 here now 130. 130 would you get a 130, 30, 130 and 140 sir. 140 here. Number one on 140 now 150. Would you get a 150 here? 150, 160. 160 here. Number one on $160. Number one on 160. Would you get a 160 and 170? 170. Thank you, ma'am. 160's out there in the back, and now $170. Number one on 160, 170. Sold. $160 to number 50. 50. Good job. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Homespun Strips is coming up next. Number 259. It's from Evelyn Efkin at Grace Lutheran at Cook, Nebraska. It's 84 by 66. And it is quite a colorful quilt, too, right here. All right, what do we say to go as they pull it out? Nice fall colors right in here, folks. And what do we say to go? $100 bill, heavy quilt. $100 to go. Number one, I bid 100, 110. 100 now, 110. Number one, 110, 10. Number one, 110 and 120. 120, 120. Thank you. 110 is over here on the eastern side. And now 120. Would you get it 120? Would you say 120? 110 and 120. Number one, 120 is anybody else? 120, 130. 130, ma'am. Give it a 130. Thank you. 120 is right here in the second row. And now 130. Is that where we're at, Large? Yep, 120, 130, 30, give me one on 130, give me one on 120, 130, now 140, 140 here, now 150, 150 and 160, 160 here, number one on 160, would you get a 160, would you say 160, keep smiling, and now 170, 170 here, and 170, 180, 180 here, and 180, thank you, 170's over here to the right side, 180, give me one on 170, 180, sold, 170, number 57, 57 is the number. Give her a round of applause, folks. Excellent bidding today. All right, next up is called Attic Windows from Evelyn Efkin again. Grace Lutheran at Cook. It's hand quilted. It's 37.5 by 37.5. Makes a nice little square quilt. It's number 200 each, Trevor. Number 260 in your catalog. Nice little wall quilt here. And a $50 bill. $50 to go. Him on the 50, give me on the $50. Would you give me 25 to start it? 25 here, number one at 25, high, number one at 25, but give me 25, way in the back, I'm bid, now 30, I'm bid 25, 30, now 40, 40 here, now 50, 50, give me one at 50, I missed you, get 50, now 60, 60, now 70, 70 here, thank you, 60's way in the back, and now $70, number one at $70 on the little wall quilt, 70, now an 80, $80 way in the back, 80, now 90, ma'am, under the tree, $90, number one at 90, 90, 90 over here, $90 again, I bid 80, way back there, now $90, number one at 80, now 90, sold 80, way in the back. Lars, you might have to help me with the number. 182. All right, 182. Thank you. I take no credit for that. Lars and Ethan saw it from up here. Next one up is Floral Delight from St. Andrew's Quilters at St. Andrew's Lutheran at Lincoln. It's 90 by 73. It's number 263 in your catalog, Trevor. Here you go, buddy. Look at that pretty green quilt right here. And a $200 bill to let you all in. Would you bid 200? I'm on the 2. I'm bid 2. Did you go bid 2 and now 2 1/4? Thank you, ma'am. I'm bid 200 here, now 2 1/4. It's a beautiful quilt. 2 1/4. I'm on the 225. I'm bid the $200 to start us out now. 225 behind. I'm on the 225. 225 and now 250. 250 here and 250. Thank you. 225 is right here with Lars. So now 250 anywhere else. 225 and now 250. 50. Are you looking now, ladies and gentlemen? 225 is where we're at. And now 250. We haven't popped the balloon in quite some time. 250 and now 275. 275 here, number one at 275, behind number one at 275. 275, which you go again, and now $300, number one at 3, and now 3 1/4. 3 1/4, found another bid in 3 1/2. 3 1/2, high, number one at 3 1/2, 3 1/2, and 375. 375, when you go to 370, we'll carry it to your car, 375. 375, number one at 375. 350's here, and 375, thank you, ma'am. 350 and 375, number one at 375. Sold, $350, number 162. Or 165, Madam Clerk. Thank you, sir. And give him a round of applause. Tanzania's up next. It's number 264 from St. Andrew's Lutheran at Lincoln. It's 49 by 48. Here you go, Trevor. Tanzania. We're missing Sheldon. He'd always say Tanzania. I missed that. All right, look at those colors here. And would you give me a $50 bill to start us off now? $50 everywhere to go. Number one on 50, 50, number one on 50, and now 60, and now 70. 70 here, gentlemen. Number one on 70, sir. Now 80, ma'am. $80. number one 80, 80, now 90, 90, give me the one to 90, then $100, number one 100, would you go to 100, would you say $100 where, number one 1, and now 110, would you get a 110, and now 120, 120 here, number one 120, 20, give me the one 120, would you get a 120, would you say 120, thank you very much. 110 is right in the middle of the crowd now with the gentleman, and now 120, give me the one 120, 110, 120, sold 110, number 30. Number 30 is the bidder, the buyer. We've got a double wedding ring quilt coming up from St. Paul's Lutheran, First St. Paul Lutheran at Hastings. It's hand done. It's 92 by 66, hand quilted, 92 by 66, double wedding ring. 30 is right out here in the camouflage floppy hat in the bench. It's number 273 in your catalog. He's trying to hide in the camouflage hat, but we see him anyway. Trying something new every year. All right, look at this beautiful quilt here, folks. Hand done. And would you give a $200 bid to go? $200 to go. Number one to 2, number one to 200. Would you give a $200? Number one, would you give a $100 bill to start us out? $100 and bid 100. Now for the quarter. 100 a quarter, 100 and a half, 100 and a half, and 175, and now $200. Number one to 2 missed you. $200 and now 2 and a quarter at the table. Now 2 and a half. 2 and a half, and now 275. 275, thank you. 250's right over here, and 275 on this big beautiful quilt. Number one to 275, and give me 275. 250's the money bid, and now 275 and 300. 300 a new bidder, now 3 and a quarter, Ethan. 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, and now 3 and a half, thank you, ma'am. 3 and a quarter, you're in, and now 3 and a half, number one to 3 and a half, number one to 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, and now 375, a new bidder. 375 with gusto. 375, number one, 375, 400. 400, number one to 400, thank you. 375 will be this bidder, and 400, number one to 375 and 4. Sold your way at 375, and your number is 150. 150. All right. Thank you. Give them a round of applause. That was good bidding, folks. And you're still eating dinner. Don't get sleepy. Don't fall asleep. It's delicious, Bob says. It's delicious dinner, and I believe it. Number 274 is coming up next. It's called Colonial Girls from First St. Paul's at Hastings. It's hand done. It's 88 by 72. Hand quilted, 88 by 72. Shiny things. He's ready to go. All right, here we go right now. Would you give a $200 bid to go? Another hand quilted quilt. $200 here, number one to 2 and 2. Would you give a $100 bill to start? Now 100 a quarter. $100 a bid, and 100 a quarter, 100 a quarter, give it a 125, and now 150, and now 175. 175, would you get a 175 behind number one to 175? Would you get a 175, ma'am? 175 and $200, number one to 2 and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter here, number one to 2 and a quarter, number one to 2 and a quarter. Would you give me 2 and a quarter? 2 and a quarter, thank you. I'm at $200 with the gentleman on the aisle here, and 2 and a quarter, number one to 225. Are y'all in and all done? 200, 225. Sold. $200 to number 176. That's the number, huh? 150 is right over here. 150, can you raise your hand? We sold you the next to last quilt. Right there. That's where she is. Right over here. Wait till to my left. She's waving her hand. There we go. All right. We're working with the quilt deliverers. That's right. Now our last sale went right here. Bob's got her. And what was your number? The right number is number 176. All right. Not 89 anymore. Doggone it. You got a lot of quilts. You should have bought more there, Hannah. That happens from time to time. Okay, thank you. Next one is a trip around the world from St. Paul's, First St. Paul's Lutheran at Hastings. It's hand done. It's 84 by 72. Very nice quilt. Hand quilted quilt. Hastings, Nebraska. And a $100 bill to get you in. $100 wear, number one, and 100 a quarter. Are you together? And 100 a quarter. Now you're out. 100 and a half. 100 and a half. 175, Bob. 175. 150s with the couple. And now 175. Number one on 175. Number one on 175. And now 200. 200 here and 200. Neither one of you. 200. Number one and 2 and 2. And now 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a half. You're out again. 2 and a half. She's in at 2 and a quarter. And now 2 and a half. 2 and a half, I got it. Now 275. 275, you're all out over here at 275. I'm bid 250 with a couple over here in the middle of the crowd. Now 275 behind him, and I'm on 275. You get a 275. Anywhere else? 275. 300. 300 to you folks. 300, thank you. 300 I got. Now 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter here. Number one, 3 and a quarter. I'm bid 300. Now 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. 3 and a half behind number one, 3 and a half. Thank you, ma'am. 3 and a quarter with Bob's bidder. And 3 and a half behind number one, 3 and a half. 3 and a quarter. 3 and a half. Sold. 3 and a quarter right out here, and your number is 180. Is that right, ma'am? 180. Give her a round of applause. She's right out here. Bob, you got an eye on her. All right, Country Patchwork is next, number 276 from Woman of the Word, St. Paul Lutheran, Blue Hill, Nebraska. 82 by 60. Very nice, colorful quilt here. Fall colors, ready to go for the Thanksgiving holiday, and put it on your bed. And would you give me a 75 to go? 75 to start it. I'm on the 75 behind. I'm on the 75. Thank you. Now 80. I'm at 75 and now $80. 80 now 99. Give them on the 90 now $100. I'm on the 100, 100, 110. I'm at 100 with the gentleman, Larson. Now 110. I'm on the 110. 10. I'm on the 110. I'm at 100 way in the back. And now 110. Would you get a 110? 10. I'm on the 110. Say 110. 110. 120. 120 here. Now 130. 130 now 140. 140 now 150. 150 now 160. 160. Thank you. 150 is beside me. Now 160, you intimidated him. 150 and now 160, 100, and I'm on 160. Would you go to 160? So 150 and your number is on you. Do you know what it is? This for the clerk, you get her. She'll get it just underneath her dress right there. All right. Put it on hers. Okay, give it. If you know who he is, you got it. All right. All right, Songbirds is up next from Women of the Word, St. Paul Lutheran at Blue Hill. It's 80 by 60. It's number 277 in your catalog. All right, here we go. And what did we say to go? Would you give me $75 to go on the side quilt up here? 75 to go. Would you get 75 and now 80? $80 minimum on 80, $80 minimum on 80. Lars is 80 now 90. Lars $90 over here now $100 bill and 110 minimum on 110, 10, 110. Would you get 110, 120, 120 and 130, 130? Would you get 130, 30, 130? Would you get say 130? Would you get 130? $130 now 140, sir. 140. Would you get 140, 40, 140? Thank you. Large's bidders in at 130 now 140, 40 minimum on 140. All in and all done. 130, 140. Sold your way at 130. 134 is the money. 134 is the bidder. 130 is the price. Number 278 is coming up next. It's called Lion King blocks from Hickory Grove Quilting Group at St. Paul's Lutheran, Auburn, Nebraska. It's 58 by 80. Number 278 in your catalog. And it's coming up, the Lion King. If I could sing. Thank you. I can't hit the high notes anymore. All right. He's heard me before. All right. Buying the Lion King here. We'll give $100 bill. $100 to go on 100 a quarter. 100 to go. You better bid. 100 a quarter. 100 a quarter. I'm bid 100, 100 a quarter. 100 a quarter. 125. Would you be 125 and 150, sir? 150, sir. On 150. Would you do it 150 and now 175? 175. Larson now $200 on the 2 and 2. 180. 180 here. Would you give me $180? Will that help you? We're here to go up. 180 with 80. 190. 190 here. 190 now $200 on the 2 and now 210. On the 210. 10. 210. 220. 220, thank you very much. 210 is over here with Lars down. 220, give them on the 220. 210, 220, give them on the 210. 220, sold 210, and your number, sir, is 59. 59, thank you. Just behind somebody's head back there. All right, Lars has got an eye on that last bidder, last buyer. Wandering Stars is coming up next. Judy Brandt, Salem Lutheran at Fremont. It's 70 by 58. It's number 279 in your catalog. Look at this pretty quilt coming up, folks. Very nice design. Really nice colors, and the back is like floating through space. Got 1 hour on the silent auction. Make sure there's bids on every item, ladies and gentlemen. Don't let those 38 go unbidded upon. Ah, that's a big word, unbidded upon. That wasn't even right. All right, what do we say to go? Would you give a $100 bill to start? $100 to go. Did you get it, Bob? And now 110 and 1. Oh, and a quarter, 100 and a half. 100 and a half, 175, and now 200, now 2 and a quarter, now 2 and a half. 2 and a half, ma'am. On a 2 and a half, and now 275 to the gentleman. Now $300 on the 3. Thank you. 275 is at the picnic table. Now $300 on the 3, on the 300, on the 300 anywhere else. 275 is the money bid. 300 now 3 and a quarter. Same bidder and 3 and a half. 3 and a half, 3 and a half. Thank you, ma'am. 3 and a quarter. You took a chance. 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. On the 3 and a half. Would you go to 3 and a half? Sold 3 and a quarter. Number 13. Bidder number 13 this time. All right, here we go on the next one. It's called Charming Fractions from Esther Oberg. What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. Esther Oberg, Salem Lutheran at Wakefield. It's 92 by 78. It's number 281 in your catalog. Number 281. That last quilt went to the picnic table right in the middle down the aisle. Okay, gotcha. All right. And would you give a $100 bill to go on this one? Let you all in. Look at this big quilt right here, folks. Would you give the $100 to go? $100 and now 125. I'm bidding 125 and 125 and a 150. 150 here and then 150 now 175 and 175. Thank you, ma'am. 150s to my right side. 175, 175 and 200. Number on the 2 and 2. Number on the 2 and a 2 and a quarter large. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Number on the 2 and a half. Would you go to 250? Would you go to 250? 250. Thank you. 2 and a quarters right here in the second row. And now 250. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. Number on the 2 and a half. Number on the 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half. And now 275. Same gal. 2 and a half and up 75. Number on the 275. Number on the 275. You all in and all done. 250, 75. Sold 250, number 38. Give her a round of applause. 38. She's been bidding all day. All right, bow tie dressed up variation is coming up next from a friend of the camp of Topeka, Kansas. It's 62 by 72 and a half. It's number 282 in your catalog. Bow ties. All right, here. What do we say to go on $100 to go? $100 to go here. Number one, give me 100. Give me 75 to start the bow ties. 75 on the now 80. 75 and now $80. Number one, 80, 80. Number one, $80. Number one, 80. Would you get 80 now 90? Here we go to 90, 90. Give me 90. Now $100 bill. Number 100, 110. Would you get 110? Would you get 110? 110 over here, ma'am. Number 110. Would you give me 110? Would you say 110? And now 120 to your other bidder. 120. Would you get 120? Now 130. 130. Would you get a 130? 30. 130. Would you get a 130? 120's out there at mom's table. Now 130. 130 now 140. 140. Would you get a 140, ma'am? 140 now 150. 150 it matches your shirt. 150. 150 here. Would you get a 150? Now 160. 160 and 170. 170. Okay, I got 160 with the gal in the straw hat. 170 to your other bidder. Okay, I can't see them. 170, 180, sir. 180, sir. Would you go to 180? Would you get a 180, 80, 180? Now 190, ma'am, mom. 190, mom. 190, thank you. 190 to your other bidder, Bob. 190, she's out. 180's with a gentleman here. Now 190. 180 and 190. Give it a 190. Give it a 180. 190. Sold. $180. And we got his matching quilt. 146. 146. Thank you. Flyaway baby quilt, balloons and planes among the clouds is what you'll see on this quilt from a friend of the camp at Topeka, Kansas, Faith Lutheran Church. It's hand quilted, 39 and a half by 42. 283, 283. Airplanes in the clouds. That's pretty cool. All right, here. Would you give me 75 to go? $75 number on the 75. Would you get a $50 bill to start the quilt? 50, and now 60, and now 70, and now $80. $80 and now 90. 90 here, but on the 90 now 100, now 110, number on the 110, 110, 120, 130. 130, thank you. 120's right here with Larson's bidder in the second row, and now 130. 120 and 130. I'm over here. 120, 130. 130, would you get a 130, 30, 130, would you get a 130, thank you. 120's here and 130, 30, give me the 130, give me the 120, 130. Sold to you at 120, number 89, 89. Give her a round of applause right here, a nice bid. Number 299 is up next. It's Teddy Bear Squares from First Evangelical Lutheran Church, York, Nebraska. It's 84 by 60. It's tied. Teddy Bears. All right, and here we go. Would you give me a $75 bid to start it? 75 to go. Number on the 75, and now 80, now 90. 90 here with 90, now $100 bid on the 100. Would you give $100? Number on the 100, number on the 100 anywhere. I'm bid 90 at the table. Now $100. Number on. I can use this one, sir. $100 bill. $100 where? 100. Now 110. 110, Kathy, give me 110, thank you. I bid $100 to you, sir. Now 110, number on the 110, 10, number on the 110 anywhere. $100 money bid. 110, 110, now 120, a new bidder. Now 130. 130 here, 130 and 140. 140, sir. Number on the 140. Would you get a 140? Would you say 140? Would you bid 140? $140. Number on the 140, 150. 150 here, ma'am. 150 now $160. 160 and 170. 170 here and 170. Would you get a 170? Thank you. Large, your bidder's in at 160. And now 170. Give it on the 160, 170. Sold it to your bidder at 160 to number 89. 160 to number 89. We've got some more animals coming up here. Small baby quilt with a matching pillow. It's from the Blanket Ladies at Luther Memorial, Syracuse. It's 42 by 30. It's pieced. It's number 300 in your catalog right here. Look at this nice pillow and quilt. And would you give $100 for the pair? $100 for the pair. Number on the $100. Would you give me $100? Number on 100. She's jump roping in the front row. And would you give me $75 to start here on the baby quilt and the pillow? 75 to go, number on 75, and now $80, number on 80, 80, give them $80, number on 80, would you go 80, would you bid 80? I'm bid the 75, and now $80, number on 80, 80, give them on 80. Hey, who else wants in on this one? Is that one bid 80? Now 90, 90, Kathy, 90, now $100 bill, 100, 110, would you get a 110? Thank you. I'm bid 100 right here with Lars's bidder, and 110, number on 110, 10, number on $100, 110, sold $100, number 138, 138, thank you. They hide them in there pretty good. Thank you, sir. It's called Cranberry Fields coming up next. Next, it's 301 from the Spirit of Hope Lutheran Church Peacemakers. It's Lincoln, Nebraska, 80 by 60. Nice piece quilt. Good catch, Bob. I'm maroon and white. Somebody's school colors. And here we go. Would you give me a $50 bill? 50 down, 60. 50 down, $60. He's enthusiastic. Watch him. 50, 60 down, 70. 70 here, 70 now, and 80. 80 down, 90. Didn't mean to take your job. You were busy over there. Number 306 is up next. It's called Many Pockets of Love from Grace's Welcome Quilting Group at Grace Lutheran Church at Lincoln. It's 68 by 52. It's a piece quilt, number 306 in your catalog. Really nice quilt. And would you give me 75 to go? $75, number on the 75. Would you get a $50 bill to start me out here on this nice little quilt? 50 now and 60. 60 now and 70. 70 now and 80. $80. Was there one back there at $80? Number on 80. 80. Give them on 80. I'm at 70 over here with Larson. Now $80. Number on 80. 80 now 90, ma'am. And now $100 bill. Number on 100. Would you give 100 to where your bidder is? $100 where? Number on 100. I don't see him. And 110. Would you get a 110? Thank you. I'm bid $100 with Lars's bidder way out back. Is that her, Lars? Okay, 110, 120 to your other bidder. 120, would you get a 120? Would you get a 120? Now 130, Mom. 130, 140. 140, sir. Number one on 140, you're out 140. Thank you. 130, you're in, and 140. Number one on 130, 140. $130, 94. 94. Give her a round of applause. Straw hat at the picnic table. There she is. All right, next one up is 307. It's a 4-patch design from Grace Lutheran Church at Lincoln. It's 78 by 58. Nice, colorful quilt right here, ladies and gentlemen. And would you give me a $100 bill? Would you give me 75 to start at? 75 to go. Number on the 75. Thank you, ma'am. And now $80. Number on 80. 80. Number on $80. Can you use this, sir? $80 here. Number on $80. Can you use this one? 80. Now 90, ma'am. $90. Thank you. You're in it at 80, Bob. And now 90. Now $100 bill, sir. And 110. Way back 3. And a 120, 130. 130 and 140. 140, sir. Now 150. 150 over here and 150. 50 now 160. 160 and now 170. 170 here and 170. Would you go to 170? Would you go 170, ma'am? Thank you. 160's right here with the gentleman by the tree, and that 170, him on $170, number on 160, 170. Sold your way to $160, number 409. 409. All right, I'm ready for the next one whenever you are. All right, thank you. Number 310 is next. 5-inch blocks with red, white, and blue border from the Sewing Ladies of Great Lutheran Church, Lincoln. It's 74 by 60. It's piece number 310 in your catalog. Yeah, we haven't popped a balloon for a while. We need to get them balloons popped over here. And what do we say to go here? Would you give a $100 bill? $100 wear, limit them on the moon, give them on the moon, give me down on the 75, and now 80. I'm at 75, would you go 80 on this one? 80 down, 90, give me them on the 90, would you give me $90, limit them on the 90, Kathy, you're out. $90 here, limit them on the 90, thank you. I'm at 80 with the gentleman at the table. Now $90, limit them on the 90, 90, give them on the 90. Whoops, thought I saw a hand. 80 now, $90 on this really nice quilt. 90 now, $100 bill. And now 110, now 120. 120 now, 130. 130, thank you, sir. 120, 130, give them on the 120, 130. Sold. $120, number 75. 75, all right. Green Dream is coming up next. Green Dream from Phyllis Wall at Spirit of Hope Lutheran at Lincoln. It's 87 by 63. It's number 311. Bob, what was that? 3 in the catalog? 311 in the catalog right here. Look at this green quilt. That's pretty colors right there, too. Hey, everybody, it'll fit your scheme. Would you give me a $100 bill easy? 100 now, 100 a quarter. 100 now, 100 a quarter. Number one on 125. Pine, number one on 125. Would you get a 125? Ethan's in at 100 and 125 and a 150. Ethan, 150. Would you get 150? 175. 175 and 200 on it. Number one on 2 and 2. Number one on 200. Number one on 200. Thank you. 175 is here in the second row. And 200. Number one on 2 and 2 on the green one. 175 and 200. Number one on 2 and 2. Number one on 200. Are y'all in and all done? 175 and 2. So 175. Number 90. Number 90. Second row, left side of the aisle right here. All right, here, thank you, sir. And we've got next one up will be a blue and brown icer from Phyllis Wall at Spirit of Hope Lutheran in Lincoln. It's 88 by 66. It's number 312 in your catalog. Blues and browns. And would you give the $100 bill? $100 to go. Number one bid, 100 now, 100 and a quarter. 100 now, 100 and a quarter. Would you give me 110? 100 now, 110. Number one, 110, 10. Number 110, and now 120, now 130. 130 now, 140 now, 50, 50, 150, with 150 now, 160, 170. 170 here. Number one, 170. Would you give 170? New bidder now, 180 now, 190. 190 now, $200 now, 210, 210, 10, and 20, 20, 30, 30. Give me 230, 230, 240, 250. 250 here and 260. Let's pop balloon 270. 270 here. Number 270 and 280 and 290. 90. Give them on the 290. Would you go to 300 on it now? 310. 310. 310 in the back row. 310. Would you like in again? You're in at 300, sir. And 310 anywhere else. 300 now. 310. 10. Number on the 310 on this nice quilt. 300. 310. Sold. $300. Number 409. 409. Thank you. Good job. Good job bidding. And it's a pinwheel quilt here coming up from Betty Halotsky at Spirit of Hope Lutheran, Lincoln, Nebraska. It's 58 by 68. It's Feast. It's number 313. 313. Right-hand side of this little tree right over here in the Texas hat. We won't hold that against you. No, just trying to identify. Yes, sir. That's all right. There we go. All right, look at this quilt here, folks. Down about $100 bill to go. $100 to go. Give it on the 100. Would you give me 75 to start it now and 80? 75 and now $80 on this nice quilt. Look at this one, folks. Very colorful. I'm at 75. Would you bid 80? Going for the camp. And now 90. $90 here. 90. Would you give me 90, Kathy? Give them on the 90. 90 now $100. Large to your bidder. 100 now 110. 110. Thank you, ma'am. $100 is with large now. 110. Give them on the 110. 10. Give them on the 110. 110 and 120. 120 the other bidder. 120. Would you get 120? Say 120. Would you bid 120? 110 is here and now 130. 130. 140. 140. Would you get a 140? Would you say 140? 140 now 150. 150 now 160. 160. Just don't look at each other. 160. Would you get a 160? 160. We'll get a little separation in here. 160. 150 is with my lady on the right. 160 on the left. 160. Don't look at her. That's against the rules. 160. Give it on 160. 160. She says no. 160. Sold. $150. Number 83. 83. Give them a round of applause there, folks. Yes, sir. I think my wife took care of it. Yeah, thank you. Hey, last call for lunch. They want us to quit serving lunch. They've still got lunch over here by the thank you, by the end of the building right here by that open door. So last call, go get your lunch. Give them cooks and servers a big round of applause, folks, for that great lunch out there. Excellent, as always. All right, number 314 is up next. Friendship Star Sashing from Betty Halotsky at Spirit of Hope, Lincoln, 74 by 88. Nice big piece quilt right here. Look at that, folks. Very patriotic. And would you give it $100 to go now? 100, now 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half. 100 and a half and 175. 175, would you get 175 and 200? Number on the 2 up here. 202 and a quarter. 2 1/4. Thank you. I'm at 200 in the third row, and now 2 1/4. Number one, 2 1/4. Did I see another hand? 2 1/4. 2.5. 2.5, and now 275. 275. Number one, 275 behind 275 and 300. Number one, 3 and 3. Thank you. 275 and now 300. Number one, 3 and 3. Number one, 300. Number one, 300 anywhere. My 275 is right up here. 300 anywhere else. 3. Sold. 275. Number 62. Give her a round of applause. 62. All right, embroidery work is coming up next. Number 315 in your catalog from St. John's Lutheran at Sterling, Nebraska. 90 by 80. It's pieced. Spencer, have anything to do with that? I didn't think so either. Nice. Look at that beautiful embroidered quilt right there, folks. There you go. And a $200 bid to go. $200 to go. Number one, 2 and 2. Number one, 200. Number one, who bid that $100 bill to start it? I'm at 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half. 100 and a half, Kathy, you're out. Number one, 150, 50, 150. And now 175. 175 is Texas colors. 175. Number one, 175. I'm a little colorblind. 175. 175, 150, now 175, number one, 175, would you get a 160? 150 is the money bid, 160 anywhere. 160, would you get a 160? Would you get 160? Would you give 160? 150 is the money bid, 160. Look at this very beautiful quilt here for sale today, folks. 150, 160, 150, 160, would you get a 160? 160? So $150, and it's number 2. Number 2. Give her a round of applause right here. Got a good one. All right. Next one up is Red Patchwork Quilt from St. John's Lutheran at Sterling, Nebraska. It's 65 by 70. It's number 316 in your catalog. 2's back there by Grant Speaker System. All right, what did we say to go here? Would you give me a $75 bid to start it? 75 on the red quilt, number one, 75 fine, number one, 75 and 80. Thank you, ma'am. 75 and now $80, number one, 80. 80 way in the back and now 90. Would you go to 90 now? $100 bill, 100, 110. Would you get a 110, 10, 110? Thank you. $100 way in the back, number one, 110, number one, 110, 10, number one, 110. Would you get a 110? I'm at $100 in the back row and 110. Would you get a 110? All in and all done. 100, 110, 10, 20, 120. 120, would you go? Finally got a bidder. Now 130. 130 here, 130 and 140. 140 that away, and now 150. 150 and now 160. 160, thank you. 150 here and 160. Give me the 150. 160. Sold. $150, and your number is 111. 111. All right, got the next one coming up. Thank you, sir. It's a 9-patch variable design from a friend of the camp at Walbach, Nebraska, from Trinity Lutheran Church. It's 78 by 61. Number 327 in your catalog. Very nice dark colors right here. And would you get that $100 bill to go? $100 start us out. $100 wear who like it here. The $100 number one, but I bid 100, 100 and a quarter. 100, 100 and a quarter. Number one, 125. Would you give me 110? I bid 100, 110. Would you get a 110, 10? Number one, 110 from Walbach, Nebraska. I bid $100 and now 110 and 120. 120, 130, Bob. 130 here, 130, 30, 130. Would you go to 130? Would you say 130? Don't know where they are, Bob. $130 here. My 120, 130, and now 140. A new bidder, 140. 130 is right over here. Now 140. I'm going to 140. Would you get 140? 130 is in front of the tree. Ethan, and now 140. Would you get a 140? Is somebody behind the tree? 140? Did they do it? And now 150, ma'am. 150 here, now 160, Ethan. 160 here, number 160, and now 170. 170 and 180. 180 here, minimum 180. Would you get 180? Would you say 180? Help them out. 180. 170's here and $180. Minimum 180. Give them on 180. 190. 190. Thank you, ma'am. 180. You got 180, and now 190. Give them on 190. Give them on 180. 190. Sold it to you. $180. 171. 171. Give them a round of applause right out there. And you keep an eye on where they're at for the delivery. Meadow of Spring Flowers is coming up next from Kuntz Lutheran Church, Omaha, Nebraska. It's hand done. It's 78 by 82, number 328 in your catalog. Look at all those little tiny squares. Look at all the work that went into this one, folks. And the $200 bid to go. $200 to go. Number one, 2 and 2. When you get that 200, now 2 1/4. 2 1/4 here. Number one, 2 1/4. My 200's with the gentleman at the table. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2.5 and 275. 275 and 300, now 3 1/4. Let's pop a balloon. 3 1/4, minimum on the 3 1/4, now 3.5. 3.5 and 375. 375, minimum on the 375 and 400, minimum on the 4 1/4. 4 1/4 here, 4 1/4, 4.5, and now 475. 475, thank you, sir. 450s here and 475 behind the minimum on the 475. Look at all the work that went in here. 450's the money bid. 475, are you all in and all done? 450, 475, 500, 5 1/4, 5 1/4. 5.5, 5.5, 5.5. Thank you, sir. 5 1/4 with the lady you have, Bob. And now 5.5. The minimum on the 5.5, 5 1/4, 5.5. Sold. 5 1/4. Give her a round of applause right there while we get her number. 105, 105. Ethan, pick up Bob and pop that balloon. There we go. Next up is a star quilt. It's Kunz Memorial Kunz Lutheran Church, Omaha, 88 by 75, number 629 in your catalog. And those balloons are getting shorter all the time over here. Ain't that? All right, here. Would you give a $100 bill? $100 to go. Sorry, folks. They said something up here that's making me laugh. All right, would you give a $100 bill? $100 go mid 100, 100 1/4, 100, 100 1/4, 110, 110, 10, limit on the 110, would you get 110, and now 120, 120, 130, 130 here, sir, 130, 140, 40, 140, 150, 160, 160 and 170, 170 here, 170, would you give us 170, thank you. 160, is 160 okay? That's where I had you. 170 anywhere else? 170, would you like in at 170? 170 here, limit on the 170, thank you, sir. 160's back here at the table. 170, are y'all in and all done? 160, 170. Sold. 160, bidder number 2. Bidder number 2 for 160. All right. We've got a 9-patch mixed with solid squares coming up next from Rachel Johnson at Our Savior's Lutheran at Lincoln, Nebraska. It's 87 by 66. It's number 330 in your catalog. Hey, it's just in time for the Husker season right here, folks. And it's soft and warm, and it's ready to go to work for you. And would you give that $100 bill? $100 where? Give it on the 100. Would you give me 75 to start it out? 75 on the Husker fans. 75 on bid. Up to my right. 80. Now 90. 90 now $100 bill. 100 110. Would you get a 110? 110. Thank you. I'm bid 100. Okay. You got. Ma'am, you're in at 90. You're in at 90. Now $100 limit on the give it on the $100 limit on the 100. 100 now 110. 110 would you get 110 and now 120, Ethan. 120 would you get 120? Would you give me 120 now 130? 130 would you get 130? 30 130 now 140. Why didn't I think of you? 140 give it on the 140. 130 is over here and $140 limit on the 40 40 give it on the 130 140. You win $130. Number 400. Turn toward me one more time. 462, I think. 462. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Hey, give her a round of applause. She's working and bidding here today. We've got a wedding ring coming up. Carlene Kingery is the donor. It's tied. It's 74 by 70. It's number 331. Nice little quilt. Older top tied together with a nice back. And here you go, folks. And would you give me 75 to start it all? 75 to go, number on the 75 behind, number on the 75, would you give me 50 to 75 and 80, 75 and 80 down, number on 80, 80, give me 80 to 80, now 90, 90 now $100 bill, $100 and 110, number on the 110, 10 and 120, 120, would you get 120 again, number on the 120, would you say 120, 130, ma'am, 130 again, number on the 130, 130 and 140, 140, would you get 140, 40, number on the 140, 150, 150 here, would you get 150 and 160, 160, thank you, sir, 150 is with the lady in the middle of the crowd, and now 160, give me on the 150, 160. So $150, and your number is a low one. Number three. Give a round of applause, bidder number 3. Zigzag Blocks is coming up next from Laureen Gear at Our Savior's Lutheran at Lincoln. It's 80 by 62. It's number 332 in your catalog. Nice colorful quilt right here. And would you give me a $75 bid to go? Nice and big. 75 and 80 now 90. 90 now $100 bill and 110. Number 110 and 120. 120 now 30. 30 130. Would you get a 30? 130 and 140. 140 now 150. 150 here and 150. 50 150 now 160. Then number on the 160. Would you get a 160? 160 and 170. 170 here. Thank you, ma'am. 160s with Ethan's bidder. Now 170. Give it on the 170. Give it on the 160. 170. Sold your way at $160, and she's getting a number 164. $160 is the price. We've got a rainbow celebration at number 333 from Carla Honsi Conrad. It's hand done. It's 100 by 86, And look at this big quilt coming up right here, folks. 100 by 86, Bob? 100 by 86, hand quilted. Look at that. Very, very nice, folks. And a $200 bid to go here. Would give me 200. Now 2 1/4, 2 1/2. And I'm 275, Mom. Different on the 275. Your bidder's out here. 275. My 250's here. 275. Minimum on the 275. Behind the minimum on 275 and 300. 300 and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 here. Minimum on the 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2 and 375. 375 behind the minimum on the 375. Would you like in again? Help her out. 375 and 400. And now 4 1/4. 4 1/4 here, minimum on the 4 1/4, minimum on the 4 1/4. They'll bring it to you now 4 1/2, 4 1/2 and 475, 475. Here we go, and now $500, and now 5 1/4, 5 1/4 here, minimum on the 5 1/4, quarter, minimum on the 5 1/4, 5 1/4, 5 1/2, 5 1/2 and 575, 575, minimum on the 575. Give her a round of applause. 5 1/2 and now 575, minimum on the 550, 575. And now $600, and now 6 1/4. 6 1/4 here, minimum on the 6 1/4. You can't quit now. 6 1/4. 6 1/4 here, minimum on the 6 1/4. 6 1/4, 6 1/2. 6 and don't let her beat you. 6 1/2, 675. 675, minimum on the 675. 675, minimum on it. The Lord loves a cheerful giver. Keep smiling. 675. 675. 700. 700. 7 1/4. 7 1/4 here. 7 1/4. All right. 700's here to the right, 7 1/4. Give her a big round of applause back there. 700, 7 1/4, minimum on the 700, 7 1/4. Sold $700. Number 61. Pop that balloon, he says. Pop that balloon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You catch your breath. We'll get you in on another one, ma'am. It'll be fun. All right. There we go. The old barn quilt's coming up next. Number 334 from Carlene Kingery. It's tied. It's 88 by 74. Look at that nice old quilt, folks. That's a nice old design, nice old quilt. Very good shape. Very warm. And a $200 bid to go. 200, now 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2, and now 2 1/2 and 275. Even the minimum on 275. 275 behind the minimum on the 275. My 250's right here with my bidder. And now 275, 275 and 300. The minimum on the 3 and 3, and now 3 1/4, Bob. 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. 3 1/2 behind the minimum on the 3 1/2, and now 375, Bob. The minimum on the 375. 375 and 400, minimum on the 4, minimum on the 400, minimum on the 400, minimum on the 4. Would you get a 4? Would you get a 400? Would you say 400? Thank you, sir. 375 with Bob's bidder. Now $400 minimum on the 4. Thanks for all the bidding. 375 and 400 minimum on the 4. One more time. 400's an even number. $400 minimum on the 4. Help him out, folks. He's thinking about it. 400. $400 minimum on it. Thank you very much. 375 is the money bid, and 400 minimum on the 4. Sold your way. 375. How much? 28. 28. Give him a round of applause there. Number 28. A walk in the park is coming up next from Lois Bader Soul, Hope Lutheran Church in Bern, Nebraska. It's 46 by 45. Its piece is $335 in your catalog. $335. All right. Who give me a $75 bid to start this one? 75 to go. Would you get 50? $50 here. Minimum on the 50. 50. Minimum on the $50. Minimum on the 50. Hey, and now 60. Way out back, Bob. Wait. 50. And now 60. 50 now. $60. Minimum. Would you like in at 60? I lost you in the crowd. And now 70. 70. Way out back. And now 80. 80, Kathy. 80. Now 90. 90. Minimum on the 90. Would you go to 90? Now $100 bill. 100. 110. Minimum on the 110. Thank you. I'm bid 100 with Kathy. Now 110. Minimum on the 110. Minimum on the 110. 10. Minimum on the 110. All in and all done. $100. 110. Sold. $100 even to number 2. $100 even to number 2. Now you bet. Good quilts. Good quilts. Amish Churn is coming up next from Jane Wentz at First Plymouth UCC at Lincoln, Nebraska at 64 by 52. Number 336 in your catalog. Look at those colors. Pop right the old quilt right there. Would you give me a $75 start at 75 to go, minimum on the 75, minimum on the 75, who's 75, now 80, 75, 80, now 90, 90 here, now $100, now 110, 110, 110, 120, 110 is in the second row now, 120, now 120, new bidder, now 130, now 40, 140 and 150, 150 and 160, 160, 170, 170 and 180, 180 here and 180, thank you, ma'am, 170 is in the second row, and $180, minimum on the 180, minimum on the 170, 180, so 170 to number 90, number 90, good job, thank you. All right, next up is Black and Timeout. Jason has something to say. Yes, sir. Okay. They're having a little slow down with the internet service here. If you can go off, sign off of the guest network. If you have cellular data to use, that would certainly help the office out. Jason asked for your help in that, and we appreciate it too. Something we have to deal with these days in the land of internet bidding. So we're working on it, but if you're able to sign off the guest network and go use a little data, they would appreciate it. All right, black and gray blocks from Laureen Gear at Our Savior's Lutheran at Lincoln. It's hand quilted. It's 90 by 66, 337 in your catalog. Black and white on black right here. Would you give a $100 bill? $100 to go. Limit on a bid 100. Now 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half. 100 and a half, 175, 175, 175, 175 to you, sir. And now 200, limit on the two. And now 2 and a quarter, sir. 2 and a quarter in the second row, limit on the 2 and a quarter. You work here in the back. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 225. 200. Ethan, you have the $200 bid. 225, 250, 275, 275, and 300. 300 here, limit on the 300, 300 anyone. 300, limit on the 300. Thank you. 275 is back there, standing up. Yep, sitting down. 275, 300. 300, Ethan, you bidder behind the tree. 300, minimum on the minimum on the 300. Now 3 and a quarter, ma'am. 3 and a quarter, 325. Help them out, folks. They're deciding 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter here, and then 3 and a quarter, 325. Would you like in again? 325 and 350, Ethan. 350, would you go to 350? 350, and now 375. 375, thank you very much. 350, Ethan, you have the bid, and now 375. Anybody else want in over here? 350, and now 375. Minimum on the 375. Would you go to 375? Sold it, Ethan, your bidder. 350, 72. 7. Round 170, would you get 170, 180, ma'am? 180 and 190, 90, 190, would you get 190? Would you say 190? That's $200 minimum on the 230, that's the way. 230 and 240. 240 and 240. Would you go to 250? 250 again in town. 260. 260 here and 260. Thank you, ma'am. 250 with Bob's bidder up the aisle. Now 260. Give them on the 250. 260. Would you go 260? Sold your way at $250, Bob. 50. 50. Thank you, sir. 50. Still got one. Thank you. Wait, Bob. Wrong. Was that your bidder? That's 30. 30, Madam Clerk. 30. Sorry, Mr. 50. We know where you are, but we just doubled you up. Number 30 on that last bill. Four square from Valerie Castleman at Lakeside Village at Omaha. 48 by 36 in its piece. And it's very soft. Would you give me 75 to go? 75 to go. How about a $50 bill to start it? 50 down, 60. 50 down, $60 minimum on the 60. Would you get a $60 minimum on the 60 anywhere? I'm at 50 to start at 60, and now 70. 70, and I'm at 80, 80, minimum on $80, minimum on $80, minimum on 80, thank you. I'm at 70 at the table, and now $80, minimum on 80, 80, minimum on $80 where? 70 is a money bid, and $80, minimum on 80. Would you go to 80? Sold $70. Bidder number 2. Bidder number 2 for $70. Thank you. The next one up is a Tranquil View from Connie Talbot at Trinity Lutheran at Columbus. 93 by 93, a nice square piece. Number 341 in your catalog. 341. Look at those colors. I like that red. Beautiful quilt, and the back is very, very nice also. And a $200 bid to get you going. 200 to go. Number one bid 2 and now 2 and a quarter. 2 and now 2 and a quarter. Yep, I got her back there. 200. Now 2 and a quarter. Number one 225 and now 250. 250, ma'am. 250 now 275. 275 and $300. Number one 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. 3 and a half. Number one 3 and a half. Number one 3 and a half. And now 375. 375 and 400. Number one 4 and 4. Now 4 and a quarter. Now 4 and a half. 4 and a half and now 475. Sir, 475 and $500. Number one 5 and now 5 and a quarter. 5 and a half. And now 575. 575 and $600 minimum on the 6 Leslie and the 6 and out, 6 and a quarter. 310 here and 310 and 320, 20, spot behind you. 320, would you go to 320? Would you like in at 320? Thank you. Ethan, you're in at 310. 320 anywhere else? 310, 320. So 310, number 154. 154, 154. We found my distance for seeing numbers right there. And it was behind the tree. I don't know how I can see that. Heather? Announcement? You've done great from 38 to 6, but we have 6 items on the silent auction with no bid, and you're coming out of time. You're running out of time. That closes at 1:30. Get over there, find out which 6 don't have a bid, and don't let them do that. Hey, she reduced the starting bid. Now they're an absolute steal. Get over there and put your bids on. Make Heather happy. She's smiling a little more than she was at 38, but we got to get it. We got to get it. Bid. Cling to the Cross is the title of this one. It's from Trinity Lutheran at Papillion. It's 84 by 60, number 349 in your catalog. Cling to the Cross. And a $50 bill. $50 to go to start it out. $50, thank you. Now I'm 60. 50 down, $60 minimum on the 60, 60 minimum on the $60, minimum on the 60, would you go to $60 like this one is 60 down, 70 Ethan, and now 80, 80 sir, minimum 80 now 90 Ethan, $100 minimum on 100, 110 Ethan, minimum on 110, now 120, 120, would you get a 120, would you get a 120, now I'm 30 sir, 130, now 140. 140, would you get a 140? Would you say 140 again? 140 here, number 140. It matches something you're wearing. 140 here, number 1. I won't sing. 140, number 140. Would you get a 140? Thank you. 130, Ethan, you got it. 130, 140. Would you get a 140? 40, number 140. 140, new bidder. Now 150. 150 out here. 140 is a new bidder with me, and now 150, 140, 150. Sold. $140 to you, sir, and your number is 29. 29, yes, sir. I haven't been keeping track, but you haven't bought anything for about an hour, so that's a good way to get in there. You were eating. Okay, I understand. Next item up is a toddler quilt, number 350 in your catalog from Trinity Lutheran at Papillion, 48 by 43 on a little toddler quilt. Look at that one here, folks. And a $50 bill to start it out again. $50 wear, minimum on the 50, 50, would you say 50, would you go 50, would you give me 25? I'm going to see a hand at 25, would you give me 25 on a little toddler quilt, would you give me 20? Hey, are you looking now? Who's got a toddler? And now 30, 25 and now $30, minimum on the 30, 30, minimum on the $30, minimum on the 30. My 25 is way out back, right guys? And now $30, minimum on the 30, 30, now 40, and now 50, 50 here, now $60, now I'm 70, 70 here, and $80, minimum 80, now 90, 90, 90, 90, thank you, ma'am. 80's way in the back, and now $90, minimum on the 90, minimum on the 80, now 90. Sold $80. She's been trying all day, and give her a round of applause. Her number is 178. All right, 178. I could see that. I just want to make sure you were right. Yeah. Christmas Stars is coming up next from 4 Mile Church at Humboldt, Nebraska. It's 41 by 40. It's number 352 in your catalog. And here, would you give me 75 to go? $75 started, minimum on the 75, would you get a 50? $50 bid, I'm at 50 and out, $60 minimum on the 60, 60, minimum on the $60, minimum on the 60 where? 50 down, $60 minimum on the 60, 60, minimum on the $60, minimum on the 60. Sold your way at $50, Ethan. And it's 168. She's been trying all day too. Give her a round of applause. She finally won one. Hey, we're narrowing down on the, we're taking, look at that. Give this staff, they're short-staffed, they're short-handed, and they're working really hard, and they're getting these quilts off the racks for you, ladies and gentlemen. Country Living is up next. The whole thing, it was 25, no, it was 50. $50, and it went to 168. Ma'am, is that right? 168 is your number? Yes, I can see it. 168 for 50. You're welcome. Lucky it was a simple one, or I would have never remembered. Country Living is up next. St. James Lutheran at Humboldt. It's 58 by 81, 353 in your catalog. Right here. And 75 to go. 75 to go. Minimum on the 75. Minimum on the 75. Would you get a $50 bill? $50 down 60. 50 down 60. Can you use it? Minimum on the $60, 30, 60, 60, 60. Now $70. 70 to your bidder, minimum on the 70, 70, wherever they were. $70, minimum on the 70, 70, now an 80. $80 and now 90 on the aisle. 90 on the aisle, now $100 bill and 110, minimum on the 110, thank you, sir. I'm bid 100 with the blue shirt in the back row, and now 110, minimum on the 110, 10, minimum on the 110. $100 bill on 110. Number 110. Would you say 110? Sold. $100. 75. 75. Give him a big round of applause out there, folks. Doing a good job. Fall fun. You've got 15 minutes left in the silent auction. Don't let anything have no bids. Fall fun. Number 354 from St. James Lutheran at Humboldt. It's 59 by 80. And here it is. Nice fall colors. Would you get a $50 bill to go? $50 wear, number one, $50, $50, hey, 25, start me out. They're going to get it unfolded, 25 and now 30, 25 and 30, now 40, 40 here, we get 40 now, 50, sir, 50 now, 60 over, setting down, 60 to the gentleman, 60, thank you. I bid 50 in the blue t-shirt, now $60, number one, 60, and now 70, now 80, sir, 80, now 90, now $100 bill, 110, 110, 110, 120, 120, thank you, 110, you're in at 110 out there, sir, you're in at 110, and now 120, 110 and 120, 120, 110, 120. Sold. 110, number 75, way out back at the picnic table. 110 to number 75. What was the number? Before that, it went to, who was our bidder right before that? The same guy. Yeah, same guy. I think it was number 75. He bought two in a row. Jason? 10 minutes on the silent auction, and it closes. Boom. It just closes right down on Cutego, right? Yep. No extensions. Get your bids in. Put your max bids. Check your bids. Make sure you're going to win it, ladies and gentlemen. Pastel blocks. Look at that heavy quilt they've got. Takes two of them at number 355. Alice Stadler from 4 Mile Church at Humboldt, 39 by 33. Look at that pretty one here. Would you get a $50 bill? $50. Number one, 50, 15. Would you give me 25 to start the little wall quilt? 25, can you use it this one and now $30, number one on 30, 30, 30 now 40, 40, 40 now $50, number one on 50, $50 at the table, number one on 50 now, $60, number one on 60, thank you. Ethan, you got 50 way out there at the table, and now $60, number one on $60, number one on 60, way back, and now 70, Ethan. $70, thank you. 60's way out back, and now $70, number one on 70, number one on 60's the money bid, and now 70 anywhere, $70. Sold 60 way out back. Bob, can you read your number again? 182, 182, all right, 182. I can do that in 2 syllables. That's right. Friendly geese are coming up from Alice Stadler again in Humboldt, Nebraska, 33 by 33, number 356. And 25 starts her out. 25 on the geese, number one at 25 pine, number one at 25. Can you use the geese at 25? $25 here, number one at 25 pine, number one at 20. Hey, folks, 25 on a wall hanging. You got geese here. Would you give me 25 and now 30? 25 and now $30, number one to 30. 30, give me one to $30, number one to 30 anywhere. I'm bid the 25 and now $30, number one to 30. Sold. 25, number 116. Thank you very much, ma'am. 25, number 116. Garden Angels wall hanging coming up from Norma Speckman at St. James Lutheran at Humboldt. It's 30 by 42. It's hand done, and it's $357. Your wardrobe is spot on, man. I got like both of them. Oh, nice. No, the quilt. Her mustache is also upside down, but that's all right. That's what she thought you were talking about. Here we go. Would you give me 25 to go? 25 to go here. I'm at 25 and 30. And now 40. 40 here. Number one to 40. Now 50 bomb. Number one to 50. 50. Number one to $50. Number one to 50. Now 60 to my bidder. Now 70. 70 here. When you go to 70. Now 80. 80. Number one to $80. Number one to 80. Thank you. 70s with Bob Pagel. Now $80. Number one to $80. Number one to 70. Now an 80. Sold. $70 your way. Give him a round of applause. 158. 158. Sitting down by the tree out there. Way to the right hand side. My right hand side. Garden Path coming up from Laura Ganella at St. James Lutheran at Humboldt, 66 by 84. It's number 358 in your catalog. That's really cool colors there, ladies and gentlemen. Bright and shiny. And would you give a $200 bid to go? $200 to go. Number one to 2. Would you give a $100 bid to start it? $100 wear. Number one, I bid 100, 100 a quarter. 100, 100 a quarter. Would you give 110 then? I bid 100 with the gentleman. Now 110. Would you give 110 and 120? 120. Thank you. 110 and 120. Give it a 120. 20. Give it a 120. Would you get a 120 anywhere? I bid 120 and 130. 130 under the tree. 130. Would you get a 130? 30. 130. Would you get a 130? Thank you. 120 is right here in the middle. 130. 140. Now 150, Bob. 150, would you get 150 and 160? 160, thank you. Over here is at 150, right? He's in at 150, and now 160. Give him a 160. Would you get 150, 160? So $150, 117. Very nice quilt. Give him a round of applause. 150 to 117. string quilt coming up next. I'm good. Next trip by, though, I'll take one. From Karen Dunakaki, St. James Lutheran at Humboldt, 55 by 74. It's number 359. 359. Very nice. Very nice. Look at those colors here, folks. $100 bill gets you in. $100 to go. Number on the one. Would you bid 100? Would you say 100? Bid 100 behind the tree and 100 and a quarter. 100, 100 and a quarter. Would you give me 110 then? I bid $100 here and 110. Would you get a 110 and 120, Ethan? 120 behind the tree. Would you get a 120? I can't see him. 120, 130. 130. Would you get a 130? The numbers are flying. 130 and 140. 140 here. Would you get a 140? Would you go 140? And now 150. 150 here. Would you get 150 again? Number one on 150. Would you say 150? And now 160. 160 and now 170. 170 here. Number one on 170. Would you get a 170? Would you say 170? $170. Number one on 170. Would you get a 170? It's really a bidder. 170. 170 here. Number one on 170. I can't see him honestly, but Ethan can. 170. Number one on 170. 170 here. One more time here, sir. Would you go one more time? 170. 160 is a money bid. 170. 170. Thank you. Sold it. Ethan, $160. 224 is the number. 224. We've got a denim quilt coming up from Richard Reesner, Cook, Nebraska. It's 80 by 60, number 360 in your catalog. Nice big denim quilt. How about a $100 bill? $100 to go. Give it on the one. Give it on the 100. Give it on the. Would you give me 100 now? 110 and 120. 120 and 130. 130, thank you. 120 for the gentleman at the table now. 130. 130 over here. Can use this one. 130, 30. Give it on the 130. Would you say 130 on the denim quilt? 130 now. 140. 140 now. 50. 150 and 160 and 170 and now 170. Thank you. 160 is way in the back now. $170 on the big denim quilt. Number one on 170. 160 is the money bid. 170. Are y'all in and all done? 160. 170. Sold. $160, and your number today is 113. 113. Give him a round of applause. Number 113. Next one up is the 8-inch block design from the Peacemakers at Grace Lutheran at Cook. 74 by 56, number 361 in your catalog. They're doing a great job. I like it. Cracked me up, these you two. Oh, look at the back, nice and soft there on the back of this quilt. And would you give me a $100 bill to start it? $100 wear. Number one, would you give me 75? $75 here. Number one, 50, and now 60. I got 50 with Kathy. 60 year bidder. $60 here now 70. 70 here now 80. $80 now 90. 90 here now $100. Number one, 100 now 110. 110. 110. 110. Ethan 110. You're out. I'm bid 100 with Bob bidder. Now 110. Would you get a 110? 10. Bob, you got the gentleman by the tree, right? Now 120. 120. Thank you. 110. Lots of bidders in at 110 and now 120. 120 now 130. Lars, you're out. 130. 140. 140, ma'am, and now 150. 150 here, now 160, 160, now 170, and now 180. 180, 180, and 190, sir. And now 200, and 2 and 210, 210, 10, 210, 210, and now 220. 220, ma'am. 210 is with the gentleman on the aisle, Lars. So now 220, 20, give him on the 220, give him on the 210, 220. One more time. 220, would you go to 220, 230, sir? 230 on the aisle. 230 here and 230, would you do it, Lars? Give him on the 230, would you go to 230? 230 here, he's out. 220 is over here to my right. 230, 220, 230. Sold. 220 right here, number 53. 53. Give them all a round of applause, folks. Good job. All right, we've got a Carpenter Star from Christy and Tim Flander at Christ Lutheran at Lincoln. It's 362 in your catalog. 84 by 83. Machine done. Very nice colors here. And would you give that in? They're going to unfold it. Would you give a $100 bill to go? $100 now, 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half, 100 and a half. Would you get 100 and a half, 100 and a half, and 175, and now 200, and now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter over here, and 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half, and now 275. 275 here, and 275 behind, 275 and 300, now 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter here, number one, 3 and a quarter, number one, 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter, Ethan, number one, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, ma'am. 3 and a half, thank you. You're in at 325, and now 350. 320, 350, now 375. 375 and 400, number one, number one, 400 in the back row. 400, now 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter here, number one, 4 and a quarter. Let's pop a balloon. 4 and a quarter, number one, 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter here, 4 and a quarter, number one, 425. 425, 450, 475 out there, Ethan. 475 and 500. 500, number one, 500, number one, 500, 500 over here. 500, 500, 5 and a quarter. 5 and a quarter, 5 and a quarter in the back. 5 and a quarter again, number one, 5 and a quarter. 500's right here. Are you sure, sir? 5 and a quarter. 5 and a quarter. You're out. 5 and a quarter. 5 and a quarter. And now 5 and a half. 5 and a half here. Number one, 5 and a half. Sorry, we had 3 other bidders. 5 and a half. You're in now. 5 and a quarter. 5 and a half. Anywhere else? 5 and a quarter. 5 and a half. 5 and a half. Did you do it? Yeah, now 575. And now $600. $600 here, minimum on the 600, minimum on the $600. $600 here, minimum on the 6. Would you do 6, Ethan? $600 minimum on the 600. Help her out. 600, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a half. 6 and a half here. You got another one in you. 6 and a half, minimum on the 6 and a half. 6 and a half here, minimum on the 6 and a half. 6 and a half and 675. 675 and 700. 700, would you go to 700 again? 700, thank you. 6 and the 75 and 700, minimum on the 7. 700, 700, 7 and a quarter, and now 7 and a half. 7 and a half here, minimum on the 7 and a half. 7 and a half, thank you. 7 and a quarter, 7 and a half, minimum on the 7 and a quarter, 7 and a half. Yes. Sold. 725, number 151. 151. Good job. Every time I hear a yes, I get excited, but that's all right. All right, I'll hold that for you. Absolutely.
We'll give Lance just a chance to catch his breath for just a minute. You're doing awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Let's give him a round of applause. Larson Associates, these guys rock. We're so thankful. And I believe we are 30 seconds. I have 14 seconds. Give 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I believe our silent auction is closed. Thank you so much. I know that we had some struggles, so I apologize for the technology issues. We just got a great grant to put fiber internet into the camp by next year. And we are going to greatly improve that come next year. So thanks for putting up with something new. I hope you had fun with it, and I hope we got a lot of great bids for the silent auction items. Just a reminder, there's 2 options for you to give your quilts outside of taking them home. Lutheran World Relief or our summer staff that are up here. Wave your, if you're a person in an orange shirt there, wave your hand, please. Or no, green shirt, sorry. I'm colorblind, really. Summer staff. These people are amazing, and if you'd like to send a quilt home with them, we're going to give them away tomorrow. Just put it back up with Dennis Remington at the welcome booth, and we'll get a stack going that we'll raffle off to them tomorrow after worship. So, I think you got your voice back and you're ready to go? All right, back at it. Keep it up.
We have a total, a running total yet? What's Heather taking a nap, or what's she doing back there? I'm going to pay for that one, but
I'll be back.
You'll be back. All right. All right, we'll see if we can get you a running total, because you guys have been doing phenomenal out here today. Well, our next one up is number 364. They're going to get having trouble back here. It's a 9-patch design from Grace Lutheran Church at Cook. It's 64 by 82, and the bright colors there. Look at that fun quilt. And a $100 bill to get me going. $100 to go and 110. I bid 100 and 110. Would you get a 110? 10. Number 110. Could use this one. I bid the $100 bill now. 110. Would you get a 110? 10. Number 110 and now 120. 120. I've lost her. 120. Thank you, ma'am. 110's the money bid with the gentleman in the back of the blue shirt. Now 120. Give it on the 120. 20. Give it on the 120. I bid 110 and now 120. We're doing 20. 130, sir. 130. 140. 140. 150 large. So now 160 large to your bidder. 160 you're out. 160, 170, sir. 170 to your 170 to your bidder, Bob. 170 over here, number 171. 160's here on the aisle. And now 170, give them on the 160, 170. Sold the bidder here on the aisle. And your number, I forgot it. I shouldn't have. 96. 96. Ridge Creek Blossoms is coming up next from Sandy Gruntrod at Sheridan Lutheran at Lincoln. It's 70 by 54. Machine done. It's number 366 in your catalog. Another really nice color here, purple color. And what do we say to go here? $100 bill to start us out. $100 to go on this beautiful piece of work here. $100 and $100 a quarter. 100 now, 100 a quarter, and put them on the 125, and now 150, and now 175. 175, and put them on the 175, and put them on the 175, and $200, and put them on the 2 and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter here, and put them on the 2 and a quarter, and put them on the 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, thank you. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, and 275, new bidder. 275, 2 and a half is right out. 2 and a half and 275. 2 and a half and 275 and pine, put them on the 275, and who else wants in? 250's the money bid, 275, anywhere else, 275, 275, 300. 300 a new bidder, 300 on the three, on the 3 and 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, on the 3 1/2, but you go to 3 1/2, say 3 1/2, thank you, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, sold 3 1/4, number 33, 33 right there in the front row. Now we've got pink and burgundy bouquet coming up from a friend of the camp at Takema. You remember it, thank you. Takema, Nebraska, it's machine done, it's 72 by 54. And it's number 367 in your catalog. 367 in your catalog. Right, pink back here, and the front is really nice too. Once they get it up folded, nice flowered quilt. And a $100 bill to start me out. $100 where can you do it again? Hit them on the 100, 100, hit them on the 100. Would you bid 100, 100 now 110? I'm bid 100. Would you bid 110? Hit them on the 110, 10. Hit them on the 110. Would you say 110? Would you go 110? I'm bid the $100 at the back table now. And 110. Hit them on the 110. Are you looking at this one here, folks? That first bid gonna buy it? $100 the money bid, 110. Would you get a 110 and now 120? 120. 110s with the gentleman and at the left down. 120, 20. Give them on the 120. Give them on the 110. 120. Sold 110. Number 75. 75 is the number. All right, here we are coming up again in number 368. It's a Berry Berry Picnic from Debbie Jonkus at Zion Lutheran at Loveland, Colorado. It's 74 by 77, and it's peak machine done. Here we go. All right. Would you give me a $100 bill to go? $100 from Colorado, number on the 100, 100, number on the, would you give me 75? 75, 75, and 80, now 90, now a $100 bill. You're in at 90, ma'am, and now 100 behind you. 100 either one of you, 100 to you, sir. 90's in the chairs right here. Now a $100, number on the 100, 100, now 100 new bidder, 110, 120, 120 and 130, 130 and 140, 140 and 150, now 160 by the sound booth, and now 170, and now 180, 180 and 190, 190 now $200, number on the 2 and 210 bob, 210 bob, number on the 210, 210 over here, and 220, 220, 220, thank you. 210's on the aisle, now 220, 220 here, number one at 220, got a bidder up front at 220, 220 here, thank you, 210, 220, and now 230. 230, we almost had it. Now 240. 240 here, number one at 240, now 250, and now 260. And 260 here, number one at 260 and 270. 270 and 280, they're behind the tree at 280. 280 here, number one at 280, 80, number one at 280, now 290. 290, thank you. 280, Ethan, you're in at 280. And 290, number one at 280, 290. Sold 280. I'm sorry, I said sold 280. 159 is the number behind this tree at the table, right? 159. Oh, right here. Okay, 159. Next one up is number 369. It's called Fall Colors, again from Debbie Jonkus at Loveland, Colorado, Zion Lutheran Church. It's 71 by 56, and it's machine done. Nice colors here. Would you give me 75 to go? 75 to go, number one to 75, number one to 75, number one to 75, would you get a $50 bill? 50, 60, now 70, now 80, now 90, 90, now $100 bill, 110, 120. 110 is at the table, now 120, 20, 120, 130, sir, now 140, ma'am, and now 150, now 160, 160 and 170 and 180, 180 and 190, 190, thank you. 180's on the aisle, now 190, 90, give me the one on 190, would you get 190 anywhere, 190, 180, 190, sold $180, and you show me your number one more time. Number 211. Thank you. 211. Angels Among Us are coming up from Debbie Jonkus at Loveland, Colorado. It's machine quilted. It's 64 by 52. Number 372 in your catalog. 372. Angels Among Us, it's called. And would you give me 75 to go? 75 to go. Number one to 75. Number one to 75. Would you get a $50 bill? Now 60. 50's at the table, and now $60, number one to 60, 60, number one to $60, number one to 60, would you go to 60 anywhere? 50 down, 60, 60, now 70, 70 here, tapping number one to 70, just missed you over there, 70, 70, now an 80, $80 and now 90, 90 here, number one to 90, thank you, 80's in the third row on the aisle, now $90, number one to 90, number one to 80, now 90, and now $100 bill, $100 bill, 90's in front of the tree, right guys? And now $100 bill, number one to 90, now 100, number one to 90, now and one. Sold to that $90, number 165. 165. Next one up is called Shades of Blue from Lisa Anderson at Emmanuel Lutheran at Takema, Nebraska. It's 52 by 58, machine done, number 380 in your catalog. All right, nice blues here. Would you give me 75 to start it? 75 to go, number one to 75, behind number one to 75, we go to $75, 75, way in the back, and now 80, now 90, 90 here, but to go to 90, 90, now $100 bill, 100, thank you, $90 is way back there under an umbrella, now $100, number one, number one, number one, 100, number one, $100 where, I'm at 90, way back, 100, 110, 110, but you get a 110, ma'am, and now 120 at the table, now 130, 130 over here, and 130, 30, 130, would you get a 130, now 140, sir, 130's with the lady in the back of the room now, and 140, 40, give it a 140, 130, 140, and now 150, and now 150 here, and then 160, 160, and now 170, 170 here, and 170, 70, and 180, and 180, now 190, 190, would you get a 190, 90, would you get a 190, would you say 190, would you get 90, now $200, number one to two, thank you, 190, now two, so 190, grab her number, fellas, if you would, back there, she's way in the back, number four, that's an easy one to read, number four, thank you, under the green umbrella. Square in a Square coming up next from Pat Jensen and Emmanuel Lutheran at Tacoma. It's 78 by 67. It's machine done. It's 381. 381. Look at this kaleidoscope of colors here, ladies and gentlemen. Would you give me a $100 bill? $100 to go. Number one to bid. 100 now, 100 and a quarter. 100 now, 100 and a quarter. Number one. Is that okay? $100 now, 100 and a quarter. Number one. Here, number one, three, help them out, folks, at 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half, 3 and a half, high, number one, 3 and a half, thank you, 3 and a quarter's over here with Ethan, and now 3 and a half, number one, 3 and a half, number one, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a half, so 3 and a quarter over here, what's your number? 213, 3 and a quarter. Remembering the 30s is coming up next from Pat Jensen, Emmanuel Lutheran at Tacoma. It's 86 by 55, it's machine done, it's number 382 in your catalog. 382. And here we go. Would you give a $100 bill? $100 to go on the Remembering the 30s. $100 where? Number one, number one, 100. Would you give me 100? Now 110. 100 now 110. Number one, 110, 10. Number one, 110. Would you get a 110? I'm bid on 110 and now 120. 120, 130. 130 now and 40, sir. Now 150. 150 and 160 and 170. 170 and 180, 80, 180, 190, 90. Give it on 190. Thank you. 180s with the gentleman at the table. Now 190. Give it on 190. Give it on 190. 180, 190. Sold $180. 173. 173 is the bidder number. Shades of Purple are coming up next from Marianne Sherwood and Jana Mueller at Emmanuel Lutheran Church, Bellevue, Nebraska. It's machine quilted, 80 by 65. Number 383 is the one it is in your catalog. All right. You did this one? Oh, you did this one. All right. We've got the quilters right here in the front row. How about that? Give them a round of applause, folks. Very nice piece. They'll autograph it after the sale, whatever you want to do. Gotcha. All right. How about a $200 bill here? $200 to go now. Number one, I'm bid 2, and now 2 and a quarter. 200 and now 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and 275 and $300. Number one, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, and now 375, 375. Number one, 375 and 400 now, and 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter here, $400 under the tree now, and 4 and a quarter that away, 400 now, 4 and a quarter. Number one, 4 and a quarter, doing pretty good, ladies. $400 and now 4 and a quarter. Number one, 4 and a quarter. So $400. Number 2, bidder number 2. Good job, beautiful quilt. All right, Stars and Stripes, 1776 to 2000 from Marianne Sherwood and Jana Mueller. Emmanuel Lutheran at Bellevue at 62 by 51. It's machine done, number 384 in your catalog. Now, this is one you did? Both of them? All right. Again, the quilters are in the room here. 11, huh? You didn't help with this one? Oh, just these two. All right. You watched them do this. All right, here we go. $100 bill to go. $100 to go. Number one, 100. Would you give me 100 down? 110. 100 now, 110. Would you get a 110? I thought it's another hand, but I bid $100 over here. Now 110, 10. Number one, 110. 110, 120. 120 over Kathy. Give me one 120. Would you get a 120? 20. Give me one 120. You're out. 110's right up here in 120. Give me one 120. Thank you, ma'am. 110's on the corner now. 120, 20. Give me one 120. All in and I'm done. 110 and 20. Give me one 110, 120. Sold it to you. 110, number 124, I think it was. 124. 124. Got a tally. Yep.
You ready for a tally? Okay, so it took a slide ruler and all of our fingers and toes, but we figured out we've raised $50,000 so far. So keep it up. That does not include all of our silent auction and all the quilts and everything to come. So you're doing great. Thanks for your generosity.
Hey, we've got a good start to the day here, ladies and gentlemen. Doing great. And do I have, okay, another one coming up. All right, here we go, folks. You're doing wonderful. Remember, stay to the end. It's a lot of fun all the way through. Finish strong here. Squares sewed together by Karen in loving memory of Karen's Dime. Emmanuel Lutheran at Bellevue at 67 by 50. It's number 385 in your catalog. Really nice little colorful piece here. And would you give me 75 to go? 75 to go here, minimum at 75. Who bid 50 to start this one? And now 60, and now 70. 70 here, and $80, number 180, 80, number 180, thank you. I'm at 70 in the second row here. Now $80, number 180, 80, number 180, 80, now 90. 90 here, would you go to 90, sir? Number 190, now 100, decent money, number 100, would you go to 100? 100, now 110. 110, now 120. 120, now 130. 130, would you go to 130, 30, 130, would you say 130, would you give 130? 130, thank you. 120's out here on the aisle, and now 130, give me 130, would you go to 130 anywhere? 120, 130. So 120, 95. Give them a round of applause. Number 95, $120. Next time up is Springtime for Little Girls in loving memory of Karen Dime. Emmanuel Lutheran Church, Bellevue. It's 50 by 37. It's machine done. It's 386 in your catalog. 386. Look at this cute little quilt here. And 75 to go. 75 to go. Number 175. Number 175. Would you get $50 and now 60 and now 70. 70 here, Kathy. Give me the 70, 70 and now $80. Number 80 down 90, 90. Give me the 190. Would you go to 90? 90 now $100 bill. $100, 110, 110. Thank you. I'm bid 100 on the aisle here. 110. Number 110, 10. Number 110. Would you get a 110 anywhere? $100 bill. 110. Would you get a 110? Would you say 110? Sold $100 right here. Number 116. 116. And this is a pink one coming up. Go Huskers, go in pink from Jana Muller at Emmanuel Lutheran Church at Bellevue at 62 by 50. Machine done, number 389 in your catalog right there. Nice pink quilt here. And a lot of work here. Would you give a $100 bill? $100, would you start me 100? Now 100 and a quarter. 100, now 125 and 150, now 150, now 175. 175 and $200, number one, 2 and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter here and 2 and a half. 2 and a half, hand, number one, 2 and a half. Would you give me 2 and a half? 2 and a quarter is the money bid down. 2 and a half, hand, number one, 2 and a half. Would you give the 250? 225 is the money bid way in the back of the room, and now 250. Are you all done and all done on the pink quilt? 225, 250, 275. 275 here, number one, 275. Sir, you're out at 275. 250 and 275, and now $300, number one, 3 and 3, number one, 300. Don't put that battle down. 300, 275, and now 300, number one, 3, 275, and now 3, and now 3 and a quarter, now 3 and a half. 3 and a half, 3 and a half, and 375, and $400, number one, 4, number one, 400, now 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, thank you. 4 and a quarter, now 4 and a half, number one, 4 and a half, good bidding. 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, anywhere, 4 and a half, 4 and a half. So 4 and a quarter, number 173. Excellent job. All right, this one's called I Spy from Jana Muller at Bellevue. It's 54 by 49, machine quilted, number 390 in your catalog. And this one, definitely no night light needed here. You can glow up the whole room. It's pretty on both sides. Both sides. And a $100 bill to get me going again. $100 to go, 100, 100, number one, another. Are you on? Oh, you're getting them. All right, now it's 75. 75 and now 80. 75 and now $80, number one, 80. 80 to 80, now 90. 90, she's out again, $90, number one, 90, 90. Would you go to 90? Would you say 90, now $100 by the tree? 100, now 110. 110, would you go 110, 10, number one, 110 and 120. 120, 130. 130, now 40, 40, 140. Would you go to 140, now 50, 50, 150, would you 150, 160. 160, thank you. 160's here and 160, number one, 160, number one, 150, 160, anywhere, 160. And now 170, new bidder. 170 here with Ethan. 170, 180. 180, would you get a 180, 80, give it 180, 190, would you get a 190, now $200, number one, 2. 190's here and 200, number one, 190, now 2. So 190, number 116. 116 is the number. Thank you. For Love of Florals here. Oh, this one is from this 11-year-old. There we go. Taylor Muller is here. 11. She's from Bellevue. She's made it 56 by 46, machine done. And one of your first ones, one of her first quilts. Stand up. Let them clap for you here. How about that? Right up there. Excellent job. Number 394 in your catalog. That's always good. You got to keep this going. I can't even crochet. I don't know how to quilt. All right, here. Would you get that $100 bill for the 11-year-old? And now it's 100 and a quarter. 100, 100 and a quarter, limit on 100 and a quarter, quarter, limit on 125. Look at all that work you did. I'm bid 100 and 110. 100 and 110, limit on 110, 110, 120, 130. 130, 130, 140, 40, 140. Would you get a 140? 140, 150. 150, would you get 150, 160? 160 here and 170 that away. 170 here, 170 here, limit on 170. 160 is right here now. 170, limit on 170. Are y'all in and all done? 160, 170. So $160 and Lars 124. 124 is her number. 124. All right, and this is her second creation for this year. M&M's and M's in the park from Taylor Muller, 11 years old, Emmanuel Lutheran at Bellevue. It's 54 by 44. It's machine done. It's number 395 in your catalog. M&M's in the park right here. All right, and a $100 bill to go again. $100 to go. And look at all the work she did for the camp here. I bid 100, now 110. 110, would you get a 110? Would you like this one? 110, 10, 110, would you get a 110? And now 120, sir. 120, would you get a 120? Would you get a 120? Thank you, sir. You guys have got 110 somewhere, 120. 120, and now she's in at 110 out there. Okay, 120 is the next bid I want. 110 and 120, 20, give it on 120, would you get a 120, 120, you're out down here. 120, would you get a 120, now 130, standing up, 130, 140, 140 and 150, 150 and 160, and now 170 here, thank you, 170, 160 and 170, give it on 170, give it on 160, 170 anywhere, 160, 170, so 160 right up front, 8, 8. We need some more M&Ms, that's what I think, all right. Nice job. Nice job, young lady. Birds of a Feather coming up next from Barb Kluver at Manuel Lutheran at Bellevue. It's 60 by 60, a little square piece. It's machine done. It's $396 in your catalog. Got a lot of birds on it and around it. In here, would you give me 75? 75 to go on the birds. Minimum on the 75 and now 80. 75 and now $80. Minimum on 80. 80. Minimum on $80. Minimum on 80. Would you go to 80? Would you say 80? I'm at 75 right out here. Now $80. Minimum on 80. Now 90. Now $100 bill. Minimum on 100 and 110. And now 120. Would you go 120? 130. 130 here and 130. 140. 140. 140 by the tree. 140. Thank you. 130's out here in the red. 130 and 140. 40. Minimum on the 40. 40. Minimum on the 40. Minimum on the 130. 140. Sold 131 to 9. 129. All right, 129. Finally, some quality merchandise coming up here. A Granny Square Afghan from Jana Muller and Sherwood. Crotcheted well for the camp here. 60 by 52 from Bellevue, Nebraska. $397. You just pronounce it like it sounds right there. That's right. Beautiful crocheted item here, ladies and gentlemen. All right, would you give a $100 bill? $100 to go. Minimum on a bid, 100, 100 quarter. 100, 100 and a quarter. Minimum on 100 and a quarter. Would you give 110? 100 down, 110. Minimum on 110, 10. Minimum on 110. Did I see another hand? I'm bid 100 with the gentleman in the second row. 110, 10. Minimum on 110. Who else needs a crocheted item? 100, 110. Minimum on 110. Would you go to 110? You win. $100, sir. Number 146. 146. Number 399 in your catalog. It's Noah's Ark from St. John's Lutheran at Utan, Nebraska. It's 92 by 57. Machine done. Noah's Ark coming right up for you here, folks. All right, here. And it's a nice big quilt right here. Look at that. Very pretty. Very pretty. And would you give a $200 bid to go? $200 to go on Noah's Ark. 200 minimum on the 2 and 2. Minimum on the 2. Take a look at this as they unfold it. Would you give a $100 bill to start me out? I'm bid 100 now, 125. 125 and now 150. 150 here now 175. Minimum on 175. Would you get a 175? I'm bid 150 here now. 175. Minimum on 175. Minimum on 175 anywhere. 150's over here to my right side. 175, 160 then, folks. Look at this big quilt. 150 and 160, it's here to sell. 150 and 160, give them on 160. Are y'all in and all done on Noah's Ark? 150 and 160, give them on 150, 160. So $150, number 64. 64. There you got him. Give him a round of applause. They got great enthusiasm here. Ocean Breeze coming up next from St. Thomas Lutheran at Omaha. It's machine done, 90 by 78. Number 400 in your catalog right here. All right, bright colors again. Would you get that $100 bill? $100 to go, and I'm on the 100. Would you give 100? I'll be the 100 and 100 and a quarter. 100 now, 125 and a 150. 150 now, 175 and 200. I'm on the 2 and 2 and now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. Large 2 and a half. 275. 300. And now 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. Now 375. 375 and $400. I'm on the 4 and a quarter. I'm on the 4 and a quarter. It's easier to do this. 4 and a quarter. 400 now, 4 and a quarter. I'm on the 4 and a quarter. Thank you. 400s at the 4 and a quarter. 4 and a half. 475. 475 and 500. Pop a balloon, and now 5 and a quarter. 5 and a quarter here, and 5 and a quarter. 5 and a half. 5 and a half. Thank you. 5 and a quarters with Ethan, and now 5 and a half. And I'm on the 5 and a half. And you get a 5 and a half anywhere else? 5 and a half and a 575. 575 here and 575. And you get a 575. Thank you. 550 here. 575. You all in and all done. 550. 575. Sold. 550. Number 27 or 120. 127. 127. Nice job. 550. Pop that balloon. Pop that balloon. We're getting down to the end of that line. They might have to make more. Chains of Love from Elaine Gregory at St. Thomas Lutheran in Omaha. Size is, I think that's wrong. It's something by 93, but it's number 401 in your catalog. Machine done. Might be 104 by 93. It's very large, yes. It's a big one. All right, how about a $200 bill? It's just that big. It'll fit your bed. I'm bid 3, and now 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 3 and a half, number on the 3 and a half, number on the 3 and a half, and 3 and a half, and 375 and $400, number on the 4 and 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, and 475 and $500 now, and 5 and a quarter, and 5 and a half. 5 and a half here, number on the 5 and a half, and you get a 5 and a half, thank you. 5 and a half, 5 and a half, and 575. 575 again, 575 and $600 now, and 6 and a quarter, and 6 and a half. 6 and a half here, number on the 6 and a half, and now 675, and now $700. 6 and a half, and 675 and $700. Number on the 7, 7, number on the 7, 675 and 7. 675 is the money bid, and 700, 700, 7 and a quarter, 7 and a half. 7 and a half here, number on the 7 and a half, and now 775. 7 and a half is the money bid. You're in at 7 and a half. Is that all right? No? 7 and a half, 775. One more time, I think you'll get it. 775. 775, number on the 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 775. Sold. 750. What's your number out there, sir? He disappeared. Was that 750? Yep. 404? 404. Give him a round of applause right out there, folks. All right, we've got the next. It's got some accessories with it, or an accessory. All right. Paddington Bears ABCs from Lindsay Hofer at Ascension Lutheran. It came from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. It's 52 by 43, machine done, number 402 in your catalog. We come with Paddington Bear and the quilt. There we go. And would you give a $100 bill? $100 to go. Give it on the 100, 100 a quarter. I'm bid 100, 125. 125 fine. Give it on the 125. And give me 110. I'm bid the $100 bill here. 110. Give it on the 110. 10. Give it on the 110. Who else needs the bear? 110. Would you get a 110? Give it on the 110. And now 120. 120, 130, Bob. 130. Give it on the 130. 30. Give it on the 130. Would you say 130? And now 140. 140, 150. 150 here and 150, 50, 150. Would you get 150? Large 150. You're out. 140s with Pagel. Now 150, give it on the 150. Would you say 150? 140's a money bid. 150. We're going to sell it if you're done. 140, 150. And now 160. 160 here, number on the 160. 160 here, number on the 160 year bidder, number on the $160, number on the 160 out there. 160. Wave your hand. 160. Sold. $150 to Lars's bidder. And your number? 29. 29. I didn't see where they were, so good job. All right. Yep. Get ready for school. Pat Lundahl is coming up for Get Ready for School, Augustana Lutheran Church, Omaha, Nebraska. It's 43 by 51. It's tied. Nice little piece. And a $50 bill. $50 to go. Number on the 50, 50, number on the $50, number on the 58. Would you give it 25 on it? And now 30. I'm at 25. Would you bid $30? Number on the 30. Down 40, 40, number on the 40. Down 50, 50, number on the 50. Down $60. Number on the 60. 60 down 70. We're on the same lady. Yep. 60 down $70. Number on the 70. Did you say $70? Number on the 70. 70. Thank you. But 60's out here. Now $70. Number on the 70. Would you go to $70 anywhere? I'm at 60 way in the back at the table. And now $70. Number on the 60 down 70. Sold 60, bidder number 2. Bidder number 2. Good job. Oh, there it is. All right, number 4 coming up from the catalog, School Days from Pat Lundahl, Augustana Lutheran at Omaha, 45 by 35, and it's tied. Get this one, $25 to go here. Start me out. 25 on this one, 25 and now 30, and now 40, and now 40, now $50, now $60, limit on the 60. Would you go to 60? Thank you. 50 down, $60, limit on the 60, 60, limit on the $60. Would you go to $60 anywhere? 50's in the back and $60, limit on the 60. Sold 50, bidder number 2. Bidder number 2. Got the pair. Got the pair. Got another nice big quilt coming up here again, ladies and gentlemen. It's called Wind in the Willows from Phyllis Johnson in memory of Geraldine Lund. From Mo Lutheran Church in Clear Lake, Wisconsin. It's hand quilted 76 by 66, and it's number 405 in your catalog. $100 here, number 100, 100 and a quarter. I'm bid 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half, 100 and a half, and 175. Would you get a 170? 175 and not 200. 200 and on the 2 and 2, number on the 2, 175 is over here in green t-shirt, and now 200 and on the 2 and 2, number on the 200 where I'm at 200. Would you get a 2 and 2? I'm the 175 is the money bid, and 200 number on the 2 and 2, and now in 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter here, number on the 2 and a quarter, number on the 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. 2 and a half high, number on the 2 and a half, and 275. 275 and 300, number on the 3 and 3, number on the 300, 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 3 and a half, 3 and a half, thank you, sir. 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, number on the 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. So 3 and a quarter over here. Your number is 122. 122. 122. All right, we've got Cardinal Rules coming up from Mark and Carol Grorud, St. Andrews Lutheran at Ridgefield, Connecticut. It's 84 by 66, machine quilted. Number 406 is the number. And here we go from the Groroods. Would you give me a $100 bill to go? $100 where would you get 50? $50 started out, then I'm on the 50 now and 60. 50 down, 60 down, $70, then I'm on the 70, would you go to 70? 60's at the table, and now $70, then I'm on the 70, would you go to 70? Now an 80, 80 now 90, now a $100 bill, then I'm on the 100, 100 now 110, and now 120, now 130, 130 now 40, 40 now 150, we'll get him. Keep an eye on him, now 160, and now 170, 170 here, and 170, 180, 80, 180, 180, Bob, 180, you're out, and I'm on 180, 180, and 190, 190, would you get a 190, 90, 150, 180's way out back there, they've got it, now 190 anywhere else. 180 and 190, and now $200 number on the 2 and 210, these are number on the 210, 210 behind the tree, 210 and 220, 220 and 230, 230 third, number on the 230, would you go to 230 and 240 now 250, 250, would you get a 250 here, number on the 250 now and 260 and 270, 270 here, number on the 270, would you give me 270, 70, 280 and 290, 290 here, number on the 290, she's been much faster, 290, number on the 290, 280, 290, no pressure, 280, 290, give it on the 290, 90, give it on the 290, 300, 310, 310, when you go to 310, give it on the 310, 310 here, number on the 310, 10, number on the 310, 310, thank you, 300's over here, and 310, number on the 300, 310, so 300, and that's 86, 86, give her a round of applause, 86, very nice. I don't even have to look when they just hold their number in the air, I like that, that's just great. Sunshine Squares from the Peacemakers of Southwood Lutheran at Lincoln at 68 by 53. It's tied. It's number 407 in your catalog. 407. And it's coming up behind me. A nice, colorful quilt here. Colorful attendants there in warm jackets here today. All right. Would you give me a $75 bid to go? $50 you started out. $50 here. Number bid 50 and now 60. I'm at 50 and now $60, number on the 60, 60, number on the $60, number on the 60 anywhere. 50 down, 60 now, $70, number on the 70 now, and 80 way in the other corner now, 90. 90 here, 90 now, $100, number on the 100, 100 now, 110, number on the 110 and 120. 120 now, 130. 130, thank you, sir. 120, you got it, Bob. At 120 now, 130, 30, number on the 130, 120, 130. Sold 120 under the tree. 158. 158 is the bidder number. 158. All right, coming up now is called Snowman from Southwood Lutheran Peacemakers. It's 80 by 66, and it's number 408 in your catalog. All right, coming up with this nice red one here. And would you give me a $100 bill? $100 go, number on the 100, would you give me 50 to start it? $50 here, number on bid 50, and now 60, and now 70. 70 here now, 80 down, and 80 now, 90, 90, give me 90 now, $100, number 110. Thank you. I'm bid $100 over here now, 110, 110, 120 now, 130, 130 and 40, 140 now, 150, 50 now, 160 down, and then 170, 170 and 180, 180, 180. Thank you. 170 setting down, and 180 down, and number 180, give me 170, 180. So 170, number 50. Number 50, $170 to number 50. Got a 9-patch design coming up from Julie Ekman at Sheridan Lincoln. It's hand quilted. It's 47 by 43, and it's number 409 in your catalog right there. All right, here, would you give me 75 to go? $75, number on the 75 and now 80. I'm at 75 and now 80 down, and number on 80. 80, give me 80 down, and number on $80. They're showing you all sides there. 75 and now 80 down, and number on 80. 80, give me 80 now 90. 90 down, and number on 90. Would you go to 90? Would you give me 90? 90, give me on my 80s right here. $90 anywhere else. 80 now, 90 down, and number on 90. Give me on 80 now 90. Sold $80. Number 38. 38 is the number. Thank you, ma'am. All right, we've got a signature block quilt from Julie Ekman at Sheridan Lutheran at Lincoln. It's 72 by 70. It's number 410. And here it is, a nice block quilt here. And would you give me $100 to go? $100 to go. Number one, I bid 100, now 110, now 120. 120, would you get 120, 130, 130 and 40, 40, 140, would you get 140 now, 50, 50, 150, 160. 160 here, number one, $160, number one, 160, thank you, ma'am. 150's in the second row, and 160, 160, new bidder, now 170. 170 here, number one, 170 and 180, ma'am. 180, 190. 190 with 90, now $200, number one, 2 and 210, 10, 210, thank you. I'm bid 200 by the tree now, 210, 10, number one, 210, number one, 210 and 220. 220, a new bidder, number one, 220, 20, number one, 220, ma'am, would you be 220 by the tree? 220, thank you. 210 is with the gentleman, and now 220, give me one to 220, give me one to 210, 220. Sold 210 to number 30. Number 30 is the number. Thank you, sir. Number 413 is next. It's called the Rustic Patchwork from Alice West. It's Emmanuel Lutheran at Omaha. Number 30 is in the floppy camouflaged hat right out here in the middle. Alice West is the donor. Emmanuel Lutheran in Omaha, 81 by 62. It's machine done, number 413 in your catalog. All right, floppy hatted guy, you better bid on this one too. They know where you're setting. Here we go. Would you give a $100 bill? $100 and $100 a quarter. 100 now, 100 a quarter. Number one, 125. Would you give me 110? I'm bid 100 now, 110, 10. Number one, 110, 10. Number one, 110. Would you sit 110 anywhere? 100 up 10, now 120, sir. 120, would you get a 120, 20, give me 120, would you go to 120, 120, 130, 130, thank you. 120's in the second row, and $130, number 130, would you get a 130 anywhere, 130, and now 140. 140 here, I got a new bidder, 140 and 150, 150, ma'am, 150 and 160, 160, thank you. 150's by the tree, and now 160, give me the 150, 160, sold $150, 165, 165, right in front of that tree right there. All right, thank you. We've got a cross-stitch design coming up next from Holy Cross Welka at Holy Cross Lutheran of Beatrice. It's hand done. It's 100 by 67, and it's number 414. Hand done. Look at all that handiwork on this quilt, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate the time. And a $200 bid to go. $200 to go where? $200 number on the 2 and 2, number on the 2. Would you give that $100 bill to start it out? $100 and $100 and a quarter. 100 now, 100 and a quarter, number on 100 and a quarter, 100 and 100 or 100 and a half. 100 and a half, number on 150, 50, 150, 175. Now $200, number on the 2. $200 here, number on the 2 and 2, number on the 200, number on the 2. Would you go to 200 one more time? $200, thank you. 175 and now 200, number on the 2, and now 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half and 275, 275 and $300, number on the 3, thank you. 275 and now 300, number on the 3, number on the 300, 275 and now 3. Sold 275, 61 or 261, bidder number 61. All right, we don't have that many balloons to pop yet, folks. We need to there. Christmas quilt from Holy Cross Welka at Beatrice, Nebraska. It's 92 by 78, machine done. 415 is your number in your catalog. Look at the nice colors here. And a $100 bill to get me going. $100 wear, number on 100 a bid, 100, 100 and a quarter. 100, 100 and a quarter, 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half. 100 and a half, 100 and a half, number on 100 and a half. Would you give me 150? 125 and a 130. 130, would you get a 130, 130, 140? 140, would you get a 140, ma'am, to 140, 150? 150, 160, excuse me, 160 here, minimum on 160, would you get a 160 here, 160, 160 and 170, 170 and 180, 180 here and 180, thank you, ma'am. 170 is in the middle of the crowd now, 180 down at the minimum on 180, minimum on 170, 180, 180, sold, 170, and that's 70, 70. Give her a round of applause, folks. They've been trying all afternoon, too. Got another blue jean quilt. Heavenly Batiks is Karen Swanda as the donor. From St. Mark's at Omaha, it's 65 by 50. It's number 416 in your catalog. Very nice. And would you give me 75 to go? 75 and now 80, now 90. 90 now $100 bill, 100 now 110, 110 and 120. 120 and 130. 130, would you get a 130, 30, 130, 140, 150. 150 and now 160. 160 here and 160 and 170. 170, 170 and 180. 180, 180, I got him. And now 190. 190, would you get a 190, now $200, now 210, limit on 210, 10, 210, 210, 210, limit on 210, 220, now 30. 230 here, limit on 230 and 240 and 250. 250, would you get a 250 and 260 and 270. 270 here and 270 and 280, 80, limit on 290, limit on 290, 90, limit on 90, $300. Would you go 3 1/4? 3 1/4 here, limit on 3 1/4, limit 310. 310, I won't jump you. 310, limit on 310, 10, limit on 310. I'm here to count all day. 310, limit on 310, 10. Help her out. 310, would you go to 310? And now 320, 320 and 330, 330 and 340, 340 and 350, 350 and 60, 360 and 370, 370 and 380, 380 and 390, 390 here, minimum on the 390, would you go to 390, 390 and now $400, minimum on the 410, 410, would you go to 410, thank you. 400's in the back row, and 410, minimum on the 410, minimum on the $400, 410, sold, $400, number 173, 173. All right, Bless the USA from Trinity Lutheran Church at Bruning, Nebraska. It's a crocheted item, number 84 by 44, number 420. Oh, look at that patriotic crocheted piece right here. And would you give a $100 bill? $100 to go, limit on 100, limit on 100. Would you give me some? It's the Olympic year, you betcha. 75. 75 to go here, limit on the 75, limit on the 75. Would you give me $50 started? $50 here, limit on the 50. Look at all. I don't know how to crochet, but I've tried. This is a lot of effort. Would you give me $50 to go? $50 to go. It's a lot of time. 50 and now 60 and now 60 and now 70, sir. $70 limit on the 70. Would you go to $70 limit on the 70 anywhere? Bid 60 under the tree and now $70 limit on the 70 anywhere. 60 now 70. Sold $60. Bidder number 2. Bidder number 2. Give her a round of applause. All right, here we've got number 421. It's a memory flower garden from Trinity Lutheran Church at Bruning, Nebraska. It's 67 by 51. Machine quilted, number 421 in your catalog. 421 in your catalog. Really nice work here, ladies and gentlemen. All right. And would you give me a $100 bill to go? $100 to go, and now, is that right? $100 limit on 100, now 100 1/4. 100, now 100 1/4, limit on 110. 110, 10, limit on 110. Would you get a 110 and now 120? 120 with 120, 130. 130, 130. I missed my bidder. 130 over here, just wait. 130, 140. 140 now 150. 150 here and 150, 160. Would you get a 160, 160, 170? 170, 180. 180 here and 180. Thank you, Ethan. You got 170 now 180. 170, 180. I thought I had another bidder over here somewhere. 170 and 180. Put them on 180 down and put them on 170, 180. So $170. 68. Thank you. 68's the number. Possibly the largest quilt they've had today. This is 101 by 88. It's the Giving Quilt from St. John's Lutheran at Ohio, Nebraska. Machine quilted, 422 in their catalog. Beautiful. Give them a round of applause for that big quilt right there. Beautiful piece. All right, here. If you bid long enough, we'll just see how long she can hold on to this, and he can hold on to the other end. So it's a big quilt. All right, how about a $200 bid to go? 200, not 2 1/4. 200, not 2 1/4. Number on the 225, and now 250. 250 and 275, and now $300. Number on the 3 and 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2 and 375, and now $400. Now 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. And now $475 and $500. Now 5 1/4. Now 5 1/2 and a 575, and now $600. 6 1/4. 6 1/4. Thank you. I'm at 600, 6 and a quarter, number on a 600 a quarter. 600 at the table back here, now 625 behind, number on a 625. We go to 625 and now 650 and 675. And now $700 here and 7 and a quarter, 7 and a quarter, 7 and a half, 775. 775 and now $800 number on 8 and 8 and a quarter. 8 and a quarter, thank you. $800 in the back row and 8 and a quarter, number on 8 and a quarter, number on 825. $800, 8 and a quarter, anywhere, 8 and a quarter. Sold $800. Number 13, bidder number 13. Pop that balloon, boys. Pop that balloon. All right, good job. I got one, thank you. Square in a Square coming up next from Women of the First Lutheran Church, Avoca, Nebraska. This is hand quilted. It's 92 by 54. It's number 423 in your catalog, Trevor. Here we go. All right, here we go. Shiny things get his attention. That's the deal. All right, I want you to give it $200 bid to go. $200 to go. Number on the two, would you get that $100 bill? $100 bill, 100, 100, now 100 a quarter. Table there, and 100 a quarter. Number on 100 a quarter. Would you give me 110? 110, 10. 130, 140, 150, 150, 160, 160 over here, 160 and 170, now 180, 180, ma'am, 180 at the table, 180, would you get a 180, now 190, sir, 190, sir, thank you, 180 standing up, and now 190, 90, give it on the 190, would you get a 190 on the beautiful quilt we have, 180 and 190, give it on the 190, give it on the 180, 190, sold, $180, give her a round of applause, and your number 48, 48, all right, thank you. A fuzzy warm one, isn't it? Look at that fuzzy warm. A recycled fleece from Sandy Olson. It's a Spirit of Hope Lutheran in Lincoln. It's 78 by 57, machine done, 428 in your catalog. Nice fuzzy warm quilt here on the fleece quilt. Would you give me a $100 bill? $100 to go, number on the 100, 100, now 100 a quarter. I'm bid 100 right here in the middle of the crowd, and now 110. 100, now 110, number on the 110, 10, number on the 110, would you get a 110? 110, 120, ma'am, and now 130, and now 140, 140, now 150, 150, 150, good, now 160, ma'am, 160, now 170 to you folks, and now 180, 180, 180, thank you. You're in at 170, and now 180, give it a I like that. 170 and 180, 80, give it on $180, give it on 180, 170, and now 180. So 170. Now 550. 500 the money bid, and now 5.5. Number on the 5.5. Number on the 5.5. Would you get 5.5? Would you give me 5? $60 bill. $50 down, 60. I'm at 50 down, $60 minimum on the $60 minimum on the 60. Would you go to 60? 50 down, $60 minimum on the 60. Would you go to $60 minimum on the 60? Are you looking now, folks? All this crochet work here. I'm bid 50. Would you bid $60? Anyone else? Is that one bid going to buy it? 60 and now 70. 60 and now $70 minimum on the 70. Was that second bid going to buy it? 60 now $70 minimum on the 70. 60 now 70. Sold. $60. Number 165. 165. Thank you. Australian Animals Baby Quilt from Sue Baden, Emmanuel Lutheran in Omaha. It's hand done. It's 24 by 41, and it's number 439 in your catalog. Australian Animals here. All right, here. Would you give me 75 to start? At 75 to go. Number on the 75 behind. Number on the 75. Number on the 50. $50 here on the Animals. Number on the did I see a hand? Number on the mid 50 and now 60. 50 now 60 now $70. Number on the 70. Thank you. 60s right here on the aisle and now $70. Number on the 70 now an 80. Number an 80 down. No. Okay. 60 now and $70. Number on the 70. Number on the 60 now and 70. And now 80. $80 here, $80 number one, 80. Either one of you, 80, I guess. Lars, where you got it? Okay, well, you're both out. $80 to either one of you, 80, and now $90. Way back 90. $100 bill. $100 him on 100, 100, him on 100, him on 100. Now 110. 110. She was in. 100, 110, him on 110. No, she was not. 110, 120, sitting down. I got another bidder. 120. Jason, would you like in right next to you? 120. 120 on the Animals, minimum on a 120. Thank you. She's done. 110 is at the table. And now 120, minimum on a 110, 120. Sold. 110. Raise your number right there. 223. Give them a round of applause. 223. Thank you, sir. Baby Animals Baby Quilt again from Sue Baden, Manuel Lutheran in Omaha. Hand done. 23 by 43. Number 440 in your catalog. All right, give me a $50 bill to go on this one. $50 here, number on the 50, 50, number on the 50. Who didn't get the last one? 25. 25 started now. 30, 30, number on the $30, number on the 30. Would you go to 30? I'm at 25. Would you bid $30, number on the 30, 30, number on the $30, number on the 30. Now 40. 40 here, now 50, 50, number on the $50, 50. Would on the 60 now, 70 now, and 80, Bob. $80 to your bidder, number on 80. I don't know where you are. $80, just wave. $80, would you like in again at 80? Would you give me 80? Lars has got 70. $442. Look at that. That's a pretty quilt. Would you get that $100 bill to get me going? $100 to go. Number on the money bid, 100 a quarter. 100 now, 100 a quarter. 100 a quarter. Then move. 40, 40, 140, 150 behind. 150, 160. 160, thank you. 150 is behind her. Now 160, give them on 160. Would you get a 160 anywhere? 150 and 160, give them on 150, 160. 160, 170, 170 a brand new bidder, 170, 180, 180 here, 180, 80, 190, 90, give it 190, 92, thank you, 190, 200, give it 102. Sold 190 back there, 122, 122, thank you, 122. Flower got from 443 in your log. Here you go. And would you give me 75 to start it? 75 to go. On the 75 and now 80. 75 and now $80. Number one 80. Like dollar. Second row is out. 110, 120, 120, 130, 130 here, 130, 120 to the gentleman in the back row, and now 130, 130, nope, 120, 130, 120, 130, sold out there, 120, number 47, 47. All right, we've got a wall hanging coming up from Diane Cook at Fremont, Nebraska. It's hand done, it's 42 by 32, and it's number 445 in your catalog. 445 for the wall hanging. And a $50 bill to go. $50 to go. And I'm on the 50, 50, and I'm on the $50, and I'm on the 25. Start me out on the wall hanging here. 25 and 30 now. 50, 50 now. $50, and I'm on the 50 now. 70. I'm on the 50, 80, 80, 90, 90, and I'm on the 90, which is 90, now 100. 100, 110, and I'm on 110, when you get a 110. 110, thank you. $100 to buy the tree now. And 110, when you get a 110. So, number 2. All right, we've got a wall hanging again from Diane Cook at Fremont. It's hand done. It's 17 by 17, and it's number 447. Yes, did I get going too fast? Bidder number 2. Oh, Heather, don't bother the clerks. Have you been here before? All right. Number 2 was the buyer, $100. Yes, yes. We're going to put a bubble over you people, just plastic bubble. Diane Cook, wall hanging, number 447 in your catalog, Fremont, Nebraska. It's hand done, 17 by 17, and it's here to sell. Look at that, folks. Would you give me a $50 bill? $50 to go, 25, here you go. You got a nice little hole in up. Would you give me 25 to go? 25, signed to 25 and now 30. 25 and she's in at 25 right here, sitting down, and now $30, number on the 30, 30, give them on the $30, number on the 30, now 40, 40 now and 50 by the tree, and now $60, now 70, 70, give them on the 70, now and 80, $80 and 90, 90, thank you, 8 right here, $90, number on the 90, give them on the 90, give them on 80, now 90, sold $80, 214, thank you, 214 is the bidder. Thank you. Patchwork coming up next from Diane Heller at Rejoice Lutheran at Omaha. It's 44 by 35 and a half. It's number 453 in your catalog, 453. And what do we say to go here? Would you give me a $100 bill? Would you give me 75 to start it? 75 to get me going, number on the 75, number on the 75, would you get a $50 bill? $50 wear, number on the 50, 50, give them on the $50. Hey, 25 starts the little wall hanging out, 30 now and 40. $40 number on the 40, thank you. 30's in the third row, and $40 number on the 40, 40, give them on the $40 number on the 40, would you get a 40 anywhere else? 40 now and 50, ma'am. $50 third row, $50 Ethan, you're in at 40, and now $50 number on the 50, give them on the 40 now and 50. Sold your way at $40. 165 is the number, 165. Another big quilt coming up here. This is 104 by 103 from Verna Lure at Salem Lutheran. It's machine quilted at Wakefield, Nebraska. 104 by 103, number 454 in your catalog. Look at this large quilt. Beautiful. And what do we say to go? How about a $500 bill to go here? $500 to go, number on the 5 and now 5 1/4. I'm at 5 and now 5 1/4. We're going to pop another balloon. 5 and now 5 1/4. Number on the 5 1/4. Number on the 5 1/4. $500, 5 1/4, 5 1/2, and now 575, and now $600, now 6 1/4, now 6 1/2, 6 1/2, and 675, and now $700, now and 7 1/4, now and 7 1/2, 7 1/2, hand, number on the 7 1/2, number on the, I think she did this, 7 1/2, number on the 7 1/2, 7 1/4 here, and 7 1/2, hand, number on the 7 1/2, and you go to $750, and now $80, 7 1/2, $775. And now it's $100, Ethan, wherever your bidder was. $800, 800 now, 8 1/4, 8 1/4, 8 1/2, 8 1/2, 8 1/2, and 875, 875 and $900, and that's pop two balloons, $1,000 bill, $1,000 bill, limit on 1,000 now, 1,050, 1,050, limit on 1,050. Thank you, ma'am. $1,000 bill's the money bid now. 1,050, limit on 1,050, limit on $1,000 bill is here. 1,050 anywhere. 1,050 sold. $1,000 bill right there. 214. Thank you. 214. It's 2:30. We're going to have a little pause, and I'll give Jason my microphone.
Thanks, Brian. I'll pay you later for that. That's great. That's helpful. It's just been amazing. So thanks for your work, Lance especially, and crew. Thanks for your enthusiasm and all the. Please take a drink. Yeah. You look like you're having lots of fun out there. Is that true? We are too. Okay, so once again, Church Group and Brotherhood Mutual, Simon Johnson, Roger and Karen Thompson, Stolly Prairie Girls LLC, Sampson Construction, and Cisco. So let's give a round of applause for our sponsors. So that rain went away and that sun's coming out and it's feeling really good. This is some of the nicest weather we've ever had for a quilt auction I can remember. So yay God. So just remember we have water bottles going out. Paxton's heading up this crew and the lovely ladies that are working with Paxton. Drink lots of water and keep yourself ready for more bidding. Remember, we have two opportunities for you to donate quilts outside of taking them home: Lutheran Rural Leaf and giving a quilt to one of our summer staff. I said raffle earlier. We're not taking your quilts and making summer staff pay for them. Drawing. So if you'd like to do that, we've got a number of them back there already. So just put that back at the welcome booth with Dennis Remington back there, and he'll separate out the two piles. So, we have a number of people up here in these little yellow ribbons, and so these are folks that are monthly donors for Nebraska Quilt Ministry. So we have people that are giving anywhere from $5 a month. I think our highest monthly donor is giving about $3,000 a month to support this ministry, and yeah, that's awesome. And we've been doing this for a number of years now, but we have over 200 people that are part of this club, and we'd love to see that even more. So much so that we've just got 2 challenge grants from others. We have $100,000 in matching funds for anybody who becomes one of our monthly donors. So if you'd like to do that, you can all rush back at once and see Dennis and just overwhelm him with forms. You can also do that online. And good timing. I like the Buggy family here. We also have these wonderful sticks. We have a Carol Joy Holling stick. And so we told all of our camper families this summer, if you want to be the envy of all Carol Joy Holling camper families or quilt auction families, we have a stick, a walking stick for you to become a monthly donor. So thanks for your support in all these ways. It's got a nice point on it too. Don't stab anybody with the walking stick, please. But thanks for your support of the camp through quilt auction, all these fun ways that we get to make sure that kids continue to grow in their faith and just all the good things that happen in summer camp. So we are going to get started, and we have some specialty items, and there's always just a little fun twist that happens in the specialty time, so we'll get to that. I will turn it back to Lance. After the specialty items, I'll come back and I'll give you another total. I'll be back there counting with my fingers and toes again, so I'll try not to take too long. So. All right, Lance.
What is our first special item here today? A quilt ladder. All right. Number 101 in your catalog, rustic alder quilt ladder from Vernon Gertis. It's 87 by 28. Vernon makes nice items when he does. That's for the Australian quilts, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. All right. And what do we say to go? Very nice item. Another one from Vernon Gertis here. Would you get that $100 bill to start it out? $100 on the first quilt ladder, number on 100, 100, 100, 110. 100, 110, number 110 and 120. 120, 130, 30, 140. 140, would you get a 140, 40, 140, would you get a 140, would you say 140? 140 here, my 130's in the second row, and 140, would you get a 140, would you get a 140, now 150. 150, now 160. 160, thank you. 150's in the second row, and $160 number one on 160, would you get a 160, would you get a 160, anywhere 160 and 170, and now 180. 180 here, number one 180, did a number 180, would you get a 180 one more time? 180, 190. 190, now $200, number one, 2, 2, number one, 2, and now 210, number one, 210, 10, number one, 210, ma'am. 210 here, 210 and 220, now 230. 230 here, thank you. 220s here and 230, 30, number one, 230, number one, 220, 230. Sold. 220 to number 90. Give her a big round of applause here. Number 90. We've got the next one coming up here. A little bit. I think maybe just set them back. Can we set them back against the tree here or something? Well, over by the tent is where they'll go with them, just so you know where they're at. They have got a tag on them. This is number 102 from Vernon Gertis again, 72 by 27. This is quarter sawn oak. Really beautiful piece if you've gotten up close to it, ladies and gentlemen. How about a $200 bill to go here? $200 to go, number 1 and 2. Would you get that $100 bill to start it again? You need one. $100, number 1, 100, now 110. 100, now 110, number 110 and 120. 120, 130, 140, 150. 150, 160, 160, 170, here 170, 180. 180, 180, 190, 90, 190, 190, now 200, number 1 and 210. 210 and 220, 20, 220, 230. 230 in the back, Bob, you get it? 230 and 240. I don't see them. 240, 240, now 250, and now 260. 260, now 270. 270 and 280. 280 and 280, thank you. 280 up front. 280 here and 280, no, 280. It's beautiful. 280, number 1 to 280, 290. 290 here and 290, now 300, Ethan, number 1 to 3 and 3, and now 310. 310 and 320. 320, number 1 to 3. Got to keep that average up, Dave. 320, number 1 to 320, and now 330. 330, don't let him scare you. 330, number 1 to 330, 30, number 1 to 330. Would you get a 330? 320 is way in the back, and now 330, 30, number 1, 330, 340, 340 here, now 350. 350 and now 360. 360 here and 360, no. 350s here and 360, give me the one to 360, give me the one to 350, 360. Sold. $350, number 89. 89's the number. Thank you. Got a cedar chest coming up, it looks like to me. Beautiful cedar chest. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't had a cedar chest in a little while. This is the back, so just spin it around. How many camp staff does it take to spin around the cedar chest? Yeah, more than I think, that's right. Number 103 in your catalog from Vernon Gertis again, 21.5 by 41. Let's just show them that beautiful cedar lining in there. Ladies and gentlemen, he does good work. Look at that. Give him a round of applause for all that handiwork. Absolutely beautiful. I'll let you have that card back. And would you get a $500 to go, and you can still fill it up the rest of the afternoon? I bid 200, now 2 1/4. 200, now 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Number 1 to 2 1/2. And give me 2 1/2. Number 1 to 2 1/2. And give me 2 1/2. And now 275. 275 and 300. Number 1 to 3 1/4. Number 1 to 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 375. 375 and 400. Now and 4 1/4. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. And now 475. And now 500. We can pop a balloon again. And 5 1/4. 5 1/4 and 5 1/2. 5 1/2. And you get a 5 1/2. Number 1 to 5 1/2. Number 1 to 5 1/2. $500, 5 1/2, and now 575. 575 and $600. Number 1 to 6 and now 6 1/4. Now 6 1/2. 6 1/2 and 675. 675 and $700. Number 1 to 7. 7. Number 1 to 7. $700 here. Number 1 to 7. And now 7 1/4. 7 1/4. 7 1/2. 7 1/2. Number 1 to 750. 750 here. Number 1 to 750. Your quilts will look nice in there. 750. 750 here. We'll carry it to the car. 750. 750. 775. 775 and $800 is just a nice round number. 800. $800 here, number 1, 800. Help her out, folks. She's on it. $800, number 1, 8, and 8, number 1, 800, number 1, 800. 800? 800? Would you do it? 800? 800, number 1, 800, number 1, 800. Now 8 1/4. 8 1/4, 8 1/4, 8 1/2. 8 1/2 would give me 8. Thank you very much. 8 1/4 is in the back row. And 8 1/2, number 1, 8 1/2, number 1, 8 1/2. Thanks to all our bidders. 8 1/4, 8 1/2. Sold. 825. Give him a round of applause. 163. 163. Thank you, folks. Thank you very much. They're just going to set it off over here back by the tent. All right, we've got cuppies. Don't drop that deal there. Yeah. Now we've got cuppies from Wanda Kruger, Salem Lutheran Church of Fremont. It's number 135 in your catalog. And here we go. Get your own set of cuppies right here. How about a $50 bill to go? 60 down, $60 minimum on a 60, 60 minimum on a $60 minimum on a 60 down, 70 now 80, 80 now 90, and now $100 bill, 110 now 120. Would you get a 120, 130, 130 and 40, 140 now 150 down, 160. Would you get a 160, 160? Thank you. 150's in the back row. Now 160. Would you get a 160? Would you get a 160? 150, 160, 170, 170 and 180, 180 here, but on a 180 got from behind the tree. $180 minimum on 180. Would you get a 180 on the cuppies? 180. Would you get a 180? Thank you. 170's here. 180. They're even clean. Sold. $170 right there. 457 is the number I see. 457. And just in case you didn't get these, ma'am, we got another set. 136. We've got clean cuppies from Wanda Kruger again. And it's number 136 in your catalog. And what do we say to go? Whatever, huh? 75. And now 80. 75 and 80, now 90, now $100 bill, 110, 120, now 130, now 40, now 50, now 60, 160, would you get a 160, 150's here, and a 160, give it on a 160, would you get a 160, 160, would you like in again, 160, give it on a 160, thank you, 150, 160, give it on a 150, 160, sold, $150 right there, and we'll get your number, it was 437, 437. And just in case you didn't get them cuppies that time, 137 again, cuppies. How about a $100 bill? Now 110, 120, 130, now 40, now 50, now 160 and 170 and 180. 180, give it on a 180. 170's here, now 180, give it on the mustache has it for 170, now 180. 170 and 180, give it on a 180, give it a 180, 190, now $200, now 210, 210 and 220, 210 is here and 220, 20, give it on the 20, give it on 220, 230, 240, 240 here, number one to 240, now 250, 250 and 260, 260 and 270, and now 280, 280 and 280 and 290, now $300, number one to 3 and 310, and now 320, 320 here, number one to 320, 330 and 340, 340 now 350, and now 360, 360 and 370, 370 and 380, 380 and 380 and 390, and now $400 number on the 4 and 410, 410 and 420, 420. Would you get a 420? 420? No, 410 is here and 420. 80 more bucks. We pop a balloon. 410 and 420. Give them on the 420. 410 and 420. Give them on 20. Congratulations. 410. Grab me a number, would you there, Ethan? 202. 2. All right. Our next item, look at this coming up, ladies and gentlemen. All right, coming up with a really neat barn. Watch your step. Look at this barn. And I think does the roof? Oh, every door opens. Does the roof tilt up and look in? This is number 402 in your catalog. Okay. The door opens up. You can see all inside. This would be a really nice display, a really nice toy. It would work for anybody right there. Very, very nice. And would you give me a $250 bid to go? $250 to go. Number one on 250. Would you give me $200 started? $200 to go. Number one on 2. Number one on 2. Did you get it? Way out back? Oh no, they were just waiting. I got it though. 200. Now 2 1/4. 2 1/4, number one to 2 1/4, quarter, number one to 2 25. I'm at 200 way in the back now. 225, number one to 225, behind number one to 225. 200, would you give me 210? Would you give me 210? 10. I've got one bid at $200 on the barn, and now 210, number one to 210 and 220. 220 and 230 to you guys. 230, number one to 230. I don't know where they're at. 230. 230, just wave your hand. At 230, would you like in again at 230? 230 here, the life's 230. Grant, work him over. 230. 230, give him on a 230. 30, give him on a 220. He's way in the back. 230, anywhere else. Livestock doesn't make much of a mess here. It's easy to clean. 220, 230. 220, 230. We're going to sell it if you're done. 220, 230. We'll throw in a copy. 230. Sold. $220. Way out back. 206. 206. All right. I remembered that from last time. I didn't know that. 133. Just like I said the first time. 133. That's right. Okay, this next quilt rack. This quilt, Sam, was designed and handcrafted by the late Bob Scott, Seward, Nebraska, formerly of Cordova. His wife Diane and mother Margaret enjoyed quilting and helped them make many quilts over the years for Lutheran World Relief. Yes, I knew them all. They're very nice people. It's number 673 in your catalog. Kind of a double, triple quilt rack almost. And would you give a $100 bill to go? $100 to go and bid 100, 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half, 100 and a half, number one, 100 and a half, would you get 150, 125, would you go 130, 130, would you 130, 140 down, 140, 150, 150, 160, 160 and 170, give it 170, would you get a 170, would you get a 170, and then 180, 180, Dave, 180, 190, 190, ma'am, would you get a 190, would you get 190, now $200, number one to two, number one to 200, number one to two, $200 here and two, and now 210, number one to 210, 10, number one to 210, would you go to 210, 210 here, number one to 210. Thank you, ma'am. I bid $200 with the gentleman at the table, and now 210 anywhere else. $200, 210. So $200, 128. Dave, 128. Thank you. Well, I called him a gentleman. Yeah, Lars thought that was wrong. I don't know. Okay. 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 This quilt is black, red, white, and gray, and this quilt was created as an X and O pattern in memory of Paul Arndt, a lover of quilts, and he was auctioneer's best friend at this day. Where was I? Lover of quilts, Carol Joy Holling in life. Paul was a longtime attendee of Camp Carol Joy Holling's quilt auction and enjoyed attending each year since it began in '89. He passed into this life in heaven on November 1st, 2019. This quilt was created by Paul's family in his loving memory. X and O pattern highlights Paul's favorite Bible verse. I'll have you read that one on the bottom.
Corinthians 13:13. Now these three abide: faith, hope, and love. But the greatest of these.
Excellent job. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Paul's family's here. Of course, bidder number 2 has made herself known out here. You know, she's right under that tree. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Doing a job. Gotcha. All right, number 564 in your catalog, and it's 63 and a half by 73 X's and O's. Here you go, Bob. And a $500 bill to go here. How about a 500? Would you give me $200 started? $200 to go. Number one, number one, I bid 200. Now 2 and a quarter. 200. Now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. And 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275. 275. Number one, 275 and 300. Now 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter here and 3 and a half. 3 and a half and 375. And now $400. Number one, 4 and 4 and a quarter. Number one, 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. 4 and a half and 4 and a half and 475. Number one, 475. He said no, 475. And now $500 here. Now 5 and a quarter. 5 and a quarter. Now 5 and a half. 575, 575, 575. Thank you, 575. Would you get a 575, 5 and a half, and now 575 anywhere else? 5 and a half and 575. Would you get a 575? 575, $600. And now 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a half. 675 we'll throw in a cup, and now 675 and 700, 7 and a quarter, 7 and a quarter, 7 and a half, 7 and a half and 775. And now $800 here, 8 and a quarter, 8 and a quarter, 8 and a quarter, 8 and a half. So $1,100, number 122. 122. Give them a big round of applause. Pop those balloons. We got a double. You got the twist? All right.
Nice job with that. That means a lot. Paul has always been a tremendous member of our family, and as is the whole.
$90 and that is that 92, ma'am? 92 at 75. Thank you, sir. 60133. 133. Just keep your bid numbers up. We'll try not to miss any. I think we got them about selected. Oh, right here. 73. Thank you, ma'am. 73. That is great. Give yourselves a huge round of applause, folks. And they aren't, family. And it's always been right back there. So one more time, give them a big round of applause. Sorry, I sold it 200, and we ended up right out there, number 129. Is that right? 129. All right, good job, good job. Hey, here's a colorful one coming up. It's camouflage in the card. All right, here we go, folks. It's only 5 till 3. You're doing wonderful right here. You bet. Your bidding has been very fast, very good. This is called Tie Dye Fun from Kate Arthur at St. Timothy's at Omaha. It's 92 by 73. It's machine quilted. It's number 456 in your catalog. And look at the tie-dye fun. I'm about a $200 bid to go. $200 to go, and now 2 1/4, now 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275. 275, Bob, you're out at 275 and 300, now 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/2 and 375 and $400, and now 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, and now 475 and 5, 5 1/2, 5 1/4 and 5 1/2, 5 1/2 and 575 and 600, 600 and 6 1/4 and 6 1/2, 6 1/2, don't let it go, 6 1/2, I had them on the 6 1/2 and 675, 675, I'm going to go to 675 and 675 and 700, 700, thank you, 675 is at the table, and now 700, limit them on the 7, limit them on the 7 anywhere, 7, now 7 1/4, 7 1/4, would you go to 7 1/4 here, 7 1/4, okay, Kathy's in at 700, 7 1/4, 7 1/4, you guys decide, 7 1/4, now go ahead, bid against each other, 700, 7 1/4, limit them on the 7 1/4, sold, $700, bidder number 2, bidder number 2. Crazy, that-a-way. Crazy Crossed Canoes are coming up next from, yes, ma'am, you remembered. Kate Arthur at St. Timothy Lutheran at Omaha. It's 82 by 64, number 457 in your catalog. All right, on the big colorful quilt here, and about a $100 bill to go. $100 to go, and the mid 100, 100 1/4, 100 1/2, 100 1/2, and 175. And now $200, now 2 1/4, 2 1/4, now 2 1/2, and now 275, and 275, and now 3, 300, now 3 1/4. Bob, you're out. 3 1/4, limit on the 3 1/4, quarter, limit on the 3 1/4. I'm at $300 right here with my bidder, and 3 1/4, quarter, limit on the 3 1/4. But you give me 3 1/4. Half, 3 1/2, now 375. 375, I'm going to go to 375. Would you go again at 375? Number on the 375. I just saw a hand. I wasn't sure who did it. 375. Right here, finish strong, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesian Island applique from Janice Brady. Hand done. It's 57 by 47. It's number 458 in your catalog. Indonesian Island applique right here. And would you give me 75 to go? 75 to go. Number one on 75. Number one on 75. Number one on 75. Would you get a 50? $50 here. Number one on 50. 50. Number one on 50 now. $60. Number one on 60. Would you go to 60? I'm at 50. Would you money bid? And now $60. Number one on 60. Would you go to 60? Is that first bid going to buy it? $50, 60, now 70, and now 80 over here. Now 90 on the aisle, either one of you. $90 number one on 90, now $100 bill. $100 man by the tree. Would you give 100? Would you give 100? Thank you. 90's on the aisle now. $100 in the second row. 100, 110 right behind you. 110. Thank you. $100, 110 number one. $100, 110. Sold the 100. Bidder number 90. Bidder number 90. Give him a round of applause there. Giraffe Party Baby Quilt. It's from Lynette Lauritsen at St. Michael Lutheran at Omaha. It's 50 by 40. It's machine done. $459 in your catalog right here. And would you give me 75 to go? 75 to go. Number one on 75. Number one on 75. Would you get a $50 bill to start at 50 now and 60? 50 now and $60. Number one on 60. Would you go to $60? Number one on 60 anywhere? I'm at 50 now and $60. Number one on 60. Would you go to 60? Would you say 60? And now 70. 70 here. Would you give me 70? Would you go 70? Would you say 70? Would you give 70? $70. Thanks. 70 now 80. $80 if 80 now 90. 90. Would you go to 90? Would you give 90? Would you give 90 here? 90 now. 80 now $90. Number one on 90. Where else going to buy your giraffes? $90. Number one on 90. 90. Number one on 90. Would you 90 now $100 bill? $100 here. Number one 100. 100. Number one 100. Would you give $100? 100 now 110. 110. Thank you. I'm bid $100. 110. Sold $100 right here. And pull the number out. 232. 232. Thank you. All right, coming up next, it's the Crafty Kitty Baby Quilt from Jeanette Lauritsen in Omaha, Nebraska. 46 by 40, machine done, number 460 in your catalog. Cute baby colors right here, and a $100 bill. $100 to go. Number one now, 100 a quarter. Bob's got 100 now, 100 a quarter. Number one, would you give me 110? 10. Number one, 110. 110. Would you get a 110? There's drafts in the background, sir. 110. Number one, 110. 100, 110. Number one, 110. 10. 110 and 120. 120 with 120, 130. 130 and 40, 40, 140. Would you go 140? Thank you. 140 out there. 140. Did Lars have a bidder at 140? 140. Thank you. 130s with Robert. Now 140, 40, 140. Would you get a 140? Sold your way at $130, $198. $198 is the number. Bible Stories for Bedtime from Catherine Sheldwheeler at St. Michael's Lutheran at Omaha. It's 68 by 53. It's machine done. It's number 462. 462. All right, would you give me a $100 bill? $100 to go. Number one, would you give me 75 to start it? 75. How about this one? Number one, 75. Number one, 75. Would you give me 75? Would you give $50 bill to start it going? 50 now and 60. I'm at 50 now and $60. Number one, 60, 60. Number one, 60. Did I see another hand? And now 70, sir. 70 now, 80, 80. Number one, $80 now 90. 90 now $100. Number one, 100, 110. Number one, 10 and 120. 120 and 130, 130, 130, 140. 140 and 150. 150 here. Thank you. 140's in the front row to my right now. 150. Number one, 140, 150. Sold 140, number 282, 232. Sorry, Madam Clerk, 232, 232. We've got ribbons and roses from Catherine Schuttwiller at Omaha, Nebraska, St. Michael Lutheran. It's 63 by 49. It's 463 in your catalog. 463, beautiful colors. Give me a $100 bill, 75 to start. 75 to go away in the back. And now $80 number one 80. 80 give it an $80 number one 80. Would you go to 80? Would you say 80? $80 and now 90. 90 now $100 bill. Now 110. Would you 110 and 120? 120 and 130 now and 40. 40 140. Thank you. 130's out there. Now 140. 40 give it one 140. Give it one 140. 130 140. Sold 130 number. Which number are you using now? 173. 173. He's legit, but. Next one's called Hop Into Spring from Raceland Leonard, St. Michael's Lutheran at Omaha. It's 80 by 62. It's tied. It's 465. 465. Look at those. And here we go. How about a $75 bid to start it? 75 to go. Number one, 75 high. Number one, 75. I bet it's 75 and 80. 75 would you bid $80? Number one, 80. 80 give it 80 now 90. The 90 here. 90 would you go to 90 now $100 bill and 110. 110, 120. 120 now 30, 30, 130, 140, 40, 140. Thank you. 130s with Ethan's bidder. Now $140. Number one, 140. Would you get a 130, 140? Sold 130 your way. 1, 2, 3. That's a good number. 1, 2, 3. Got it. Pretty in Pink coming up next from Raceland Raylan Leonard at St. Michael Lutheran at Omaha. It's 45 by 52, number 467 in your catalog. And would you give me 75 to start it again? 75 to go, number one, 75. Would you give me $50, sir, to start this one? $50 here, number one, 50, 50. Would you get a 50 on this quilt? $50 here, number one, 50, 50. Number one, 50, 50. Would you give me 25? Start me out here, ladies and gentlemen. Now 30, 25 and 30. Now 40, Ethan. 40 now and 50, 50. Would you get a $50? Number one, 50, 50 over here. 50. Would you go to 50, 50? Bob, you had a bidder. 50, they're out. Ethan, you're in at 50. Now 60. $60, you're in at 50. And now $60 number one 60, number one 50 now, and $60 number one 50, 60, and now 70. $70 number one 70, would you go? Yeah, the puppies are up sideways. 50, 60 now, and $70 number one 70, would you go to $70 number one 70? Ethan, $70, would you like to go 70? You're in over here at 60 now, and $70, 70. Sold $60. 404. Number 10. I was close. All right. Oh, yeah.
Announcement. Sorry. Next two quilts are up are special also. So these two quilts are in memory of Frank Perone, and this is our good friend Frank. Frank passed away just this last year, and was just on summer staff from 2014 to 2018. And so we have a Batman quilt and a staff shirt quilt that are really special. Frank served as a lifeguard, and he's just an awesome member of our family. We have his parents over here, Matt and Jan Perone in the front. So, yeah, very excited. So we wanted to honor Frank by raising these quilts and give back to the camp as much as we could. His brother Donovan just made some wonderful benches for the pool that will last a very long time. They're just absolutely awesome. So thankful for the Perones. Just continued involvement in the camp. So give it up for Frank, and let's raise some money for the camp.
That is tremendous here. And so we've got the Batman quilt coming up first. Number 470 from the Perone family, memory of Frank. It's machine done. It's 54 by 52. Who needs Batman right here? Going for the camp here. Would you give a $100 bill to start me out? $100 to go. Number one, 100. I bid 100. Now 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half. 100 and a half. Would you get 100 and a half and 175? And now $200 now and 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275. Number one and 275. And now $300. Number one and 3 and 3 and 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter. Number one and 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half and 3 and a half and 375. 375 and 400 now and 4 and a quarter. Absolutely 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. 4 and a half. Would you get a 4 and a half and high? Number one and 4 and a half and 475. 475 and 500. Let's pop a balloon for Frank. And now 5 and a quarter. 5 and a quarter and 5 and a half. 5 and a half and 5 and a half and 575. 575, number one, 575 and $600, number one, 600, number one, 600. Thank you. 575 is over here, and $600, number one, 600, number one, 600. Anywhere else, this is tremendous. 575, 600. So 575. Give me a round of applause. 420, 420. Hey, bud, you're back on the job. Oh, Tegan blew up a balloon. There we go. All right, the next quilt for Frank is from it's 55 by 54. It's a t-shirt quilt. Look at there. There we go. Very nice. Number 471. That's really cool. Trevor, there you go. Back on the job. All right. What do we say to go here? How about a $200 bid to go again? $200 to go. Number one and two. About $100 start at 100. 100 a quarter. 100 and a half. 100 and a half. 175. 175. 175 and now $200 now and 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275. 275 and $300. Number one and 3 and 3 and 3 and 3. 275 is in the middle. And now 300. 300 now 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter here, ma'am. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. 3 and a half and 3 and a half. And now 375. 375 and 400. 400. Number one and 4 and 400. Now 4 and a quarter. 4 and a half. Absolutely. 4 and a half. 475. 500. Let's pop another balloon. 5 and a quarter. 5 and a quarter. 5 and a half. 5 and a half, 575, and now $600 here, and 6 and a quarter, and 6 and a half, 6 and a half, 6 and a half. Thank you. 6 and a half here, 6 and a quarters right here in the middle now. 6 and a half, number one, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a half. So 6 and a quarter right here. What's your number, ma'am? 213, 213, 625. We're gonna pop another balloon right here. Attaboy, attaboy. Thank you to the family over here. Give them a round of applause. Another nice day. $100 bill, $100, 100, 190 now, 100, and now 110. Alice, 110, 120, Bob, 120 with you, 120, 130, 130, thank you. 120's here and 130, 120, 130. So 120 your way. 158, thank you, folks. 158. Geez, Bob, can't you see that? Hey, I don't know. Star Search from Dorothy Stanzel from Kunst Memorial in Omaha. It's 80 by 68. It's machine done. It's number 473. There you go, buddy. 473. Beautiful quilt here. How about $100 bill to go? $100 to go. $100. Would you give me $100? $100 now. $100 a quarter. $100 a quarter. I took it ahead of you. Now $100 and a half. $100 and a half. 175 and two. 200 here and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. Quarter. 2 and a quarter. 225. 225. It does match your shirt. 225. This one right here, right there. 225. 225. And the whole backside. The whole backside does it. You got a bid now. 225. 250. 250 here and 250. She just scared her away. 250. She's wearing black. 225 and 250. 250. 229. 250. Sold it right there before anybody gets in there. All right. What was the number? I've seen it all day. 146. Give them a round of applause, folks. Having fun all day long. Sort of big. Okay. This is sort of big. It's a big square. It's the largest square we have. It's 90 by 90. This is called Blushing Bouquet from Dorothy Stanzel Memorial in Omaha. It's being done at 474 in your catalog. It does match your here. All right. Who else goes? $200 bill. $100 way. $100 a quarter. $100 a quarter. Look at this big 90 by 90 bill. $100 a quarter. $100 and a half. $100 a quarter. $100 and a half. Number 125, which is 150, and now 175. 175. $200. That's a good quarter. 25. $200, that's what Marvel said. Yeah, $225, $225. It's nothing like being begged by a little child. $200, that's $25. $200 and $225. You're in at $200, right? You're in at $200. Right there, $225. Keep that scared for $225. Would you give us $225? No, you still said no, but that was worth a try. $200, not $225. $225 anywhere else? $225. $225, and now $250. $250 and now $275. Started Trevor, 3.5, 675, 375, you're out, right back, 375 is $400, thank you, $400, thank you, buddy, and now $400, so 375, and number 200, oh, 200, thank you, man, 200, say thank you, give around all our bidders there, okay, another bid, thank you, Trevor. Let's try that again. All right, and a $200 bill to go. He's right. $100 way into the $100. Nice big quilt good. Just look at here, 100, and now 100 and a quarter. 100 now, 100 and a quarter, number 125, number 125, and you give me 110, 110, 120, 120, 130, 130, where you're at, 130, would you get a 130, okay, 130, 130, 130, 140, 150, 150 here, number 150, 50, 150, 160, 170, 170, 71, 190, 210, thank you. I'm at 200 by the tree, and out 210, number 210, number 200, 210. 200, number 409, thank you, sir. All right, we've got Quilting for a Cause at Lutheran Church of the Master at Omaha at 64 by 50. Done, it's 479. Coming up next here, folks, and look at those quilt racks being torn down, emptied, almost all of them, folks. We're getting close here. All right, here, would you give me 75 to go? 75 to go. Number one at 75. Number one at 75 to 75. $50 here. $50, 50, and now 60, and now 70. Now 70, now 80. $80, number one, 80. $80 down here. 80 to you, ma'am. $80. 70's right here in the third row on the aisle. And now $80, number one, 80. 80, number one, $80. Number one, 80. 70, 80. Now 90. Now 90 here. Now $100, Ethan. $100, 110. 110, thank you. 900, now 110. Number one, 110. 10. Number one, 110. $100, 110. Sold $100 Ethan's way. 167, 167. Here we go. Next one up is called Kindred Pinwheels from Lutheran Church of the Master at Omaha. I think I pulled something reaching down there. 42 by 43. It's machine done. It's number 480 in your catalog. 480 in your catalog. All right, and what do we say to go? Would you give me 75 to start it? 75 to go. Number one on 75. Would you get a $50 bill? Don't those clouds feel nice here? Would you give me 75 and now 80? 75 and now $80. Number one 80. 80. Give me $80. Number one 80. Would you go to 80 anywhere? Bob's got the 75 and now $80. Number one 80. 80. Give me $80. Is that first bid going to buy it? 75 and now $80. Now 90. Bob. $90. Number one 90. 90. Now $100 bill. Ethan. $100. 110. Number 110. 110 and 120. 120. Thank you. 110's here to my right. Now 120. 110. 120. Sold 110. 10. Number 10. Number 10. Thank you. All right. Sewing machine wall hanging from the family of Myrna Meyer, Omaha, Nebraska. It's hand done. It's 44 by 44. Number 483 on the catalog. Really nice. Sewing machines. And 75 to go. $75, number one at 75. Would you get $50 to start it out? $50 and now 60. 50 down, $60, number one at 60. 60, number one at $60, number one at 60. Would you go to 60 anywhere? 60 and now 70 and now 80. $80 and 90, number 90, and $100 bill and 110 and 110 and 120. 120, would you go to 120? Thank you. 110's on the aisle and now 120, 20, give me one on 120, give me one on 120. Now 130, new bidder. 130, thank you. 120's in the back and now 130, 30, give me one on 130. Would you go to 130 anywhere? Sold 120. I'm sorry, Bob. I sold at 120. Number 9. Bidder number 9. Another big quilt. Another, he always warns me. This is the biggest square I've seen today. Maybe it's 102 by 102 from the family of Myrna Meyer at Rejoice Lutheran at Omaha. It's hand quilted. It's 102 by 102, 484 in your catalog. Right here. Oh, number 9. Right back here. Way back in the back on the picnic table to the left of the tree. 3 times around the center and back again. Yes. All right. Look at this big hand-quilted piece right here. All right. And would you give a $200 bid to start it out? Give me going at 200. Number one at 2 and 2. Number one at 200. Number one at 2. Would you give me 200? I bet everybody goes at 2. And out 2 1/4. 200 now 2 1/4. Quarter 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and now 275. And now $300. Number one at 3 and 3. Number one at 300. Nobody you know. $300. Number one at 3. $300. I don't know. $300. Number one at 3. 3. Number one at 300. 300. 300. 3 1/4. 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2 here, 3 1/2 and 375, 375 and 400, number one, 4 now and 4 1/4, 4 here and 4 1/2, 4 1/2 and now 475, and now $500. That away, 500 and 5 1/4, 5 1/4, ma'am, 5 1/4, 525, 525 behind number one, 525, way back there underneath the celebrator, 525, 525. Is she done? I lost her in the crowd. 525. Thank you. $500 here and 525 behind number one, 525. Sold. $500 right here in the middle. Show me that number one more time. 235. Pop that balloon. 235. Trevor, pop that balloon. Hey, we're running out of... They'll blow up more, I'll bet you. We'll pop water bottles if we run out of balloons. How about that? Nebraska windmill coming up next from the family of Myrna Meyer at the Rejoice Lutheran at Omaha. It's hand done. This is king size, 102 by 92, hand quilted. 485 in your catalog here. I've got $300 to go, and now 3 1/4. I'm at the 300, now 3 1/4, quarter, number on a 3 1/4, number on a 3 25. 300, now 325. Would you like in on this one? They been together all their life. 325. 300, now 325. Behind 325. I'm going to go 325. Number on a 325 and 350. 350 and 375. 375 and 400. Number on the 4 now and 4 1/4, 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 475. 475. Thank you. 450s with Bob and now 475. Number on a 475 and now 500 Bob. 500 and 5 1/4. 5 1/4 and 5 1/2. 5 1/2 and 575. 575 and now $600. Number on a 600. Number on a 600. Thank you. 575 is right out here in the middle, and then we're going to run out of balloons. 575 and $600. Number on the 576. 575, number 29. Give him a round of applause there. 29. Pop another balloon, Trevor. There we go. Give him. All right, this is the last large one in this line, he tells me, but vintage blocks coming up from Faith Lutheran at Maskell, Nebraska. It's 98 by 68, machine done. But a nice big machine quilted quilt here. Beautiful colors there. And would you get that $100 bill to start? $100 where? Number on 100. Would you give $100? Number on 100. Would you go to 100? $100 and now 100 1/4. Right here in the third row. 100 and 100 1/4. 100 1/4. Number on 100 1/4. Would you give 100 1/4 here? 100 now 110. Would you give me 110? 10. I got one bid. 110. 120. 120. 120. She's in at 110, standing up back there. And a 120. 110 and 120. 20. Give it on 120. Would you get 120? Would you say 120? Would you go to 120 anywhere else? 110. 20. Now 130. 130 now 140. 140, would you get a 140, 40, 140, thank you. 130 is at the table, 140. So $130, and it's number 449, 47, 48. I'll get there sooner or later. 48. All right, 48, thank you. All right, coming up with... $75, to go to 175, 175 and 200. Two and a half, thank you very much. 2 1/4 with Bob. 2 1/2, 2 1/2. They're bringing water around, folks. Just raise your hand. Damsel Joy is coming up next from the Peacemakers at Calvary Lutheran at Stromsburg, Nebraska. It's 81 by 60. It's number 495, Trevor. 495. Look at that colorful one. And would you give me 75 to go? 75 to go. Number one, 75. Number one, 75. Number one, 75. And now 80. I'm at 75 right out here to my right in the middle. Now $80. Number one, 80. 80. Number one, 80. Now 90. 90. Now $100 bill. 100. Now 110. 120. 120 over here and 130 by the tree, 130 by the tree, and 140 Alice, 140, 150 over here, 150 behind the tree, 150 to 160 Alice, 160 Alice, number 160, just found you though, 150 to 160, 150, $160, number 150, 160, so 150, number 134, is that correct? 134, I think. Happy Patches are coming up to you next from the Peacemakers Quilting at Calvary Lutheran at Stromsburg, Nebraska. 75 by 62, and it's a tie. 496, Trevor. 496 is your number. All right, would you give me a $50 bill to go? $50 to go. Number 150, 50, number 150, down 60, down 70. 70, Kathy, you're out now. $80, number 80, now 90, 90, now $100 bill, 110. 110, thank you. I'm at $100 with a gentleman. 110, would you get a 110, 10, number 110, would you get a 110? $100 with a gentleman at the table, now 110, would you get a 110? Sold $100. 75 is his number, 75. And we're coming up with the next one. It's called the Butterfly Effect. Butterflies. Here we go. Angela Reeder at Evangelical Lutheran Church in Mankato, Kansas. Third time's a charm. Machine quilted. It's 56 by 74. It's number 503. 503. Number 75 is way back there at the picnic table, way in the back in the blue shirt. All right, here we go. Butterfly. And here we are at $100 bill. $100 to go. Number one, number 100. Number 100. Would you give 100? Would you say 100 anywhere? $100. Would you give me 75 to start this quilt? It's a nice one. 75, 80, 90, 90 here. 90 now. $100 bill. And 110. Would you get a 110? Thank you. I'm at 100 right here now. 110. Number 110. 10 now. 120, ma'am. 120, 130, Bob. 130. Would you get a 130? Dear bidder now. 140, 140. Would you get a 140? 140. Thank you. You're in at 130, Bob. And now 140. Give me a 140, 40, 140. New bidder now. 150, Bob. 150 over here. Thank you. 140 is my bidder on the aisle now. 150. I'm 140. 150. Sold 140. Number 116. 116 is the number. Another big quilt here. 97 by 82. This is a cross stitch autumn leaves from Bluffs Trinity Lutheran at Fremont. It's hand quilted, hand done. 97 by 82, and it's number 504 in your catalog. 504. Right here on the aisle, third row back, red t-shirt. Glasses. Here we go. Look at that autumn colored, fall colored quilt here. $200 to go, hand done. $200 here. Number one, number one, 200. Would you give a $100 bill to start it? Now 100 a quarter. Hundreds with Kathy. Now 100 a quarter. Number one, 100 a quarter. Would you give me 100 a quarter? Would you give me 125? 125 and a 150, ma'am. 150, 175, Bob. 175. Would you get a 175? Number one, 175. 160. We're here to go up and now 170 and now 180, Ethan. 180 now 90, 190. 190 now $200. Number one, 202. I can't see him. 200 now 210. 210 and 220, Ethan. 220. Number one, 220. 20. Number one, 220. 220 behind the tree. 220 back there, number one, 220. Would they do it? Now 230. 230, Kathy, number one, 230 and 240. 240 here, number one, 240, 40, number one, 240. Would you get a 240, 40, number one, 240, 250. 250 and 260. We're halfway there. 260. 260 here, number one, $260. Number one, 60 and 270. 270 here, number one, 270. Would you get a 270? Thank you very much. 260s here with Ethan, and now 270. Number one, 260, 270. And now 280, a brand new bidder. 280 here, number one to 280, 80, number one to 280. 280 again, 280, 290. And now $300 on the three, number one to 300, number one to 3 out of way. 300 here, let's do it. 300, number one to 310. 310, number one to 310 and 320. 320 here, number one to 320, 20, number one to 320. Would you go to 320? Would you give it 320? Now 330. 330 here and 330. Thank you. Take Trevor over there. 320 and 330. 320 and 330, 30, 320, 330. Sold to your bidder out there. $320, 79. All right, we've got another quilt with accessories here. We have a black and red throw with matching pillows. It's an anonymous donor. It's machine done. It's 53 by 53, number 505. 505. Here we go. 3 of you reached. 1 of you got it. Look at the pillows and the quilt here. All right, and the $100 wear. $100 wear, number on the 100, number on the 100. Would you give 100? Would you give 50 to start it? $50 here. It's I hand. And now 60. Now 70, Ethan. $70 number on the 70 now and $80. 80. Thank you, 80. Would you give me 80? I'm at 70 with Ethan's bidder. And now $80 number on 80. 80. Give it on $80 number on the 70 now and 80. 80 now 90. 90 wherever you are. 90. 80's up front. Now $90 number on the 90. Give it on 80 now and 90. Sold $80 to number 90. To number bidder number 90. All right, we've got a double wedding ring quilt coming up next from Gary and Sharon Carlson at Salem Lutheran of Fremont. This is hand quilted. It's 74 by 76, and it's number 507 in your catalog. Hand quilted quilt, double wedding ring. Look at there. Very, very pretty. How about a $200 to go on the double wedding ring? 200, thank you. Now 2 1/4. I'm at 200 now. 2 1/4. Number on the 2 1/4. Quarter. Number on the 2 1/4. I've got the 200 right out here. 2 1/4. 2 1/2. 2 1/2 here and 275. Ethan. 275 and pine. Number on the 275 to go to 275. Thank you. 250's the money bid and now 275 and pine. Number on the 275 to go to 275. And all done. 275. 300. 300. 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2 and now 375. 375 and 375. Thank you, ma'am. 350's the money bid and 375. Sold 350. 122. 122. That away. All right, we're coming up with a big, heavy tied one here. It's called Patchwork Design. Gary and Sharon Carlson from Salem Lutheran of Fremont. It's 88 by 72. It's number 508 in your catalog. Here you go, Trevor. Nice, heavy quilt right there. It's the one he's folding out. There we go. And what do we say to go here? Would you give me a $100 bill? $100, 50. $50, start me out. 50. Whoops, were you waving or bidding? 50, and now 60, and now 70, and now 80. $80, and now 90. 90, now a $100 bill. 100, 110, 110, 120. 120, 130, 130, 130. Would you get 130? Thank you. 120, you're in, Ethan. And now 130. 120, 130, 30, go to 130. Would you go 130 on 140, Ethan? 140 and 150, and now 160. 160 here, number on $160, number on 160. Would you go to 160? 170, 170 by the tree, 170, 180, 180 and 190, 190 now $200 number on the 2, would you go to 2, would you give me 2, would you say 2, thank you, 190 is by the tree and now 200 number on the 190 now 2, sold 190 number 45, 45, thank you, give a round of applause back there. A long one it is, 94 by 54 from Jackie Thomas at Bethany Lutheran at Elkhorn. 94 by 54, it's tied, it's 509, Trevor, in your catalog, 509. And we'll see which one it is. There we go. So hot there, covering up with quilts. That's a pretty good deal. All right, look at that brown quilt. Lots of browns and whites in there, and puppy dogs, bunnies, animals, and giraffes. Giraffes right here. Would you give a $100 bill to go? That's almost a sure bet. Now 100 1/4. 100, 100 1/4, number on the 100 1/4, number on the 125. Would you give me 110? I'm bid 100. Would you give me 110? 10, number on the 110. Would you get a 110? Would you get a 110? Where else could you buy a trap? And now 120. 120 here, 120. Would you get a 120? I'm bid 110 over here now. 120, 20, give me on the 120. Would you get a 120 anywhere? 110, 120. Sold Ethan's way. 110, 59. 59 is your bidder number. We go from a large one to a little bitty one. Oh, yeah. There's the... Here we go. Here's a big load for him here, folks. From Sue Olson at Our Saviors at Wayne. It's machine done, 15 1/4 by 14 1/2. Number 510. Right there. And there you are. And would you give me a $25 bid to start it? 25 to go. Number on the 25. Number on the 25. Doesn't mean size doesn't matter. It's a lot of work. 25 and 30. $30 number on the 30. 30 give them on the $30 number on the 30. My 25 is right on the aisle. And now $30 number on the 30. 30. 30. And now 35. And now 40. Ethan. $40 number on the 40. Now 45 number on the 45. And $50 number on the 50. 50 give them on the 50. $50. Yes. And now 55. 55. 55. Thank you. You're in at 50. Ethan. Now 55. Buying number on the 55. Sold $50 your way. 214, 214. Excellent. Remember, we were at 80,000 and we still need to tip the scales for 100, ladies and gentlemen. So finish strong here. The racks are getting empty. This is Brightly Sashed Butterfly from Janet Sievers of St. Matthew's Evangelical. It's 43 by 58, machine done. Machine done. All right, and would you give me 25 to go? 25 to go here. Number on the 25 and now $30. Number on the 30, 30, 30 now 40. $40 here and 40, 40, $50 now and $60. Number on the 60, no $60. Would you go to 60 and 70? 70 here and $80. Number on 80. Thank you. I'm at 70 to the right side and $80. Number on 80. Number on 80 now 90 new bidder. $90. Number on 90 now $100 bill. Number on 100. Number on 100. Would you get 100? Thank you. 90's over here and $100. Now 110. 110. Just when you thought you had it. 110. Thank you. $100 is the Bob and 110. Number on $100. 110. Sold your way for $100, sir. What's that? 233. 233. Yes. 232. 223. 2 2s and a 3. Block flowers and bubbles coming up next from Emmanuel Lutheran at Coleridge, Nebraska. It's 80 by 60. It's number 512, Trevor. 512 in your catalog. And here we go. Would you give a $100 bill to go? $100 to go. Number one, $100. Would you give me 75? 75 and now 80. Way in the back at 75 and now 80. $80. Number one, 80, 80, 80. Now 90. Now $100. Number one, 90. Now 100. 90 now 100. Number one, you're 90 underneath the tent, right? Now $100. Now 110. 110. 120. 120 by the and now 130. And now 140. 140. Would you get a 140? 140 at the table? 140. Would you get a 140? Okay, I had a bidder. I got a bidder. 140. Now you're both out under the tent. 150 to my left, 160 to my right. In the orange, in the pink. 160. Yeah, don't look at each other. 160 to my right side. 160 and now 170. We're going to stick with you guys. And now 180. 180 here and 180, 80. Now 190. Would you get 190? Now $200. Number one to 210. Give them some help. And now 220. 220 here. Number one to 220 and 230. 230 and 240. 240 here. Number one to 240 and now 250. Would you go to 250? 250. Thank you. 240 now 250. Good job, girls. 240 and now 250. 250 and 260. It better's in. 260 here, minimum on the 260. She's out now. How about 260 at the table? 260, would you like in at 260? 260 and now 270 by the tree. 270 and 280. 280 here, number one to 280 down, number one to 280. Would you get a 280? 280 here, number one to 280. Thank you. 270s by the tree. 280. Sold $270 for 99. 99. Thank you. 99. And we've got a psychedelic, that's a word they haven't shot at me today. Psychedelic from Emmanuel Lutheran Church in Coleridge. It's 80 by 60. It's tied. It's number 513 in your catalog, Trevor. 513 in your catalog. Look at this one, ladies and gentlemen. Yeehaw. And would you give me a $100 bill? $100 to go. Give it on $100. It's got a giraffe in it somewhere. $100 to go. Give it on $100. Stare at it long enough, it'll be a giraffe. $100 here. Give it on $100. Give it on $100. Would you give $100? Would you go 75? Start me out on the psychedelic quilt. We haven't sold one all day. 75, 80, 90. 90 here. Would you go to 90, 90? Give them on the 90, then $100 bill, and 110. 110, would you go to 110? Thank you, sir. $100 at the table. You're in at 100. He's in at 100, now 110. 100, now 110. Number one on 110, 10. Number one on 110. Would you go to 110? Sold the $100 bill, sir. And your number? 113. 113. 113. Thank you. I'm good. Thank you. You bet.
All right, one more update for you. So you ready for another total? This is getting really good. Okay, $95,000. Keep it up. You're doing awesome. Okay, so if you have won anything from the silent auction, you should have a message that showed up in the text. Please go ahead and pick those items, because all those that people purchased from across the world will be packed up in the bus very soon and leaving. So grab your silent auction items and keep bidding on the live auction. All right? Let's go.
All right. Thank you, Jason. Hey, folks, we can make it. We're within striking distance with enough left. So what do we got left? What do we got next? Here we go. What's my next quilt? It's an Afghan. Pink Afghan from Nelson Cottrell at Emmanuel Lutheran at Coleridge. It's crocheted. It's 33 by 40, and it's number 518 in your catalog. And would you give me $25 to go on the nice pink crocheted Afghan? 25, thank you. Now 30, 25 and now $30, minimum on the 30, 30, give it on the $30 wear. 25 and now 30, 30, now 40, 40, 40, now $50, now 60, would you get a $60 now 70, $70, thank you, 60, now $70, minimum on the 60, now 70. Sold $60 right back there. 173, 173. Thank you, thank you. We've got another one, folks. If you didn't get that one, here we've got a peach. This one's peach from Nelda Cottrell. Coleridge, it's crocheted. It's 36 by 26. It's number 519, Trevor. 519. And would you give me a $25 bid to go? 25 and now 30. 25 and now $30. Minimum on the 30, 30. Give me on the $30. Minimum on the 30. It's peach is the only difference. 25 and now $30. Minimum on the 30, 30. Give me on the $30. Minimum on the 30 anywhere. I'm at 25 with Ethan. And now $30 on the crocheted Afghan. $30. Minimum on the 30. All in and all done. 25, 30 and now 40. $40 and now 50, ma'am. $50 here. Minimum on the 50. Thank you. 40 now and 50. Sold $40 your way. 420. 420 is the number. All right, got another little baby blanket here. Some little ones. Number 521 in your catalog, a patch baby quilt from Marlene and Wendy Pick, Manuel Lutheran at Coleridge. It's 32 by 30 and it's tied. All right, here, very, very soft, they say. Would you get a $50 bill? $50 to go. Would you give me 20 now 60? 50 now and $60 minimum on the $60 minimum on the 60. Would you go to $60 anywhere? Bid 50 now and $60 minimum on the 60, 60 minimum on the $60 on this soft baby quilt. 50's the money bid. $60 anywhere else. $60. You scared them away. Sold $50 right there. Give them a round of applause. 54 is the number. 54. It's another patch baby quilt from Marlene and Wendy Pick. Even as soft, equally as soft. From Coleridge. It's 38 by 21. It's tied. It's number 8, Trevor. It's number 522 in your catalog right there. All right, would you give me a 25 to go? 25 to go. We'll let more people bid. 25 and now 30. 25 and now $30. Minimum on the 30, 30. Minimum on the 30. You need another one? $30. Minimum on the 30, 30. Minimum on the 30. Would you go to 30 anywhere? I'm at 25 on the aisle. And now $30. Minimum on the 30, 30. Minimum on the 30, 25, 30. Sold 25. Number 116. 116. And some more crocheted items. This is a beige Afghan from Alberta Hines at Emmanuel Lutheran at Coleridge. It's knitted. It's 37 by 41. It's number 525 in your catalog. Very nice beige colored Afghan here. And would you give me 25 to go? 25 to start it. Number on the 25 times 25. Would you give me 25? Say 25 here. Number on the Gwen. You need a crocheted Afghan at 25. 25 here, number on the 25, hey, who's looking now? 25 and now 30. 30, would you go 30? I got 25 ahead of you. 30 now 40. $40 here and 40, thank you. 30's on the aisle and now $40, number on the 40, number on the 30 now and 40. Sold $30, number 116, right on the aisle, number 116. Next up is a wavy, multicolored Afghan from Alberta Hines at Emmanuel Lutheran at Coleridge. It's knitted, it's 61 by 42, and it's number 526 in your catalog. She was busy during the last year. Absolutely. Would you give me $50 to go? $50 to go. I'm bid 50 and now 60. 50 now $60 minimum on the 60. Would you go to $60 minimum on the 60 on the wavy one? 50 now and $60 minimum on the 60. 60 minimum on the $60. Are you all in and all done? 50 now and $60 minimum on the 60. Sold $50. Number 130. 130. And we've got another one coming up. It's an alphabet drip quilt from Cheryl Schuler at Lutheran Church of the Master at Omaha. It's machine done. It's 37 by 32, and it's number 533. 533. Look at that cute little wall quilt here. Strip quilt. And would you give me 75 to go? 75 to go. Number on the 75. Number on the 75. Would you get 50? $50 here. Number on the 50. Now and $60. 60 now and 70. And 70 now and $80. Number on 80. Thank you. 70's over here and $80. Number 80 now 90. 90 with 90 now $100 bill and 110 and 110 with 110 and 120. 120, 130. 130, 130. Ethan, did he go it? 130, 140. 140 now 150. I haven't spied him yet. Now 160. 160, would you get 160 and 170? 170 here and 170, would you get a 170? Would you say 170? Thank you. 160 you're in and now 170, 160, 170. Sold 160. You got it. Well, how much? 407, is that right? Awesome. 407. Good job. Next coming up is the Night Before Christmas wall hanging from Cheryl Schuler at Lutheran Church of the Master, Omaha. It's machine done. It's 51 by 33, and it's a panel number 534 in your catalog. Very nice, and Christmas is coming. And here we go. Would you get a $50 bill to get me going? $50, I got it. Now 60 by the tree. 50, 60, and now 70, now 80. $80, thank you. 70s by the sound equipment, and now $80 limit on 80, 80, give it on $80 limit on 80 anywhere. 70 now and $80 limit on the 70 now and 80. Sold $70 out by the tree. 142, 142. Awesome. Thank you. Now we've got a double wedding ring vintage quilt coming up from Bluffs Trinity Lutheran Women of the Word at Fremont, Nebraska. It's machine done at 88 by 84, and it's number 541. 541. Look at there. And would you give a $100 bill to start it? $100 to go, 100, now 100 and a quarter. 100, now 100 and a quarter, minimum on 100 and a quarter, minimum on 100 and a quarter. Would you give me 110? 110, 10, 110, 120, 130, 130, 140, 140, wave at me again, 140 over here, 140, 150, 150 here, and 150, ma'am, 150, 150, 160 out there, now 170, 170 here, and 170, would you get a 170, 70, would you get a 170, would you go 170 and 180, 180 and 190, 190 here, and 190, 190, you're better, 190, now 200, 200, now 210, 210, minimum on the 210, 10, minimum on the 210, 210 over here, 210, thank you, 210, a new bidder, new 220, 220 and 230, 230 and 240, 240 and 50, 50, 250 and 260, 260 and 270, 270 here, new fire, 270, give it on the 270 and 280 and 290, 290, would you get 290, did you say no? 290, 290, 290, yep, 290, $300 and 310, now 320, 320, now 330, 330, thank you, sir, 320's in the back row, and 330, give it on the 320, 330, sold, 320, way out back, Ethan, you got a number? 85, 85 is the number. All right, we've got Great Grandma's Feed Sack Quilt coming up next from Grace Quilters at Grace Lutheran at West Point, Nebraska. It's tied at 78 by 60, number 546. Grandma's flour sacks right there, feed sacks. All right, how about a $100 bill? $100 to go, and they've been around a while. $100 to go, would you give me 75? 75 behind, number on the 75, 70, did you get it? And now 80, 75, and now 80 down, number on 80, now 90, now a $100 bill. $100 over here and 110. 110, would you get a 110? I lost somebody. $100 with Alice. And now 110, where's my other bidders? 100, now 110, number on the 110, I bid $100 right over here to my left. And 110, 120, Alice, 120, 130, Bob. 130, Bob, would you get a 130, 130, would you get a 130, 30, give them on a 130, the sun changed and everybody looks different. 120 and 130, give them on a 130, no fooling. 120, 130, give them on a 120, 130, 140, 140 here, 140, thank you. 130 is way in the back of the table, and now 140, give them on a 130, 140. Sold, 130 at the table right back there. Give them a round of applause. What's your number? 207. 207, we got it. Strips from the Grace Quilters of Grace Lutheran at West Point. It's tied. It's 82 by 61. Number 547, Trevor. 547. I haven't fallen off this thing yet, but I'm getting closer. All right. Look at the colors here, folks. Would you give a $100 bill? $100 to go. Great in the dorm room. Great in the bath or bedroom. Here we go. Would you give a $100 bill to go? $100 to go. Give it on the 100. Keep you warm anywhere you put it. $100 to 110. Hundreds with Ethan now and 110. Give it on the 110. 10. Give it on the 110. Would you get a 110? 110. Would you say 110? And now 120. 120 here and 120. Would you get a 120? Now 130, sir. 130 and 140. 140 and 150. Would you get 150? Thank you. 140s with Alice. And now 150. Give it on the 150. Give it on the 140. 150. Sold 140. Mrs. Ethan Meyer, number 36. 36. All right, here we go now. A sampler in blue and yellow from Christy Reeson, Grace Lutheran Church at West Point. It's tied at 60 by 48, and it's number 550 in your catalog. 550. Look, there's the back. There's the front. Look at that pretty little piece right there. And a $75 bid to get me going. $75 to go. Number on the 75, number on the 75 would give me 50. $50 here and 50, 50, give them on a 50. And now $60, number on the 60, would you go to 60 anywhere? I'm at 50 with Kathy, and now $60, number on the 60, would you go to 60, 60, and now 70. 70 here, would you go to 70, now an 80, 80, give them an $80, and now 90, give them on the 90, would you go to 90, and now $100, even money, 110. 110, thank you. I'm at $100 here, now 110, number on the 110, 10, number on the 110, $100, 110. Sold. $100, number 457. Give her a round of applause right there. All right, we've got a 9-patch from Christy Reeson at Grace Lutheran at West Point. It's 72 by 65, and it's number 551 in your catalog. Here you go, Trevor. Look at that one. Nice big quilt. $100 bill to get me going. $100 go. Remember, we're finishing strong. We're emptying these racks, and we want to make $100,000 here for them today. Would you give me $100 bill? Would you give me 75 to start it? 75 to go. Number one to 75. Number one to 75. Number one to 75. You're doing great. $50. 50 now 60. 50 now and $60. Number 60 now and 70, sir. 70 now 80. Ethan. $80. Number one 80. 80. Number one 80 now 90. 90 now $100 bill. Number one 100. 100. Number one 100. Would you give me 100? Would they do 100? 110. 110. 120. Bob. 120. 130. 130 to your bidder. Ethan. 130 to your bidder. 130. 130 to my bidder. 130 up here. 130 to you, sir. 130. Thank you. 120. Bob. Yours. Your bidder. Now 130. 120. 130. 120. 130. Sold 120 your way. Sold there. The clerk. 98. All right. 98. She's been trying all day long. Shadow Box is coming up next from Vicki Furchert at Grace Lutheran at West Point. 66 by 54. It's tied and it's 552 in your catalog. Wow, look at the blacks and the reds and the whites. That's striking. Thank you, sir. Striking. And $100 bill. $100 to go. Number one, a bid 100, 100, 110. All right, 100, 110. Number one, 110, 10. Number one, 110. Number one, 110. $100 here and 110. Number one, 110, 10. Are you looking now? I bid $100 to start. 110. Anyone else like this one? $100, 110. She wins. $100 right there. $100. Don't quit now, young lady. You just keep buying. Pinwheels design from Myrna Recker coming up at Grace Lutheran at West Point. It's tied. It's 82 by 70. It's number 553. 553. There we go. And would you give me 75 to start it? 75 to go here. Number one to 75 behind. Number one to 75. Would you get a $50 bill on the quilt that's in the air? Now 60. Got 50 out here. $60. 60 now and 70. 70 now and 80. $80 and 90. Number 90 now $100 bill. 110. Number one 110 and 120. 120. 130. 130. 130. Thank you. 120's over here. Now 130. 30. Number one 130. Would you get a 130 anywhere? 120. 130. Number one 130. Sold 120. Number 123. I think 123 is the number. All right. Next up is Pickup Sticks from Judy Rabb at Grace Lutheran Point at West Point. It's tied. It's 78 by 61, and it's number 554 in your catalog. All right, and the $50 bill to get me going again. 50 now, 60 now, 70. Now $80, number one 80, $90 to your bidder to 90 now, number one to 90. Now $100 bill and 110. 110, 120, 120, sir, 120, now 120 over here, 120 to you, ma'am, number one on 120, 110 is right here on the aisle, and now 120, number one on 120, now 130, new bidder, 130, would you get a 130, would you get a 130, 130 here, 130, now 140, 140 over here, now 150, Ethan, 150, would you get a 150, and now 160, 160 and 170, 170 here and 170, would they go to 170, would they say 170, 170 here, number one on 170, would you say at 170, 170 would you go, thank you, 160, 170, 170, sold 160 at the table, 138, 138. There we go. Good bidding. Good bidding. We've got a heavy vintage hand crochet bedspread from Janet Barger and Mary Paulson from Freedom Lutheran at Funk, Nebraska. It's crocheted 102 by 90, ladies and gentlemen. 102 by 90. That's a lot of crocheting right there. That's a whole winter's worth. Someday I'll tell you all the story about that if you don't know about crocheting. Look at that pretty piece right there. And a $200 bid to go. $200 to go. Number one to two. Number one to two. Would you give a $100 bill to start it? $100 here and bid 100. Now 100 and a quarter. 100 and a half. 100 and a half and 175. And now $200. Number one to two. 180. 180. Would you get a 180, ma'am? Would you get a 180? Would you say 180? 175 is the money bid. Would you go 180? Help her out. She's thinking about it. 180. 180. Thank you. 175 is at the table on 180. Number on 180. Would you go to 180 anywhere? 175 is the money bid. 180. And now 190. 190 here, 190. 190, sir. 190. Now $200. Number one to two. Number one to 200. Now 210. 210. Number one to 210. Number one to 210. Keep going like this. A 210. 200. Now 210. Thank you, sir. 200. Now 210. Number one to 210. Sold $200. Ethan, you're better. 92. 92. Good job. Good job. Footprints in the Sand is up next. And Amanda Torpy and Sherry Flannery, Atkinson, Nebraska. It's machine done, 60 by 40. Number 556 is the number. We haven't popped a balloon in a while. We've only got, a dozen left maybe there, Ethan? All right, nice little one here. Would you give me $75 to go here? $75, would you get 50? And now 60. 50's at the table. And now $60, 60. And now $70, now 80, 80, 90, 90, now $100 bill, 110. And now 120. 120, would you get a 120? Would you say 120, 130, 140, 140, 140, 150, 150 here and a 160. 160, would you get a 160 here and 160? Thank you. 150's way in the back. 160 one more time. 160, would you get a 160? 150's way in the back and 160 anywhere. Sold 150 number. Can't see that one. 172. 172. Thank you. Here we go. Yes, give them all a round of applause, folks. Everything's working. Everything's adding up. Churn Dash variety Bethany Quilters at Elkhorn, Nebraska. It's machine done, 106 by 86. Look at this big one. 557. Look at all those colors right there. That is beautiful. How about a $200 bill to go here? $200 to go. I think we can pop a balloon. And now 2 1/4. 200. Now 2 1/4. Number one, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 275. And now $300. Now 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2 and 375 and 400. Now 4 1/4. Now 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 475 and 5. 500 here. Now 5 1/4. 5 1/4. 5 1/2. 5 1/2 and 575. And now $600. Number one, 6 and 6 1/4 and 6 1/2. 6 1/2 and 675 and $700 and 7 1/4 and 7 1/2. 7 1/2 and 775 and $800. Number one, 800, 800, 8 1/4. 8 1/4. Number one, 8 1/4. 8 1/2. 8 1/2. What do you get? 8 1/2. Thank you, sir. 8 1/4's at the table now. And 8 1/2. Number one, 850 with 8 1/4. 8 1/2. Sold 825. 173. 173. Pop that balloon, Tegan. Pop that balloon. Oh, you got to get closer, Dad. Oh, turn it around. That'd be a good deal. She's only 2 3/4. Attaway. Numbers 558's coming up next. It's called the Starry Night from Bethany Quilters at Elkhorn, Nebraska. Machine done, 78 by 76. And here you go, buddy. Number 558 in your catalog. Starry Night. And a $100 bill to go. $100 wear, number one, I'm on now, 100 1/4, 100 1/4, 100 1/2, 100 1/2 large, 100 1/2, 175, 175 and $200, number one, 2 and 2 1/4, number one, 2 1/4, number one, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, new bidder, and a 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and now 275, 275 and $300, number one, 3 and 3, number one, 300, number one, 300, now 3 1/4, 3 1/4 here and 3 1/2, 3 1/2, number one, 3 1/2, 3 1/2 here, number 3 1/2 and 375, 375 and 400. 400, number one, 400, would you get a 400? Where else are you going to get a Starry Night? 400, 400, number one, 4, thank you. Give her a round of applause. So 400, 375, and now 400, number one, 4. So 375, 122, 122. Give her a round of applause. Very good, very good. Rectangles Galore is coming up next from Joan M. Parr at Bethany Lutheran at Elkhorn. It's machine done. It's 90 by 82. 561, 90 by 82. Wow, look at that. Very, very nice. And a $200 bill to go, fellas. And ladies, $200 to go. Number one, 2 and 2. Number one, 200. Would you give that $100 bill to get us started? $100, 100 1/4, 100 1/2, 100 1/2, 175. 175, number one, 175. Anywhere, you're in 150. And now 175. 175, and now 200. Now number one, 2 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 here and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2, either one of you. 250. 250 here and 250 back there in the plush chairs. 250, number one, 250. 250, 2 1/2. 2 1/4 with Bob's bidder over here. 2 1/2. 275. No, she's out. 275, 275, 250 is my bidder in the chair. 275, 300, 300 over here. 300 to your bidder. 300, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, number one, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 3 1/2. Thank you. 3 1/4 here and 3 1/2, 3 1/2, number one, 3 1/2. Anywhere else? 3 1/4, 3 1/2. So 325, number 228, 228. Excellent job. We've got Playful Bears coming up next from Joan M. Parr at Bethany Lutheran at Elkhorn. It's crocheted. It's 42 by 30, and it's 562 in your catalog. 562. I think we've worked him hard today. Look at the crocheted bears here. All right, and a $75 bid to go. 75 and now 80. 75 and now $80. Number one, 80, 80. Give it up an $80. Number one, 80. Now 90. 90 now $90. Number 90. Now you're all out. Now $100 bill. 100 and now 110. 110, sir. Would you get a 110 and 120? 120. Would you get a 120? 130. 130. 130 over here. 130. 140. 140 now 150. 150 here. Would you get a 150? Would you get a 150 here? 150. 150. He's in at 140. 150. And anywhere else? 150. So $140. What's your number, sir? 400 and something. What's your number? 437. We've got a baby quilt coming up from Lori Jane Wildhagen at Bethany Lutheran at Elkhorn. It's 42 by 42, and it's machine done. 563, Trevor. 563 in your catalog. Very fuzzy on the back. And a $50 bill. $50 to go, number on a 50, and now $60, 60, now 70, 70, now 80, 80, now 90, 90, $100, 110, and now 120, 120, would you get a 120? Thank you. 110's over here, and 120, 20, give me on a 120, give me on a 110, 120, would you get a 120? Sold 110, number 167, 167, thank you. It's from it's called Ashley, from Sally Stecker at Redeemer Lutheran, Harrison, Nebraska. 79 by 78. It's number 566. 566. Look at this one here. Nice colors. Blues and browns. There we are. And $100 wear. $100 to go. Number one, $100. Number one, $100 now, 100 and a quarter, and 100 and a half. 100 and a half. What do you get? $150. Number one, 150, 150. Now 175. 175 and 200. 200 here. Number one, 2 and 2, and now 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half here. Number one, 2 and a half. We lost you in the crowd. 2 and a half. Thank you. 2 and a quarters by the tree now. 2 and a half. Number one, 2 and a half. Number one, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Sold 2 and a quarter way out there. And your number, sir? Grant's number 423. 423. Thank you. 423. We got a barn quilt coming up next from Andy Gregory at Emmanuel Lutheran at Bellevue. It's 24 by 24, and it's number 567 on your catalog. Nice barn quilt. It doesn't fold up very well, folks. You're going to have to fit it in your space. Here we go. All right. Would you give me a $50 bill to go? 50 down, 60 down, $70 number 80, 90, give it on the 90, would you go to 90? I'm at 80. 110, it certainly is, and now 120, 120, 130, 130, now 140, 140, 150, 150 here, number one on 150, now 160 and 170, 170 here, number one on 170, would you get 170 and 180 and 190, 190, would you get a 190, would you get a 190 at the table, 190 here, number one on 190, down on 190, now 200, now 210, number one on 210, 10, number one on 210, thank you. $200 is setting down, you're in at 200, now 210, 10, you're okay, 200, now 210, 10, number one on 210. Sold $200. Number 137. 137. Yes, give him a round of applause on the barn quilt. That's price of plywood. You're doing pretty good. Yeah. It's the same paint that's right here at camp on the Sjogren building right there. You bet. This is called the Bevy of Stars from Aaron Bass. It's machine done from Bennington, Nebraska. It's 66 by 77. And it's Trevor, it's 568 in your catalog. Very nice, very nice. And a $100 bill to start it out. 100, 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half. 100 and a half, 175, and now $200 number on the 2 and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 275. 275 with 275, 3, and now 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a quarter here. 3 and a quarter here, you're in at 3, way out there in the back, and now 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half, you're out. 3 and a half, and 375, and now $400 number on the 4 and 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter, let's pop a balloon, and 4 and a half. 4 and a half, and you get a 4 and a half, number on the 4 and a half. 4 and a half, encourage you, 4 and a half. 4 and a half here, number on the 4 and a half, but you get a 450. 4 and a quarters over here to the right. 450, number on the 450. 450, and now 475. And now $500. It's up to you. $500 here, number on the 5 pine, number on the 5. 500, and now 5 and a quarter. 5 and a quarter, 5 and a quarter, 5 and a half. 5 and a half here, number on the 5 and a half, but you get a 5 and a half, number on the 5 and a half. She's shaking her head no, but I don't believe her. 5 and a half, and now 575. 575, and you get a 575, and you get a 575. 550 and 575, 600, $600, number on the 600, would you get a 600, number on the 600? 600 one more time, 600, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter here, number on the 6 and a quarter, would you go to 6 and a quarter? 6 and a quarter, number on the 6 and a quarter, it's just money, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a quarter. 6 and a quarter here, number on a 6 and a quarter, 6 and a half. 6 and a half, number on a $650 at 650. $650, number on a 650. Help her out, 650. Would you go? 650. Give her a round of applause. 600 a quarter, 650. Sold 625 right over here. And what's your number, ma'am? 184. 184. Yeah, excellent job. Pop that balloon, Trevor. All right, block design coming up. Block design, St. Peter, St. Paul, Welka, Byron, Nebraska. It's 78 by 60. It's number 569 in your catalog. 569. And he's waving in the wind here in a $100 bill. $100 to go. Give him on the $100. Would you give me 75? 75 and now 80. I got it ahead of you. Got to be 80. Got to be 80 now. 90. 90 here with 90 now. $100 bill. Number 100, 110. Would you get a 110? 10. 110, 120, 120, 130, 130 and 40, 140, 130, 140, 150, 150 over here and 160, 160 and 170, 170. Thank you. 160's over here and 170. 160, 170. Sold 160 right over here. Got another one. How much? 98. Yes, sir. 98. Beautiful blocks. Yeah. Don't. Yeah. Beautiful blocks from St. Peter, St. Paul at Byron, Nebraska. It's 78 by 60. It's number 570 in your catalog, sir. Another nice piece. And would you give me $75 to start it out? 75 to go. Number one 75 and now 80. 75 and now 80 down. Number one 80, 80. Number one 80 down. Number one 80 now 90 bob. 90 bob. Number one 90. Would you go to 90? Would you go 90 now? $100 even now 110. 110. Thank you. $100 is at the table. And now 110. 10. Number one 110. Would you get 110 and 120? New bidder, sir. 120. Thank you. 110 is to my right. Now 120. Number one 110. 120. Sold. 110 right over here. What's your number, young lady? Number 441. 441. Thank you. We've got Sunbonnet Sue making an appearance. It's from Rosemary Lee and Judy Brown at Emmanuel Lutheran Church at Bellevue. It's machine done, 65 by 65, number 576. Number 576. There's Sue. And $100 wear, $100 to go. Number one, bid 100, 100 a quarter, 100, 100 a quarter. Number one, 125. Would you get 125? Would you say 125, 125 anywhere? I'm bid the 100 way in the back now, and 100 and total, 110. 110, would you go to 110, 10, number one, 110, would you say 110 for the second bid? 110, 120, 120, wave at me again, and 130, 130 here, and then 140, 140 and 150, 150, 150, 160, and 170, Bob. 170 for your bidder, 170 over here, 170 to the front row, number one, 170, 180 at the table, 180 at the table, and 190, 190, would you go to 190, 90, 190, now $200, number one, 2, and 210, 10, 210, thank you. 200, now 210, number one, 200, 210. 200, number 173, 173. All right, we've got a hexagon garden flower quilt coming up from Levon Hansen and Judy Brown, Manuel Lutheran at Bellevue. It's a machine done 40 by 36, number 577 in your quilt book. 577, look at there. And would you get a $50 bill? $50 here, number one, 50, 50, number one, $50. Would you give me 25 to start it out? 25, 25. I'm bidding now $30, 30, 30. Would you go 30 on this one? I'm bid 25 way in the back, and now 30, 30. Give me the one, 30, 30. Give me the one, 30, 30. Now 40, 40. Would you get a 40, Kathy? Would you get a 40 now? 50, Bob. $50 here, number one, 50, 50. Give me the one, 50. I don't know where your bidder is. You get him 50. I'm bid 40, 50, and now 60, Kathy. Would you give me 60? Thank you. 50's in with Bob, and now $60. Number one, 50 now, and 60. Sold. $50 your way. How much? 38. 38 is the number. 38. Thank you. Trevor or Ethan. Little Boys Go Fishing from Levon Hansen and Judy Brown, Emmanuel Lutheran at Bellevue. It's 35 by 35, which means it's a square, and it's number 578 in your catalog right there. Nice little one. Would you get a $50 bill to start it? $50 to go, number one to 25. 25, start me out 25, and now 30, now 40, 40, now 50, and now 60. 60 now $70, number one 80, 80, 90, 90, give it on the 90, would you go to 90. 90 now 100. I'm 100, 190 does the money bid, and now 100. Sold. $90 right there. What's your number, young lady? 213, 213. Thank you. Number 579, we've got 3 flower pots from Judy Brown, Manuel Lutheran at Bellevue. It's machine done, 27 by 21. Here you go, buddy. Number 579. And a $25 bid. No, $25 to go. Number one to 25. Would you give me 25 behind? Number one to 25. Would you give me 15? 15 here and 15 and now 20, now 30. 30 here and 40, 40, 40 now 50, 50. Number one to 50 now $60. Number one to 60. Would you go to 60? Thank you. Bid 50 right here now. $60. Number one to 60. Number one to 50 now and 60 and now 70. A new bidder. 70 here. Would you go to $70? Number one to 70. Would you go to 70? been waiting all day for it. You just well get it. $70 number on a 70. $70 here, number on a 70 now and 80. $80 you too. $80 number on 80. 80 number on $80. Would you go 80? And now 90. $90. Thank you. 80's here. $90 number on 80 now and 90. Sold $80. Number 234. 234. Thank you. We've got about 50 quilts left to sell. 50 items, ladies and gentlemen. Let's finish strong right here. We've got it. We've got it. You're doing great on time. The greatest story ever told, the nativity scene here. Number 580 from Judy Brown. It's 19 by 19. 19 by 19. And would you give me 25? 25 to go, and now 30, now 40. 40 now, 50, 50, 50 now, and $60 number on the 60 down, 70 out there. Bob, 70, can you find them? $70 number on the 70, 60 now, 70. 60 now, my 60's right here on the right. $70 to you again. 60's right here in the second row, Bob, and now $70 number on the 70. 60 now, 70. Sold 60 right here, number 111. 111. Oops. Patriotic Eagles coming up. Zion Lutheran Church at Albion. It's 80 by 60. It's tied. It's number 584. 584. Look at this big patriotic quilt. Just bombed old Trevor right there. It's upside down, fellers. We are not in distress, ladies and gentlemen. They just had a mistake right there. There we go. All right. And a $100 bill. $100 to go on the patriotic quilt. Number on the 100. Number on, would you give me 100 now? 100 and a quarter. 100 and a quarter. 100 and a half. $150. Number on 150. Would you get 150 now? 175. 175. Would you get 175? Number on 175. Would you say 175? 175 and 200. 200 here. 175 is in the middle. 200 to you. 175. He's in right out there at 175. 180. 180 here and 180. 80. Give him on 180 down. Number on 180 anywhere else. 175. 180. Sold to you, young man. 175, and your number, show me that number one more time. 235. 235. It's a pieced denim quilt from Zion Lutheran Church at Albion, Nebraska. It's 82 by 60, and it's tied. It's 585 in your catalog. 585, and it's coming up with the denim one here. It's got a red back and a blue front. Kind of goes to go. Yeah, all right. Would you give me a $50 bill? $50 to go on bid 50, and now 60, and now 70. 70 here and $80 number 80 now 99 and now $100 bill and 110. Would you get a 110 and 120? 120 and 130, 130, 140, 140 other bidders, and 140, 140, 150, 150 and 160, ma'am. 160 here and 160 and 170, 170 and 180, 180. Thank you very much. 170 is over here to the left with Ethan, and now 180. Give them on 180 anywhere else. 170, 180. Sold your way at 170, and their number's 224. 224. All right, here we've got firecrackers coming up. Emmanuel Zion Lutheran at Boone, Nebraska. It's hand done. It's 81 by 96, and it's number 591 in your catalog. 81 by 96. Another big quilt right there. Hand done, handwork on this one. And would you give me $200 to go here? $200 to go. Number on the 2, would you give a $100 bill to start it? $100 and $100 and a quarter. 100 now, 125. Number on the 125, would you get a 125 again? I'm bid 100. Would you give me 125 and 150 and a 175? 175 and now 200. Now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275 way back. 275 to you, and now $300 up front. 300 and 300 over here. 300 number on the 300. 275 is in the cap right there. And now 300 number on the 3 and 3 number on the 300 anywhere else. 275 and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, number on the 3 and a quarter. You just about had it. 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter here. Don't stop now. 3 and a quarter. Help her out. 3 and a quarter. She likes it. 3 and a quarter. 310, 320, 320 here. 320, 330. We'll fit your budget now. 340, 340 here. Number on the 340. Let her have it. She said 330 and 340. Number on the 40. Sold $330. 439, 439. Life on the Farm, children's quilt from American Lutheran Church at Philly. It's 58 by 39. It's 592 in your catalog right there. Well, Life on the Farm. Oh, look at that. Green tractors, don't hold that against it, ladies and gentlemen. That's all right. Orange tractors would have been better, but it's all right. Would you give me $75 to go? Life on the farm, 75 and 80. 80 now 90. 90 now $100 bill and 110. 110, 120, 120, 130, 130, 140, 40, 140. Would you get a 140, 140, 150, 150 and 160. 160 here and 170. 170 and 180. 180, thank you very much. 170 is by the tree, and now 180, give them on $180. 180, would you get a 180 anywhere else? 170, 180. Sold 170 right by the tree, and it's number 143. 143, thank you. 143. Oh, here's a nice colorful one coming up. We've got number 593. It's cross-stitched pansies from St. Paul's Lutheran Church at Glenville. Is tied at 77 by 58. Here you go, Trevor. Number 593 in your catalog. Have they got it right? Close enough. All right, here we go. And would you give $100 to go on the cross-stitch quilt? $100 wear, give them on 100. Would you give me 100 now, 100 a quarter? 100 now, 110. 110, would you get a 110, 10, give them on 110, would you say 110? And now 120. 120 over here and a 130. 130 and 140. 140 now, 150, 50, 150, would you go 150? Did you say 150 and 160? 160 here, 150's back there in the middle. Now 160, give them on $160, give them on 60. 150, 160. Sold $150 right out there. And what's your number, ma'am? 108. 108. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Coming up with the next one here, and it's number 594. It's called Apple Core from the Faithful Peacemakers at Faith Lutheran at Seward. It's 72 by 59. It's tied. 594 in your catalog. 594. Nice colors here. Earth tones, they tell me. And would you give a $100 bill? $100 to go. Give them on 100. Give them on 100 bid. 100 now 110. 100 now 110. Give them on 110. 10. Give them on 110. Would you get a 110? Yep, where I am with you at 100 now 110. 100 now 110. Would you get a 110? 10. 110. 120. 120. 130. 130. 130. Thank you. 120's over here with you, Bob. And now 130. 130. Would you like in? 130. Nah, not really. 130. When they go to 130. 120. 130. Give them on 120. 130. So right over here. Number one, no, just 5-2, just 5-2. Out of the way. Good job. Good job. Petals, it's called, from Faithful Peacemakers of Faith Lutheran at Seward. It's 78 by 60. It's 595 in your catalog, Trevor. And wow, it's blacks and reds and blues. It looks really nice. And a $100 bill to get it home. $100 to go. Would you give 100? Would you go 100? Would you give 100? Would you say 100? Say $100 and now 110. I'm at 100 now 110. Number 110. 10. Number 110. Would you get a 110 anywhere? $100 is off to our right side. 110. 120. 120. Thank you. You gave up awful quick. 120. Would you get a 120? 110 and 120. Give it on 120. Give it on 110. 120. Sold 110. Number 75. 75. Hey, we got a lot of large quilts coming up. They tell me. This one is 90 by 81. It's called Flower Rings from Andrew and Margaret Morrow family, Lincoln, Nebraska. It's hand done, and it's number 601 in your catalog. Number 601. Large quilt, hand quilted quilt. Look at that, folks, as they unfold it. That's beautiful here. And a $200 bid to go. $200 to go. Number on the 200. Number on the 200. Would you give a $100 bill to start me out? 100 now 100 a quarter. 100 now 100 a quarter. Would you give me 110? 110. Would you get a 110? 10. 110. 120. 120 over here. Number one on 120. Would you say 120? Would my bidder go 120? 130. 130 here and 130. Thank you. 120. Say 130. 140. 140 down 50 Lars. 150. Would you get a 150? Your other bidder. Number one on 150. 160. 160 and 170. 170 here in the end and 180. Give me 180. 190. 190 now $200. Number one on 210. Number one on 210. 10. Number one on 210. 210 and 220 back here. 220, 220 over here, 220, 230, 230 and 240, 240 would you 40 now and 250, 250 here and 250 and 260, would you go to 260 here and 260 with 260 and 270, 270 here and 270 now and 280, 280 here and 280, help them out folks, 280 and 290, it's a beautiful quilt, 290 here, now $300, 300, let's finish strong and 310 and now 320, 320 and 330, 330 here, number one at $330, number one at 330, 330 here, number one at 330, would you go to 330, thank you very much, 320's over here and 330, 320's to my right side, and 330, number one at 320, 330, so 320 to number 129, 129, thank you very much. Another big one here. It's a flower pot design from Andrew and Margaret Morrow family at Lincoln. It's 96 by 80 Another hand quilted quilt, 96 by 80, number 602 in your catalog, buddy. Number 602. Pink and white striped shirt right on the end. Yep. All right. Look at this quilt, ladies and gentlemen. Hand quilted and a $200 bid to go. $200 to go. Number one, number one, who'll bid $100 to start it out. $100 where and bid 100, 100 and a quarter. Would that be okay? 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half, and 175, 175 and 200. Number one, two, 200 here and two. Number one, bid 175 and out 2 and out 225, 225, 225 and out 250. Would you go to 250 and out 275? 275 here, number one, 275, 275, 275 and $300 here. $300 here, number one, 3 and out 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. 3 and a half, thank you, ma'am. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. This is good bidding. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. Number one, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. Sold 3 and a quarter to number 90. 325 to number 90. Good job. Got another big one here. It's a Dresden plate design from Andrew and Margaret Morrow again. Hand quilted, 102 by 86 will be coming up for you. 102 by 86, hand done, number 603 in your catalog. 603. Hey, let's give another hand to this camp staff. They're working hard. They're taking long shifts. They're doing a great job, and only half of their mustache is falling off today, so it's all right. Look at this one, folks. Beautiful. All about a $200 bill to go here. $200 to go here. Number one, 2 and now 2 and a quarter. 2 and now 2 and a quarter. Number one, 2 and a quarter. Number one, 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275. And now $300. Number one, 3 and 3 and a quarter. Now 3 and a half and 3 and a half and 375 and $400 here. $400 and 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter. 4 and a half. 4 and a half here. Number one, 4 and a half. Thank you. 4 and a quarters here and 4 and a half. Number one, 4 and a half. Number one, 4 and a half. 4 and a quarter. 4 and a half. You all in and all done. 4 and a quarter. 4 and a half. So 4 and a quarter right there. 125. 125. Good job. Good bidding. And we got another one coming up here. It's number 608 in your catalog, and it's titled I Remember That One. From the Augustana Quilters at Augustana Lutheran at Genoa. It's 94 by 70, and it's tied. There you go, Trevor. Nice warm quilt, brightly colored here. And would you give me a $100 bill to start? $100 to go. Number one, 100. Would you give me 75? 75 and now 80. 75 and now $80. Number one, 80. 80. Number one, $80. Number 80. Now 90. 90 here, sir. Number one, 90. You're at 90. Now $100 bill. Number one, 100, 100, 110. 110. Thank you. 110 back to you, sir. 110. Would you get a 110? Would you get a 110? Thank you. Bid 110. New bidder. Now 120. 120. Would you get a 120? 120. 110 is back there. 120. 120 back there, 110 and 120. Would you get a 120? You're out at the table. 120 anywhere in. 110's over here. 120, 120, 130, 140, 140, 150 at the table. 150 at the table. Would you like in at 150? 150, 150 up here. 150, ma'am. 150, 150 at the table. One last time. 140, 150. So 140 to the gentleman. 80. Thank you, sir. 80. Okay, we're going for a smaller one before we get back to the big ones. This is called Little Girl's Pink Lamb Quilt from Linda Martins, Council Bluffs, Iowa. It's 56 by 41, number 609 in your catalog. Thank you, Trevor. All right, look at that, folks. Cute as a button. And would you give me 75 to go? $75 here, number one at 75, number one at 75. Would you get a $50 bill to start it? 50 down, $60, number one at 60, 60, number one at $60, number one at 60. Would you go to 60 anywhere? I'm at 50, 60, and now 70, 70. Where's 70 now? 80, 80, Bob, 80 now, 90, 90. Would you say 90 now? $100 bill. 100 now, 110. Number one, 110, 10, 110, and 120. Would you get a 120, 130, 130? Would you go 130? 130, would you get a 130? 130, 140, 140, and 150. 150 here, and would you get a 150 again? 150, would you say it? 150, thank you. 140's here, and 150, give it a 140, 150. Sold 140, number 53. Thank you. Number 53. Here we go again now. Jacob's Ladder Scrappy Quilt from Darlene Reed at Emmanuel Lutheran, Council Bluffs, Iowa. It's 84 by 69, and it's machine done. Here we go. Number 610 in your catalog. Look at that colorful quilt here. And the back is just as colorful. Would you give that $100 bill to get me going? $100 wear, number one, who'll bid 100? Would you give 100, 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half? 100 and a half, would you get 100? 175, 175 and $200 limit on the 2 and now 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter here, limit on the 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, thank you. I'm at 200 here and 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, thank you, 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half, limit on the 2 and a half, limit on the 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Sold to you guys at 2 and a quarter, number, what was it? 30, number 30, thank you, sir, number 30. In the camouflage floppy hat. All right, this is the largest. Hey, this is a big quilt. 124 by 84. This is a 4-patch stacked posy design from Darlene Jepson at Emmanuel Lutheran Council Bluffs, Iowa. Machine quilted. 611 in your catalog is the number, 611. Look at this big quilt. They're going to get it unfolded here. Look at there. Nice colors, too. That's awesome. How about a $250 bid to go? $250 limit on the 250, 50, give it on the 250. Would you give me $200 started out? $200 here, limit on the 2 and 2. Would you get that $100 bill to go? $100 where you start me. $100 now. 100. I got it at the table at $100 and 100 and a quarter. You're out. 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half. 100 and a half. Would you get 150 now? 175. 175. Would you get 175? And now $200 limit on the 2 and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter here. Thank you. I'm at 200 by the tree now. And 2. You're in at 2. And now 2 and a quarter. Quarter limit on the 2 and a quarter. 225. 200 and 2 and a quarter. Limit on the 225. 225. 250. 250 here, 250, thank you. 225 is here, and 250, bending him on the 250, 225, 250, and now 275, 275, 275, and you go to 275, 275, limit on the 275. Bob, you're in at 250, 275, one more time, thank you. 250, 275, sold 250 right there. What's your number, ma'am? What's your number, Patty? 6? Is 6 or 61? 6. All right. Give her a round of applause. 6. Good job. Good job. We've got another one with a attachment. Or is that just a little? Oh, yeah. It's 2 pieces. Vintage mystery quilt or gingham daisy rings is what they're calling it. From Darlene Jepson from Council Bluffs, Iowa. It's 82 by 70. It's number 612 in their catalog. There you go, buddy. All right. Trevor says he needs to pop a balloon pretty soon or he's going to go back swimming. All right, here we go. Would you give a $200 bid to go? $200 to go, number on the 2 and 2, number on the 2. Would you give a $100 bill? $100 to go, and 125 and 150, and now 175, 175, 175, and 200, number on the 2 and 2, number on the 2. 200 here, number on the 2, thank you. 175, and now 2, and now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter, 200, now 210. 210 with that help. 210, number on the 210, thank you. I'm at 200 now, 210, 10, number on the 210. She's in at 2, and now 210, 10, number on the 210. When you go to 210, 200's the money bid. 210, sold. $200 going to Kansas City again, and 130, 135, 135. Thank you. Whoops, I don't want that. All day long we haven't done that today. Straw hat at the table. All things Christmas from Chad and Lisa Beckus at South Sioux City, Nebraska. Machine done. It's 42 by 42. Nice Christmas quilt here, number 643, I think that said. All right, and a $50 bill to go on the wall hanging. $50 to go, number on the 50, would you give me 25 to start it? 25 to go here, number on, thank you, now in 30. Kathy in at 25 and now $30, number on the 30, 30, number on the 30, now in 40. 40 here, now $50 and 50 now and 60 at the table, thank you. $60, Bob, you got a bidder? I'm bid 50 by the tree, $60, you're out. $60, you're out. $60 here and 60, 60, would you go to 60? 50's by the tree and now $60, number on the 50 now and 60. Sold $50, number 165, 165. All right, here we're up Scrappy Tales from Connie Schreiner. It's Schneier. Yeah, Connie's brought this quilt here from Pender, Nebraska. Nope, I'm good. It's number 94 by 82, and it's number 614. Reverend. Here we go. Here we go, Trevor. Connie's quilt. Look at that Scrappy quilt. It's colorful. It's really pretty there. And a big one, too. And a $100 bill to start. $100 to go and 100 and a quarter, 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half, 100 and a half, and 175 and $200 number on the 2 and 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half, 2 and a half here and 275 and $300 number on the 3 and 3 number on the 3 and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half, 3 and a half, thank you. 3 and a quarter is over here to the right now. 3 and a half number on the 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 3 and a half and 375. 375 here, 3 and a half and 375 number on the 3 and a half, 375. Sold 3.5 right out here. Number 233. 233 is the number. All right. We've got a bow tie coming up next from an anonymous donor at Lincoln, Nebraska. It's hand quilted. It's 34.5 by 29. It's number 615 in your catalog. 615. And would you give me a $50 bill? Would you give me 25 to get me going? 25 and now 30, 30 now 40, $40 ma'am, 40 now and 50, 50, would you get a 50 now and 60, $60 here, number on a $60, number on a 60, would you go to 60 now and 70, 70 here, thank you, I'm at 60 over here now, and $70, number on the 70, number on the 60, now you're in over here with her and now 70, Bob right here by the tripod, right, 60 now and 70, sold, and she wins right there. What's her number today? 38, 38 is the number. 30 left after this one. 30 left after this one. They got a countdown going. We've got an itsy bitsy colorful square quilt from Rita Seba at St. Paul's Lutheran at Falls City, Nebraska. It's tied. It's 80 by 60. And Trevor, it's 616 in the catalog. Look at that one here, folks. Would you give me a $100 bill? $100 to go where? Number on the 100, number on the 100. Would you give me 75? 75 and 80. 75 and now $80. Number on 80, 80, number on 80 to 80. Now 90, 90, 90, now $100 bill and 110. 110, 120, now 130. 130, would you 130, 140, 140 and 150. 150 here, thank you, sir. 140's here right in front of Bob. And now 150, number on 140, 150. And now 160, 170, and 180, 180 over here, 180, 190, 190, 190, now $200, number on the 2 and 210, number on the 210. I'm having my own auction over here, and 220, 210, and now 220. Ethan, you got another one? 210 is over here to my right, 220, number on the 220, number on the 210 is over here, and 220. Sold 210 right out here in front of Robert, and it's 105, 105. Thank you. We've got some more crochet work. It might be the last crocheted piece that I see. So get right in and buy it now. It's a chevron design, chevron Afghan from Jolene Heibel and Jana Miller at Emmanuel Lutheran at Bellevue. It's crocheted 62 by 61, number 617, Trevor, 617. Look at that. And again, maroon and white, somebody's school colors right here. And would you get a $50 bill? $50 to go, number on a 50, 50, 50, and now 60. He's waving his hand. Got 60, and now 70. 70 over here, now $80 on the table. $80, number on 80, number on 80, now 90, 90, give them on the 90. Would you go to 90? Would you give 90 now? $100 bill. $100 here, number on 100, 100, 110. Would you get 110, 10, 110? Thank you, sir. $100 over here to the left now. 110, would you get 110, 120. 120, would you get a 120? Man, 120. Ethan's in at 110, $120, number on 110, 120. Sold your way. When I sold it, I'm sorry, I sold it 110. How much? 68. Thank you, ma'am. 68. Give her a round of applause. I've just said sold. We're out of giraffes, but how about elephants? So they're coming up next. Here, child's elephant tied quilt from the Bethany Lutheran Church at Ruskin, 54 by 43. It's number 618. It's number 618 on the elephant. All right. And elephants can go whatever direction they want. They're bigger than the rest of us. All right, would you get a $50 bill? $50 an ounce, Steve. 50 down, $60 number on a 60. Would you go to $60 number on a 60 anywhere? 60 and now 70. 70 over here now $80 number on 80 now 90. 90 number on the 90. Would you go to 90? Would you go to 90 anywhere? I'm at 80 over here to the right side with the gentleman. And now 90 now $100 bill number on 100. Would you go to 100 per pound? That's not bad for elephants. 90 now 100 number on 100. 100 number on 100. 100. You're 100. 100. Oh, he's in at 90. Okay, now $100 number on the 90, now 100 number on the 90, now and one. Sold it to him. $90, number 167. Sorry, 167. All right, this is a big colorful one. Lots of small blocks, an anonymous donor. It's hand done, hand quilted, hand sewn. 97 by 97. It's number 619 in your catalog. We missed that one, and that was the very last one we did. That went right over here in the gentleman in the blue cap. Look at this one, folks. This is a nice one. Very, very nice. And a $200 bill, and it's heavy. Very heavy. Would you give me $200 bill to go? 102, and now 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, and now $275, and now $300 and 3 1/4, 3 1/4 here, and 3 1/4, and 3 1/2, and $375, $375 and $400, and now 4 1/4, now 4 1/2, 4 1/2, and $475, $475 and $500. Yes, sir, and 5 1/4, 5 1/4 here, number on the 5 1/4, 5 1/2, 5 1/2, and $575. 5 1/2 is here, and $575 behind, number on the $575, $550, $575. Sold 550, number 61. Let's go, Trevor. Pop another balloon, big fella. All right. Your sister must have got tired. All right, he's popping another balloon. We're gonna run out of them. Yeah, that's all right. The big windmill dunk there. All right, Spirit Animals coming up next from Casey Klein. It doesn't say where she's from. It's machine done. It's 62 by 52, number 620 in your catalog. 620. All right, here. Would you get a $50 bill on this one? $50 here and 50, and now $60 minimum on the 60, now 70. 70 here and $80 minimum on the 90. Would you get a 90, 90, now $100 bill and 110? Would you get a 110? 110 and 120, 130. 130, don't look around. 130, would you get a 130? Would you get a 130? 130, 140. 140, sir, and 150. 150 here, and would you get a 150? Would you get a 150 and now 160? 160 and 170. 170, would you get a 170? Would you get a 170? You're out, ma'am, and now 180, sir. 180, 190. 190, would you get a 190? Now you're working the system. 190, get somebody else to look around. 190, get them on a 190. 180 and 190, would you get a 190? You're out, ma'am. 190, would you like back in again? 180's at the table. 190, thank you. 180 and 190, get them on a 180 and 190. Sold. $180, number 173. 173. All right, here, Earthen Orbs from Casey Klein. It's 66 by 58, number 621, Trevor. 621. There you go, Bob. Oh, sorry about that. Earthen Orbs right there. And would you give me a $50 bill to go? $50 to go. Number on the 50, 50, number on the 50 now and 60. I'm at 50 right there. Now $60, number on the 60. Would you go to $60 on the orbs? 50 down 60, and now 70. 70 here and $80, number on 80, 80 now 90, 90 now 100. Bob to your bidder. $100 here and 110. Now 120. 120, would you get a 120? 120 to your bidder. Now 130. 130 and 140. 140, thank you. 140 over here. 130 is to my left now. 140, 40, 140, 130, 140. Sold 130. Forgot your number. 214. 214. Thank you. Making Waves is coming up from Casey Klein. It's 40 by 40, machine done, number 622. 622. And a $50 bill to go. $50 here, number one, a 50, 50, would you get a $50, number one, a 50, would you go to 50, 50, way in the back, and now 60. 50 now and $60, number one, a 60, would you go to $60 here on that one bid going to buy it? My 50's way in the back, 60, and now 70. $70, number one, a 70, would you go to 70? 60 now and $70, number one, a 70, would you go to 70? 70, you're out now. You're $70, number one, a 70, but he's in. $70, number one, a 70, would you go to 70? 60 down, 70. I sold it to one of them. Which number are you going to use? It's the 404. 404. Give them a round of applause out there. Having a little fun. This next one says it resembles a bouquet of flowers from St. John's Lutheran at Beatrice. It's hand quilted, hand done, 90 by 78. This is number 623 in your catalog, Trevor. 623. Thank you, sir. There we go. It's been a long afternoon spinning quilts up here for these gals. Here we go. How about a $200 bill to go on this pretty quilt? 200 to go one. 100, 100, now 1 1/4. The guys have 100, now 100 1/4, 100 1/4, 100 and a half. 100 and a half, would you get $150, number one on 150, would you get a 150? My 100 1/4 is right here by the tree. And now 100 and a half, 100 1/4, and 100 and a half, 100 and a half, 175. And now 200, now 2 1/4. 2 1/4 here and 2 1/2, Kathy. 2 1/2 and 275. 275, thank you. 250s at the table. And now 275, mine, number one on 275, would you go to 275? Sold 250, number two. Good job. Next coming up is bow ties from the Basement Quilters at First Evangelical Lutheran at Oakland. It's 82 by 64. It's machine done. Number 625 in your catalog. Number 625. All right, look at that neat quilt here. Would you give me a $100 bill to go? $100 to go. Number one, 100. Would you give me 75 to start it? 75 to go. Number one, 75, and now $80. Number one, 80, 80. Number one, $80. Number one, 80. Can use this one, sir. $80. Number one, 80, 80. Number one, $80. Number one, 80. Now 90. Now 100. Now 110. 110, 120, 120, 120 over here, 120, 130, 130 and 140, 140 now 150, 150 and 160. Would you get 160? Would you say 160? Thank you. 150's under the tree, 160, 170, new bidder now 180, 180 here and 190. Would you get 190 now? $200 number one, 2 and 210, 10, 210, 220, 220 here and 220. Thank you. 210's under the tree and 220. Number one, 210, 220. Sold to 1046, 48. What's your number? Oh, I ended up over. Where'd I end up? With you. Yeah, right? Yeah. What's your number? 45. 45. That was an awkward silence there just for a second. I thought I had the right bidder and was just looking for a number. All right, string quilt from the Basement Quilters again at Oakland, Nebraska. It's 75 by 60, machine done, 626 in your catalog. Really nice. And a $75 bid to go. 75 and now 80, now 90. $90, ma'am. Number one 90 over here. Number one 2 bidders, Bob. I'm bid 80 right here on the right side of the tree. And now $90. Number one 90. 90 new bidder. Now $100 bill. $100 here. Number one 100 over here on the right side. Number one 100. Would you go 100? Now 110. 110. Would you get a 110? 10, 110 and 120. 120. Would you get a 120? 120 over here. 120 now 130. 130. Thank you. Ethan's got a bidder in at 120. And now 130. Would you get a 130? Would you say 130 anywhere? 130 now 140. 140 and 50. 150 here and then 160. 160 and 170. 170, 180. 180 and 190. 90, 190. Would you get 190? Would you say 190? 190 here, 190. Now $200 number on the 2 and 210. 10 on the 210. 210 here and 210. Thank you. 200 now. To do one more time. 210. Did you? I want to make sure what you did. 210. Thank you. 200. 210. Sold. 200 right here. Give her a round of applause right there. And what's your number, ma'am? I missed it. 71. 71. I can't read them right side up. You were trying to show me it upside down. Thank you. Summer Fun, Leela Heineman from First Evangelical Lutheran at Oakland. It's machine done, 45 by 45, and it's number 627, Trevor. 627. All right, would you give me $50 here? $50 to go. Number one, 50, 50, number one, $50. Would you give me 50? Would you give me 25? 25, 25, 30, 40. $40 and 50. 50 here and $60. Number one, 60 down. $70. Number one, 70, $80. Number one, 80. Thank you, ma'am. 70's in the second row. And $80. Number one, 80, 80, 80. Now 90. 90 here. Would you go to 90? Thank you. 80's with Ethan. And now $90. Number one, 90. Number one, 90, 80. Now 90. Sold $80 right over there. 2, 3, 4. Thank you. 2, 3, 4. Coming up next is 3-bean salad. That would sound good about right now from Linda Rover, Ashland, Nebraska. It's 70 by 70. It's machine done. Trevor, it's number 628 in the catalog. 628. Here we go on 3-bean salad. That sounds like a racehorse name is what it is. That's right. With a pillowcase. All right. And would you give $100 to go? $100 to go. Number one, 100, 100. Number one, 100. Would you give me 75? 75 on 3-bean salad. Now $80. Number one, 80, 80. Number one, $80. Number one, 80. Would you go 80? Thought they were waving. 75 and I'm $80. Number one, 80. You get a pillowcase too. 75, $80. Number one, 80. You're in. 75, 80. 80, 90, 90, now $100 bill, 100, now 110, 110, 120, 120, 120, 130, you're out. 130, would you get a 130, 30, 130, 140, 140 here, 140, thank you. 130's in the front row, and 140, 130, 140, sold 130. Number today, ma'am, is 232, 232. Here we go on the next one here. How we doing, Tegan? Are you tired? Oh my goodness. Nativity wall hanging from Sharon West from Kuntz Memorial in Omaha. 4 by 35, and it's number 630 in your catalog, Trevor. There you go. All right, look at that nativity scene right here. And a $25 bid to go. 25 to go, and out $30 number one to 30. 30 number one to 30 now, 40 now, $50 number one to 50 now, 60 70 number one to 70 now, and 80. $80 here, number one 80, 80 number one $80, 80 now, 90. $90. Thank you. I'm bid 80 off here to my right now. $90 number one to 90. Anyone else want in at 90? 80, 90. Sold $80 right here to my right side. And what's your number, young lady? 462. 462. Thank you. 17 quilts left, ladies and gentlemen. Can you handle it? Can you stick around? You're doing great. 17 left, and they've just about cleared off the whole racks there. Love You with Flowers from Linda Rober at Ashland, Nebraska. This is hand done. It's 23 by 22, number 629. And would you give me a $25 bid to go? 25 to go, 25 and now 30, right up here in the front, right? 25 and $30, number one to 30, 30, number one to $30, number one to 30 anywhere. 30 now, 40 now, 50, and now $60 here and 60 over here. I'm at 50 in the third row, and $60 one more time. Thank you. 50 now, and $60, number one to 50 now, and 60. Sold 50 number. I'm sorry, sold 50 and 116. 116. All right, next one coming up here is number 632. Right here. Well, I've never asked her, but yes, I believe she can. She bids rather well, so I think she can wave. Red, white, and black with a touch of yellow. Tanzanian Fabric Fun and Factory Treat is the donor. St. Matthew Lutheran Church at Omaha, 80 by 80 is what it is. It's number 632, Trevor. 632. And $100 bill to go, $100 to go, and 100 a quarter, and 100 and a half, 100 and a half, and 175, 175, and 200, and on the 2 and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, thank you, 2 and a quarters with Ethan, and now 2 and a half, and on the 2, 2 and a quarter, and 250, 50, and on the 250, 250, 275, 275, 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a half, and 375, 375, and on the 375, and 400. Let's pop another balloon, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter here, and 4 and a half. 4 and a half, and 4 and a half, and 4 and a half over here, and 4 and a half. 4 and a half, would you get a 4 and a half, and 4 and a half, either one of you. 50, would you get a 450, would you get a 450? 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, number one, a 4 and a half. Thank you, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Sold, 425, number 228, 228. Blue Cathedral from Lillian Cells. It's a hand done. It's 88 by 68, and it's number 640 in your catalog. Hand done. Look at this one here, Larson and Bob. All right, what do we say to go now? Would you get that $100 bill to start it? $100, 100. Patchwork, Dwight. $6.40. All right, look at this Tide one, really pretty here, bright colors. And would you give me $100 bill? $100 to go. Number 50. We've got a blue paisley quilt coming up from the So-and-So's at Christ Lutheran Church at Wisner. It's 80 by 60. It's Tide, and it's number 645 in your catalog, Trevor. Hand at $50.50. Thank you. 50 and now 60. 50 now $60 number on a $60 number on a 60 and now 70. 70 here and $80 number on 80, 80 now 90, 90 in the second row. 90 and now $100 bill. $100 here. Thank you. 90s in the second row and $100 number on 100 number on a 90 now and one. Sold $90 number 89. 89 is the number. All right, here we go. Finish strong here. It's a 1946 World War II Army blankets made out of. It's Shirley Montgomery is a donor from Southwood Lutheran and Lincoln. 70 by 66. It's 654 in your catalog. This is a warm quilt. You will sweat at 30 below under this one. Here, would you go? Would you give a $100 bill? announcements from here.